What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday, the 26th of November, 2024. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. Back in a while? Okay, me too. Me too. See you in a few... Just kidding, chat. Just kidding. Look, if you want to know when the stream starts, it starts as soon as there's a magical number of chatters in the chat. What is that magical number? It's so magical I can't even tell you. But when there's that many people in chat, the stream will start, so... Leaving and coming back later is unfortunately a self-fulfilling prophecy of the stream never stop. Like literally, if everyone did that, I would just be like, all right, cool, videos. We're gonna do video essays now. No more live stream. No more back and forth. No more talking to chat. No more none of that good stuff, because chat has decided that it wants videos, and videos it shall get. You shall get to videos and nothing but videos, chat. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about like the semi-dark starting lighting? What are we missing? We're missing a poll, aren't we? All right. So yesterday, we did not... Oh my god, Z. We did not select Timpool SMP's Jink Uger. We did not choose Gaming, Metaphor, Refantazio, or Fallout New Vegas. We did not choose Bad Empanada versus Willie Mack, although we almost did. Instead, we chose dragons. We got to find out about dragons, and I didn't realize the dragon discourse went so deep. It kind of makes me want to watch that Jordan Peterson. Apparently, there was a discussion between Jordan Peterson, great minds of our times, right? Jordan Peterson and Richard Dawkins, if you can believe it. And the subject of dragons came up, at least as a thought experiment. They talked quite a bit about dragons. With Dawkins incredulous at Peterson's desire to discuss mythical beasts, as it were. Wait, Twitch is more up to date than YouTube? What does that mean, Link Retro? Is this true? Blue Sky is nice, like a blast from when Twitter was wholesome. I don't follow enough people. I'm trying to follow you, chat, when you follow people I know when they follow me, just to kind of see what's going on, because I just don't have a lot of input into mine. I've been told that Blue Sky is all about... It's all about feeds, right? Is that any Blue Sky? Any skeeters? Okay, that sounds so weird to say. I'm not going to say that again. Any Blue Sky users in chat? That sounds better. But yeah, we did get to learn where the dragons come from, and apparently they come from Dr. Peterson more than they do from Joe Rogan. Although, I mean, I don't blame Joe Rogan for wanting to believe in dragons. Hell, I want to believe in dragons too. I want to believe in dragons and aliens and elves and dwarfs and everything. Gnomes, especially gnomes. Fuck yeah, gnomes. Can we get some gnomes in chat? Like 3-second delay. Oh, I think you're right, Link Retro. You know, I could set it up to be different, but like I said, I'm paranoid that somehow that makes the stream cut out more often. I don't know how that would work. I don't know how to look that. Do you ever notice this, chat? When you got a question like that, which would be great for Twitter, it's like impossible to search for just that, right? You might get an AI answer. So if you search on Twitter now, you might get an AI answer, right? AI might try to figure it out and possibly hallucinate gnomes. Yes, AI would be like, yes, actually gnomes are real. They're like, what? That's what our combing through the internet has told us. Gnomes are as real as fuck. They exist on the internet to troll you, to tell you that you've been gnomed, my friend. Because I'm not a goblin. Not a gnelf. Gnomes are real, yes, and Alpha's real too. Alpha's definitely real. Alpha's is deadly serious. Super serious. Okay, let's try a third title. Let's try this again. Ana Kasparian called Fake MAGA by Laura Loomer. There's the title. And there's your poll. Look at that. We got organic grain-fed brainworms today, chat. Are you excited? It's kind of like gummy worms, but brainier. They're gummy worms, but brainier somehow. We've got Tim Pool SMPing for Jink Uger. We've got gaming, and we've got Bad Empanada versus the Willie Mac show again. Back again for a second day, since so many people almost voted for it yesterday. We've also got a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. Look, I mean, if that's real, great, but it's conspicuous to me that we're signing a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah, Israel and Lebanon before there's a secession of the human rights atrocity that's going on in Gaza. That one I don't really understand. Yeah, we're starting out the stream kind of chill today. I hope you don't mind. The beginning of the stream is to talk to chat. I don't always get to talk to you during stream, especially when the chat is very fast and I am covering a topic. So it's nice to be able to talk to the mañaneras and mañaneros in chat. Chrissy Henderson says, I'm making macaroons for pastry school. Macarons. I always enjoy the entertainment in my ear. I'm glad. What's up, your mom? Wait, that's a troll emoji? Oh, as far as a gnome emoji? Is there really no gnomes? You know, I mean, like, there's no gnomes in Minecraft. I just noticed that. Like, the most conspicuous place for gnomes to be missing from. How are gnomes missing from Minecraft? I don't understand. Like, they need to add another mob. Like, I feel like the gnomes should be always mining at all times. And if they're not, I'm gonna be upset. Like, you mine down into a cave and you hear this noise and all these little gnomes like scurry away. That's what I think Minecraft should be like. That's what I need Minecraft to be like. There are gnomes in Terraria. Are they helpful or hurtful? I hate lights, especially since being pregnant. Yeah. Wait, dwarfs are children of the stone? Is that some kind of a Minecraft thing? Is that some kind of a Yogscast thing? The dwarfs are hostile? Do they steal? Do they want your ores? Maybe they're only hostile if you take ores. Yeah. Like, if you take no ores in Minecraft, then they won't attack you. But if you do, then they will. It's a Tolkien reference. Yeah, I've never read Tolkien either, I don't think. I've read a little bit of Herbert, but never Tolkien. Tolkien's got him some good dwarf lore. I don't know. A hostile gnome, that just feels kind of weird. Like, maybe it's all because you would never suspect a hostile gnome. You would see a gnome and you'd be like, oh, you're so cute. And then if the gnome was hostile, you'd kind of be fucked, right? Smoochy Boochies indeed, Just Julie. Most modern dwarfs are built off of his lore in most ways. Aren't there also, like, dwarfs in Goethe? Like, I feel like that's the other place I've heard of dwarfs. It's like dwarfs that live in the mountain and make magical swords. But they like to make the magical sword, but they don't like people making them make the magical sword. Oh, yeah. Well, chat, if you're not very talkative, I might just start us out in the content wasteland. Are you okay with that? Look, don't cry, all right? Don't raise your eye. It's only content wasteland. Because this content wasteland is going to actually lead us into some pretty interesting stuff before we get into the Ana Kasparian stuff. which I've missed. Yeah, there's an Ana Kasparian video, an interview that's been out for several weeks that I haven't watched because I kind of figured you watch one Ana Kasparian video, you watch them all. But it turns out, no, you do not, in fact, watch them all. There's more diversity to Ana Kasparian sitting down, interviewing with somebody about how she left the left than you would think. I'm on vacation. Give me content wasteland. Yeah, it's a wasteland wonderland. Oh, the other thing, there's an update. All right, chat. So chat, I tried to do a stream, an informational stream about leaving the United States in general, because I know there's a lot of interest in it, in that particular topic in my community. And I realized like halfway through that some of this information, some of the important stuff, some of the basics, the first things you need to figure out are actually matters of law in other countries. And law is inherently complicated. And law is not something that you can really get wrong, right? And so like right in the middle of it, I'm just like, you know what? I can't tell you how immigrating to Canada works when I don't actually understand it myself, right? So yeah, I don't know if that's going to work, doing the informational approach, the broad approach of like, you know, different places that you might go and the, you know, idiosyncrasies of the regulations around passports and visas and such. But I have been doing some more of my own research in terms of what's going to work for me. And I'm actually looking at Thailand again, strangely enough. There's a lot of different kinds of visas, and they kind of break down into like fairly short visas, which is not what I want. Because I want to be out of the country for as much of the next 4 years as possible. That's my imperative. I don't want to be around. Like shit. I don't know. I just have a really bad feeling. Like I feel like as flawed as it was, my country no longer exists. And whatever America's turning into, it's something I don't want to be a part of. But yeah, what I looked at before were, you know, the other kind of passport is one that requires you to have like a certain amount in the bank, which I don't think a lot of us necessarily would have, right? I mean, maybe some people, right? But I found another passport that is like educational in nature, right? If you study in Thailand, you can get a pretty decent length of visa and one that you can renew. So that's kind of what I was looking at. And I got this idea, right? It's kind of an old idea. If you've ever watched my stream, like, I don't know, has anybody like watched my stream for long enough that you have seen me do kickboxing content? Yeah, affording leaving, Calvin. That's kind of the problem that I'm having as well. Here for anything that's not as depressing as yesterday's stream? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Lady Badash. Wait, what did we cover yesterday that was depressing? Ethan Klein? Wait, is Ethan Klein depressing? I guess if you're an H3 fan, I could understand that. I did kickboxing content, yeah. Like, I'm not getting a lot of recognition of that in chat. Which is a little bit depressing in its own right, but it's not your fault. It's definitely not your fault. Anyone into Sanda? Says Thomas Jerome Newton. I at least have heard of it. Yeah, Muay Thai is really good, and that's sort of what I was looking into, right? I've actually taught kickboxing in the past, and it was one of my favorite jobs ever. And I thought that, you know, if I spent some time in Thailand at a kickboxing school, I'd be able to make content out of that. The only thing is it's really, it's pretty intensive, right? For the educational passport, they want you to be involved in quote unquote a full-time program. And for kickboxing, that kind of looks like a morning and an afternoon training session. So sort of working around that and the time difference, right? Because there is a pretty big time difference. It would probably mean that I would stream at, oh my gosh. I would, yeah, that's the thing that kind of sucks. Like that sort of breakup between early morning and night, and then the time that wait, I'm trying to think. It's like plus 9 hours, so yeah, I could make it work. Actually, I could make it work. Is it 12 hours of difference?
Thomas Jur super chatted $5.68. Just like with Hassan, they don't think that you sunburn enough, girl.
They don't think that I sunburn enough? I thought it was 9 hours difference. Oh, wait. It is actually, yeah, oh my god, yeah, wait, what would it be? I think it's 15 hours difference. It's 8 a.m. right now in Thailand. I thought it was a little bit later. Maybe, are there different time zones? I was looking at this earlier, yeah, because I determined that, like, if I get done with my morning workout at 8 o'clock, then it would be 5 o'clock on the, is that right? God, now I gotta look at it again. Okay, yeah, 5 p.m. Yeah, oh, here's the confusing part, right? So 8 a.m. in Thailand would be 5 p.m. in LA, basically. And becomes a weasel woman? What does a weasel woman do? Look, the other thing about Thailand is there's really cool things about it, and there's really not cool things about it. Mainly the not cool things about Thailand are like the things that US tourists are known for, like, being into. Anyway, not to get too dark, but here, let's lighten up the situation. Light is shed. I don't know, I kind of feel like we should start off with the content wasteland. Speaking of content wasteland, there's a chance for a whole new wasteland after stream, right? After the normal time that the stream would end. I can sometimes go on for another segment. Hell, I could do that, right? And in terms of what I'm going to cover during that segment, if we do it, you are voting for it in chat right now. I've only got 19 votes. which is scaring me, chat. Why are there only 19 votes? I feel like there's a few more votes out there. So if you haven't voted yet, go ahead and vote. Looks like 37% of you want to see Tim Pool and Cenk Uygur be friendly. What the fuck is that? Tim Pool on the side of Cenk Uygur? Where did that come from? Also, Miskatonic, thank you for the Prime sub. And Thomas Jerome Newton, thank you for the super chats. And Calvin1699, thank you for the follow. Oh my god, I feel like it's my birthday. I'm getting so many presents. Hence my second... Wait, you're explaining more of it. Was referring to... Ana Kasparian? This one was referring to Ana Kasparian? Yeah, Sasha G, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, I don't think I would like fit the stereotype of what that is supposed to be. I just like, it creeps me out. It also means that like, you know, expats in the area are like maybe potentially people to watch out for. I don't know. But I do feel like, chat, I'm gonna eschew the normal I'm gonna eschew the normal chat with the talk with chat at the beginning of the stream in favor of some content wasteland. I just wanted to catch you up on the poll. 42% of you are voting for Tim Pool and Cenk Uygur. 33% of you want those organic grass-fed RFK brainworms, right? We got some new brainworms from RFK, so if that sounds like a delicious treat, like kind of like gummy worms, but for your brain, then let me know. They might even turn your brain into a gummy. Crystal Saphira, thank you for the $4. Oh, it's the story of the pear, right? There's several different fruit stories being told by YouTube stickers, and it's fascinating to try to put together the lore behind the fruit. But I'm here for it. I love fruit. That's what... Oh, yeah. So I said good things and bad things in Thailand. Good thing, Muay Thai. Good thing, fruit. Bad thing, yeah. Creepy people. I don't know. Irene fights crime in Thailand as Weasel Woman. Maybe then I would be appreciated. Right? I could get the key to the city. They would give me the key to the city. Wait, who was the other person that caught... No! It was Diddy! Diddy got the key to the city. That's real. Chat, how the fuck is that a thing? How is that a thing? They gave Diddy the key to the city. Why? You want Luna Oya and Weasel Woman to team up? I could see that happening. I could see that happening. All right, so I believe we are 14% of the way towards the dono goal. Yeah, yesterday was interesting. I still don't know what was depressing about it. I thought it was pretty impressive because like somebody came in here from H3, like, right? An H3 fan came into chat and was trying to mog the chat, was trying to show up the chat, right? Was trying to disgrace and defame. No, we don't. What the fuck is that? Okay. And to this effect, they actually donated a super chat before anybody else had, right? They were like, we're the H3 Foopa Troopas, and we can defeat the Weasels. The Weasel army is no match to us. And I was like, I don't believe that. But then chat had my back. somehow. Yeah, the Fupa Stupas got Fupa stomped by the Weasel Gang, right? It's like, yeah, they were like, oh yeah, well, I mean, I guess I care about more than, you know, like they were like, they were doing the H3 Peace and Love thing. They were like, H3 Peace and Love, we're gonna donate to your streamer even though she sucks and she doesn't like Ethan and she's on Hassan's side, right? And I was just, it started off a little bit depressing, but then the Weasels came in and defeated the H3 Fupa Troopas, put them to shame, shut them up. You actually shut them up, right? And so, like, to me, that wasn't depressing. That was kind of like the opposite of depressing. But I mean, I guess what Ethan interviewing Loner Box, I could see how that would be depressing to some people. You're also a disgraced Fupa Troopa. H3 is the apple dumpling game? Wait, where's the apple dumplings come from? I don't understand. Was wondering where this H3 vote came from. Yeah, well, there was one Fupa Troopa that was like, they were trying to lay claim to this territory. You have no time, sense of time. I don't either. Look, I travel in between time, Lady Badash. Time compression is a hell of a drug, okay? Time compression is a hell of a drug. They could hate Dono all they want. Well, I don't get the like, you know, like my favorite hate donor though is that one person that like is like a Vosh fan, and when the folders thing was happening on, they would go into different they would go into the chats of different streamers and they would donate like huge amounts of money. And be like, Vosh did nothing wrong. There's nothing bad about those folders. You know, it's totally great that he likes horses and underage anime women. That's a feature, not a bug. Like they would try to convince people, they would try to gaslight people that there was nothing wrong with Vosh. And every single time, like you're kind of like challenging the host at that point. And yeah, no, most hosts do not want to be like, oh yeah, totally team Vosh here. Vosh is great. Vosh rad. Right, that's not a time that anybody wants to say Vosh rad. But now, and then the same kind of thing with Ana Kasparian stands, right? Oh, I see, Lady Badash. So you only miss the good shows. Okay, got it. Pro folder chatter. Wait, every time somebody says pro anything, I think we are a pro killing podcast. We are a pro tea podcast. Look at that. Oh my god. I'd ask how much Vosh paid them to stand for him. Well, they were paying like other streamers. They were like trying to bribe other streamers to shrimp for Vosh. Oh look, shit changed. What the fuck? Chat, what just happened? The gaming frogs came out of nowhere. I've never seen gaming frogs ribbit like this and chirp like this. Don't frogs kind of sound like they're burping though? Look at that, out of nowhere, Metaphor, ReFantazio, and Fallout New Vegas have got 37% of the vote. That's wild. That's fucking wild. She was offered a tour, sushi, and tea with the gals. Yeah, and she only accepted the tea with the gals. But yeah, it's flipped. Yeah, 37% of you are voting for gaming, 29% of you want to see Tim Pool, shrimp. I shouldn't say it that way. I really shouldn't say it that way. You want to see Tim Pool SMP for Jink Yuger in Minecraft, of course. 18% of you want to see the Bad Empanada Willie Mac video, and 16% of you are interested in some grass-fed organic brainworms straight from RFK himself. Yeah, we're about to get going. Like I said, chat, I'm gonna kind of rush into things a little bit. You know, foolish women rush in where wise women fear to tread. But I've never feared to tread anywhere, okay? I like treading, especially on snack. I like to step on snack. Is that okay? Am I a bad person for liking that? I think I'm okay. We got the pro folder chatters, yeah. Because we are a pro-killing podcast. But yeah, we're about to get started here with some internet wasteland. First, I wanted to take a look and see that we are 14% of the way to the dono goal for today. That's right up there, right? We're 14% of the way there. That means we are 86% of the way from getting that bonus content. If we hit 100% by the end of the stream, you're going to get some bonus content. And right now it could be gaming, of all things. That's pretty wild, right? You can affect what we end up doing for bonus content by voting, right? That's the first thing I want you to do. And when you vote, make sure to hit that like button because it helps me out a great deal. You can affect also by donating, right? Donations push the dono goal further, push it onward, and they also allow you to exert a little bit of soft influence in the direction of your favorite topic. So when you donate, make sure to let me know in the chat which of these topics tickles your fancy, and I'll be sure to put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And buffing the score on the poll, right? That's how that works, right? If you don't like the idea of donations buffing the score on the poll, you can also donate and you can say Vox Populi, and that will be a de-influence. That will take away some of the influence of donations to various topics, right? So either option is open to you when you donate, whether that's through a super chat, a super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting memberships, if you're signing up for Patreon or donating to my Throne account right over there, or you're over on Twitch getting yourself a dono for free or for $6 or gifting donos, right? Anything like that allows you to let me know in the chat which of these topics you favor, and you can give it a little buff, okay? You can give it a little push. You can push it in the direction of your deepest desires, because that's what I'm really trying to get at with these polls is what is your deepest desire, right? I'm trying to figure out my own as we speak. But yeah, let's get my deepest desire right now is to get out of the beginning of the show and get into some content wasteland. All right, and like I said, this is kind of going to lead us into something. This is going to lead us into a little more something, right? Because this kind of ties into a revelation that's come out about Destiny. Did you not know? Did you not think that you're going to be getting a little information about Destiny today? Well, you are. Not a whole bunch of, like, we're not going to spend a whole bunch of time talking about Destiny, but you're going to get a little bit of Destiny. A little bit of Destiny information.
Hello, viewers. Hello, last month I started a video series in response to my...
I love it when it doubles.
I didn't end up finishing it because towards the end of the series, I had a change of heart in the direction that I want to take this channel. There are things happening in the world right now that I think are important and not getting enough coverage on YouTube, namely the genocide in Gaza. While I had previously covered it on my channel, that coverage was interspersed between internet drama videos and making fun of weird guys. And that's all fine, right? But after spending a month making videos exclusively about Gaza, I discovered that I really do not want to talk about anything else. Not right now, at least. There's too much suffering, too many lies justifying that suffering, and not enough people talking about it on YouTube. For this reason, I have no desire to return to online drama.
And definitely not enough people talking about it on Twitch when Twitch is trying to do everything they can to not let us talk about it.
Content. I've been working.
Wait, is there some Gorka content? Thomas Jerome Newton says, got a sword train to fight Gorka. Cue dramatic music.
Every day, 12 hours a day for the last 3 weeks on a big video that's related to media coverage of the Gaza genocide, and I have a few others in the chamber. I'm excited for you all to see them. With that said, though, there are some loose ends in the drama sphere that I want to tie up first, starting with Rob's media. Rob responded to my videos, so that's what we're going to look at today. Hopefully it'll be a nice break from the really heavy stuff as well if that's been too much for you to watch. So that's the plan. But first, real quick, I want to thank the sponsor of today's video, Lalo. Lalo makes some really high quality bedroom equipment.
Oh, no. We can't look at this.
Never forget.
So I'll only be going over the main
I'm sorry, I don't know what Noah is going to show. Unfortunately, look, I like to do an ethical react and you know, show people sponsors and everything, but that may be some of the products that they have may be like not viewable on one or more of the platforms that I'm on. So I gotta just kind of keep it safe. Gorka was nominated for Director of Counterterrorism. Gorka! Should we do some Gorka content today?
egregious points Noah made.
I've missed him. But no, him being Director of Counterterrorism, that's scary. He's like, well, finally the terrorist is in the position to direct counterterrorism.
I'll link all of his videos below. Don't harass the guy.
We're gonna see like an uptick of Vitezi Rend activity in the United States now that Gorka is gonna give him a free pass, right? It's just an overpriced adult toy. I was just afraid that it was, I don't think it's anything that I can't show, but like just in case there's some kind of toys that Twitch would not appreciate me showing.
Obviously, I'm linking them for full transparency.
Wait, Gorka's EDC? EDC? What is EDC? Was cringe?
I like that, linking the videos. I think it's good practice. More YouTubers should do that. Academic. As for the comment of
I gotta know. Right. So Noah said to us in the beginning, I guess that these are not his favorite kind of videos to do. Is he taking the piss? Yeah, that's a really good practice. Linking videos. You should do that. Everyone should link the videos. It's more academic that way. Let's link the videos. Linking the videos is great. Good job. Rob's what is this guy's name? Rob's channel or something? Rob and his channel? What is this? Oh my god, I forgot his name already. Rob's Media, thank you. It's Rob's Media. It's Rob's freaking Media. That's what we're talking about, right? But it's just like it seems like a parody of a YouTube video.
about me wasting
To like react to somebody's video and somebody's like, and I linked the videos down below and you're like, that's a good thing. Linking videos is good. I appreciate it when people link the videos. More people should link the videos. I'm going to start linking videos. Let's link some videos.
people's time. You know, whether it's one big video or chapters, I'd be wasting their time regardless. The content itself is a waste of time. I am sorry though if you feel like your time was wasted. Some of my viewers felt this.
He's like, it's like in your face. This video sucks. I'm not into it. I'm doing it for, actually, I don't even know what reason. Because he talks about later in this video that these videos that he makes, they somehow like lose him subs. I don't know.
Same way and just sat the series out or unsubscribed, which is totally cool. I get it.
It's your right. Yeah, you can subscribe at any time because subscribing is free and you can always unsubscribe. You can like the video because you could always unlike the video if you decide you don't like me anymore.
I just let the market decide, and the market told me to stop making them.
What really caught my attention of
That's what I'm talking about, right? So why is he doing? He doesn't like making these videos. Okay, as like a what? Like a it's like a palate cleanser, I guess. Noah's new videos are kind of sad. Well, yeah.
responses is the downright slanderous stuff he said about YouTuber, streamer, and fat British guy Chud Logic.
Here we go again. Here we go again. Look, some people, Chapo has their Gorka. I have my Chud Logic, okay? That's how this works. But I don't think Chapo actually knows Gorka. Like that's the difference, right? That's the difference. Chapo has not been on stream with Gorka. They haven't talked to Gorka, although that would be fucking awesome. Make it happen, Ethan Klein. Yeah, why doesn't Ethan Klein... See, this is the thing that bugs me about Ethan Klein, right? If he wants to be involved in political debates, I feel like he's already found like his lane, his wheelhouse, as it were. Like Ethan Klein never did better political content than when he offered to debate Steven Crowder only to be switched out for Sam Cedar later on. That was fucking epic. And it's like, if Ethan had just like kept with that, can you imagine right now? He could be like, okay, Mr. Sebastian Gorka, so you wanted to debate me about foreign policy. And, while that's all well and good, I myself don't know that much about foreign policy. Fortunately, though, I brought a friend who does. Meet Felix Biederman. And the Chapo boys. Hey, Dr. Gorka. Oh my God, that'd be so good. That'd be like a Scooby-Doo episode. That's like Scooby-Doo good. Chud Logic imitation, go. Oh, you want me to do Chud Logic imitation? Well, I don't think my voice is quite deep enough to do it justice. But there is a lot of emphasis on things such as nuance with Mr. Chud Logic. He also wants you to know about the attention economy and how these leftoids are eating themselves for breakfast. The left is eating itself. I think I drank enough I could pronounce Sebastian Gorka. Gorka. Gorka is shaky Gorka. Shaky Gorka. Hell yeah. What is this man but a collection of secrets? Although in this case, they're actually not that secret. They're like out in the open. They've just been really framed in a strange way. And you're about to see what I'm talking about in a second.
In my original video, I brought up this infamous Noah tweet where he calls Chud a pedo when it's
okay, like my unironic, or not unironic, my very ironic favorite Chud Logic thumbnail, ironic because like it's actually kind of fucked up, is the picture of Nick is not green with the caption, "This guy is a F apostrophe. Is that an apostrophe? No, it's not an apostrophe. Asterisk. OT. Yeah, gee, I wonder what they're saying here. F and then 3 letters and then OT. What could they possibly mean? What could that possibly... Like, it's just like he's getting away with so much.
He should be brutally killed. I'll address this tweet more later, but let's focus on the important part. Noah is outright trying to paint Chud as a pedo, something no other YouTuber agrees with.
Okay, so the first point that Rob brings up is the Chud Logic allegations. So in my video, I retracted the accusation that Chud Logic was a pedophile, but I did it in sort of a backhanded way. I'll play that now.
So yes, technically you guys got me. He's not a pedophile, he's an ephebophile. He's not a pedophile, he's an ephebophile, and a weirdo and a groomer.
So yeah, I do want to unequivocally retract that he's a pedophile, that I called him a pedophile. I shouldn't have done that, and I'm sorry to Chud Logic for doing that. I got some feedback from CSA survivors about how we shouldn't throw that word around without evidence because it cheapens the word's meaning, and I think that makes perfect sense. I've always loved internet humor like this, extreme hyperbolic insults, like quote tweeting a Zionist that's mocking Palestinians being killed and saying, hey chat, someone should probably beat this guy to death with hammers. Or in Chud's case...
Which you shouldn't do. It's not nice to, you should only use hammers for construction of materials, not on human beings.
Their culture, and it's always been hilarious.
Like, do I literally have to, like, give a counter opinion to anything objectionable somebody brings up? I don't even know, chat.
To me, what I've learned over time, though, is that doing this is not worth it. It's not worth the trade-off in punishment. I got banned from Twitter for this and other similar statements. My cope for almost 2 years now has been that I was leaving anyways and that Elon broke the site and made it Nazi site, and that's true in part. I've been on Blue Sky lately and it's 10 billion times better. You should follow me on there if you want. However, having access to my audience on other platforms is genuinely pretty helpful, especially when it comes to the more serious political side of things, like the stuff I've been covering lately. And it would be nice to be able to talk about it with, my audience and the people I know. But thanks to stuff like this, I don't...
My favorite thing about that whole ephebophile, like, that whole ephebophile discourse thing is, like, when somebody is, like, trying to make sure that they don't come off as, like, one of those people and they mispronounce it, they're like, what, an ephebophile? What's a a beefophile, whatever that thing is, and then
have that anymore, which sucks. So to anyone that wants to do content online, as funny as it may feel to post stuff like this or make hyperbolic death threats, as fun as the word pedophile is to throw around at people you don't like, if you don't have any real evidence to go off of, then just keep that offline. Anyways, let's continue.
In early 2021, a Twitter user made a thread detailing her experience of Chud the year prior. She said she was a fan of his, and he'd messaged her first with this glorious
image. And I like legit, like, I don't know what he's doing with this. I don't see the point. Like, I mean, part of me wants to just be like, is he being racist because it's Chud logic? But I feel like that's a trap. I feel like Chud logic and these guys, they're always trying to get you to accuse them of being racist, and then they'll
image. Ayo, was that Mudahar?
Okay, that was racist. So that was racist. I don't know if Chud was being racist. I don't know what Chud was saying, but definitely Rob's media. Why do they hate Mudahar all of a sudden? They've turned on Mudahar, Chad. Do you know about this? The commentary bros, they used to love Mudahar, and now they don't. What's going on? What's going on in the Chudosphere?
I think Rob is trying to make a joke here and say that this guy
Michaela Peterson is a beefophile.
Looks like Mutahar from Some Ordinary Gamers, but these guys look nothing alike. I think Rob just identified their one common feature, brown, and did a bit off of that, but come on, like, it's not even remotely close. That's crazy.
They'd send messages back and forth for months, usually being flirty or inappropriate. Sure, they're weird and creepy, but you can say that for any leaked sexual exchanges.
I don't know about that one. I think you can definitely sex without being weird or creepy. I think suggesting otherwise is kind of a self-report. Maybe what he means here is that it's...
Here, what I'm saying, I'm saying the framing, right? It's this framing that a few messages out of context don't necessarily mean that somebody was overall being a creep. When the context really should be, what was this guy doing, like, sexting somebody on his own fucking Discord server? Just from a commentary perspective, chat, we're not talking about a moral judgment here. We're talking about a guy that uses his fucking Discord, like his Discord for his fans, like it was a Tinder. And look, you don't have to make a moral judgment to say that's kind of pathetic. And I feel like if you kind of start there, you know, especially with a commentary dude like Chud Logic, like you can't make a moral judgment on these assholes who their whole like persona is I'm the Joker baby, right? If you say you're a bad, immoral person, they'll be like, haha, attention economy, baby. I'm getting the attention. I'm saying the spicy thing.
You know, cringe seeing
he literally dunks on people for that, like, right?
People horny texting outside of the context in which they were horny, which I generally agree with, but weird and creepy every time? Nah, man.
At one point, Chud says that he doesn't want to flirt with someone who's a young adult.
So yeah, like, I mean, these got released, and a lot of people had a problem with what was going on. Some people who shall remain nameless, because I just don't want to remember them anymore, stretch that claim to, like, dude is clearly a PDF, right? Which, look, you can make a lot of claims here about Chud, and most of them would be right. But saying that this screenshot shows that he is knowingly pursuing an underage person is just not a claim that the screenshot backs up. So because of that mismatch, right? Because the claim of, like, he's a PDF versus, like, here's the screenshots of him actually asking about the person's age and seeming to not want to engage with a person under 18 or maybe under half his age plus 7, which he doesn't say, right? That has been taken as, like, hey, they called him a PDF. Boom, here's the exoneration. Would a PDF care or object to somebody being under 18? Probably not. So case closed, right? Good job, Destiny. Destiny's on the case. He's always defending. He's always out there defending some edgy white dude. Every single day. This is what this man does, right? Usually against some kind of sex-related charges, too. It's strange. It's strange how that works. But yeah, it went from that claim on Twitter that was obviously overwrought to pushback from people saying that, well, no, clearly that's not what's going on. And then Destiny reacting to it and exonerating Chud Logic. At this point, Destiny had enough influence on the overall like lefty content creator scene that Destiny giving Chud the bill of clean health was considered enough. And you know, the shame went back on the people making the accusations, and like I said, the accusations were overwrought, but the very real situation that this guy was using his fucking Discord as a Tinder site and didn't see, like, so here's what, okay, so chat, this is what jumps out to me here. All right, this has been utterly neglected, right? Awkward much? Well, it's just inappropriate for me to be flirting with someone who's underage or even young, like 18. It's supposed to be half your age plus 7. The answer that Chud receives is, I don't know, sorry, I'm awkward. So if you ask, are you of age? Are you hopefully a little bit more than just of age? And the answer that you receive is, I don't know, sorry, I'm awkward. To me, and I think to most of you, that would say that there's way too great a chance that the person that you're talking to there is underage. The way that they are responding is the way an underage person might be responding, right? Chud, don't be. Are you awkward about talking to me like this? If you like it, you can say, it's cool. Don't be awkward. I know you're shy. Oh my God. This is where he says I would penetrate your shyness or whatever. I know you are shy. Okay, so that's what bothers me, right? That's what bothers me. Like this response to the question of, you know, is the person of age?
Side of the context in which they were horny, which I generally agree with, but weird and creepy every time? Nah, man.
At one point,
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to. We don't really have. Yeah, the other thing that's annoying about this situation is that this person when they posted, they only posted like 4 screenshots, if I remember correctly, and later, you know, Chud posted more screenshots. So right, you know, when one side gives a very small context, and the other side responds with like, here's the whole context, that's pretty convincing in and of itself, right? Well, here's 4 screenshots. Okay, I don't necessarily trust you. Here is the entire conversation from, I don't know, from like February 15th to June 20th, right? Okay, that's a little bit more like it sounds like if you're the person that's providing the conversation from X date to Y date, that you are the one that does not have something to hide, that you're not trying to get one over on anybody. You're being upfront.
you can say that for any leaked sexual exchanges.
I don't know about that one.
Wait,
That's
that we
crazy.
just barely got.
Back and forth from mine.
Creepy. I think suggest
Usually being flirty or inappropriate. Sure, they're weird and creepy, but you can say that for any leaked sexual exchanges.
I don't know about that one. I think you can definitely sex without being weird or creepy. I think,
Meaning the youngest he'd flirt with is 24.
Like she said herself, oh, I said that I was 18.
So they're focused on the fact that he said the right thing, and not on the fact that he's not taking the very obvious clues that the person that he's dealing with, who did actually turn out to be 17. Like that's the not so surprising twist, right? And I say not surprising because to anybody who read that and saw the reticence in answering the question about age, it's not surprising that a person that's cagey about answering questions about their age turns out to be underage. That's a very predictable thing.
I never really made a big deal out of this idea that I was some sort of pedophile, but that became the narrative. That became the narrative that grew.
Well, and it's a very convenient narrative, right? Because you can say, I'm not that. And you can show the screenshots that show you saying things that somebody that like literally was just trying to get with an underage person would probably not say, and say clearly like I'm being mischaracterized here. That's very lucky for you that you had the likes of the people that made the claims that they made to push back on instead of somebody just being like, dude, you're being weird with your Discord and you should have fucking known.
Off the back of it.
This point is odd from Rob. Chud was under the impression that this girl was 18, but if his age limit was supposed to be 24, then he broke his own rule, right? Like he knew it was wrong, but he did it anyways. That was my original point. Rob doesn't argue against that though. He actually just follows it up by immediately accusing the girl of trying to ruin Chud's career.
So yeah, this Haley person lied about their age, and is now playing victim while trying to ruin Chud's career.
I think because he and others disagree that Chud was being predatory at all, then that must mean that she was acting maliciously by making these accusations. This is
Thank you for the super sticker, Omega Star.
unfair in my opinion, because when we read through
It's a lemon doing the pee-pee dance. No, I don't think it's real. I think the lemon's just vibing.
what Haley actually said, it seems pretty clear from the tone and from what she said that that's not what was happening. She starts by giving her reasoning that she feels morally obligated to say something for the safety of other young people in her community. Before making any accusations, the first thing she does is admit to fault about lying about her age and posting not suitable for work content in the Discord. She calls these mistakes and apologizes.
So yeah, then all the attention ends up going towards, well, she lied. She said she was 18, but she wasn't. And none of the attention is paid to how she said she was 18, which is not the way that a person actually who is 18 would say it.
Apologizes for them. She also communicates that she feels ashamed for even having to share this exchange. She admits with embarrassment to feeling special and attached, but still feeling uncomfortable because of his messages. And she also admits to knowing from the start that Chud was...
Okay, I'm just morbidly curious here.
She admits
Okay, because yeah, it is kind of like the place the messages are clipped are. Oh God, this is the I'm gonna penetrate your shyness part. I mean that is really kind of fucked up. But I think was it the boomer thing that made him ask? She calls him a boomer, and I think like we're missing sort of the part where. Like what prompts him to ask her age?
admits with embarrassment to feeling
I think it was the boomer thing.
special and attached, but still feeling uncomfortable because of his messages. And she also admits to knowing from the start that Chud was in his mid-30s. She ends by apologizing to Chud for going back on her word to not leak the messages, but reiterates what she said at the start, that she is doing this with the goal of protecting other young people. So what about this thread communicates ill intent? I feel like you can disagree with these charges.
I mean, at the very least, you could say that for the fact that Chud is using it as a fucking dating app, that maybe underage people shouldn't be on that Discord. I get that that's easier said than done, and you know, like having a Discord that's 18 plus is different than, you know, just saying that you are trying to have that. It, you know, doesn't stop people from signing up if they're not, and possibly not telling you. I don't know what the situation was with Chud Logic's particular Discord.
Without demonizing this person by assuming that she was acting maliciously, by assuming that she was just trying to ruin this guy's...
But the idea after those revelations that this guy's on the up and up is just hopelessly naive.
life for no reason. Watching back some of the responses at the time further illustrates this point, I think. Take Destiny, for example. Before even reading all of the messages, he starts out by framing this accuser in relation to other accusers that only make accusations out of regret.
Somebody flirting with you and like typing sexual messages at you is not grooming. What the fuck do you guys think grooming is? What is grooming to you? It sounds to me like every single attempt at flirting is grooming to you people. That's fucking disgusting. You guys are dumb as fuck. If you think...
And you know, I mean, you can imagine why Destiny feels this empathy for Chud logic, right? Because we know that Destiny uses his much bigger Discord allegedly. There we go. That's the word I'm searching for. Allegedly for the same purpose. Allegedly.
Know what grooming means? Just don't use it as a word. Jesus Christ.
Wait, are we Chud fans? Do we sound like we're Chud fans? Like, I mean, my take, granted, is a little bit nuanced in that I'm not signing on to the most extreme versions of the claims against Chud, but I definitely don't look at those screenshots and say, oh no, this guy's on the up and up. This guy's cool. This guy's safe. No, not by a long shot.
Grooming equals guy hit on me, and later on I decided that I wasn't really into it.
When he actually goes through the thread, he reads them mockingly, setting it up so that whatever comes next will seem
Okay, I was just worried, Dimmies, that I was just worried I was giving off that vibe somehow.
trivial.
First, if you are related to me, I beg you.
I do know some of these people, right? I've talked to Chud. I've been on stream with Chud. I've talked to Destiny. I've been on a stream with Destiny, right? But I'm not, you know, my interaction with the debate sphere has kind of made me realize how even the debate personalities that you view to be more or less on your side on most issues are maybe not doing the kind of good that a lot of people think that they are, particularly their fans.
Don't read this. I don't want
Chud logical fallacy.
this. I don't want to carry the shame of what I let happen to me be in your minds. Jesus, fuck, this person must have been fucked. Wow, we're about to read some crazy shit. We're about to read some crazy shit in this thread.
He ends by concluding that Chud did nothing wrong.
You didn't invite this by lying that you were a year older or anything else. He knew better. This is on him. No. First of all, no one's making you lie about your fucking age. Fuck you. There is no pressure. There is no fucking like, man, I was just so pressured to introduce myself to a Discord server and lie that I was like, fuck you.
Whether you agree with his conclusion or not, his presentation of the accusations assumed malice from the start.
No, the only thing I can take away from this is this, all right? A lot of, you know, if you're doing political content creation or a lot of different types of content creation, it's probably a good idea to, you know, and it's easier to manage like communities that are 18 plus, right? There's bad stuff that can happen in a community when it's like mixed age groups. However, to an underage person, that is going to incentivize them to lie about their age or not disclose their age, or so you kind of got to realize that even as you maintain like, you know, an 18 plus community, that not all of those viewers are, you know, you haven't like ID checked anyone, you haven't made sure, right? And that there's going to be incentives for people that are not of age to pretend to be of age if they're interested in the topic.
Worthy here is Destiny's hypothetical about what he actually considers to be a real example of wrongdoing.
Does it matter? A 30-year-old shouldn't be talking to an 8-year-old? Like, I mean, like, who cares? Who are you even to judge this? Who the fuck?
Oh, geez, this is where it starts to get bad. And there's more of Destiny talking like this. There's more of Destiny talking specifically about, you know, talking to an underage person about very personal, you know, even like sexual topics, which he seems to not really have a problem with.
Cares that much? Like, if this guy was like trying to like abduct her from like a fucking high school or some shit, sure, maybe. But I mean, if you're all in a Discord room, like, as long as they're 18 plus, like, what does it matter?
This rationale from Destiny makes sense, though, given his history of statements about his own sexual exchanges with minors.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds?
Oh my God!
And what is that in relation to?
I never admitted to jerking off. I think I just said like this. I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me.
The way he says "I never admitted to" also implies that he has done it, but he knows better than to admit to it.
We're sending me pictures of herself, and she was hot as fuck. It's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think.
Wait, how old was she?
She said she was 15.
Because I shared a picture of a chick that I said, "Look at this hot jailbait," that makes me a pedophile.
Oh God, how old of a Destiny is this? Like, I mean, sorry, how like what year would this have been?
There's a 15, 16-year-old chick
He's sponsored by Blue Mics at this point.
that like look pretty fucking hot. Like,
What is he? Is he using a Blue
I
Yeti?
can't help that. Like some people mature fucking older. When you're a professional gamer, there's a
No, that's a blue bottle.
lot of fucking girls that are hitting on you. It's insane. And the scariest part is the underage chicks that hit on you. If you're in your fucking early 20s or some shit, and you've got these late fucking teeny boppers that are sending you, these crazy pictures and whatnot, like not necessarily nude pictures either. To my knowledge, I haven't received nude pictures of an underage person. Although I guess it's theoretically possible. I don't know. I've never.
Yeah, this is a younger Destiny. It's kind of giving Xander Hall almost. I mean, so Destiny, if you don't know, is older than Dirt, not in the sense that he himself is exceptionally old. I just mean like he's been around as an internet content creator for a really long time.
Knowingly traded pictures with an underage person.
Consulting some of these logs, Destiny writes, "You want to see the sickest shit in the world? So many
Oh my
fangirls.
God.
One that was
Oh my
15.
God.
She's 15. What the fuck? But she sent me pictures." Someone else writes, "What the fuck? She's huge." Destiny writes,
Oh my God,
That made a friend of his
no.
minutes later.
Oh my God, I can't take this, chat. I can't take this.
to hooking up with a 17-year-old. I don't know how old this person was, but based on the context of the conversation, I feel like they probably weren't 17. In another log, Destiny writes, "I would fuck the shit out of that 15-year-old girl."
No! What the
So great.
fuck?
These kinds of responses, along with statements like Rob's, only
What the
further
fuck?
discourages people from speaking out when stuff like this happens. I guess that's a nice transition to the next point, which is the topic of ephebophilia.
Noah that makes fun of debate bro logic by using the term ephebiophile.
Well, it's just inappropriate for me to be.
Oh, yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. He mispronounces it, and I kind of think he does it on purpose. Like, it's almost like a statement of, like, I don't know what that is. I'm not one of those people that distinguishes the beefophile from the PDF. I don't know.
With someone who is underage or even young, like 18. It's supposed to be half your age plus 7. So yes, technically you guys got me. He's not a pedophile, he's an ephebophile. This is a meme. It's the debate lord meme that you are differentiating.
That definition is straight up dumb. It conflates that being attracted to 15-year-olds is the same as being attracted to 19-year-olds.
Okay, so once again, I want to retract this accusation. I shouldn't have called this guy an ephebophile either. There's a running joke about how debate lords will make that distinction and how it's weird, and I guess now we have some insight as to why they might need to do that.
There are some 15, 16-year-old chicks that like look pretty fucking hot.
But in an effort to make fun of that, I ended up just unironically doing it myself. I made this distinction when no one involved with the situation ever used it as a defense. What I didn't know about ephebophilia, because to be honest, I didn't read much beyond the Google search I showed, is that the attraction to this age group must be primary. Like, he only goes after people in this age range. And beyond this one example, I have no evidence to support that this is the case. Again, I still think the messages were weird and creepy, and that the age gap combined with the fact that she was a fan of his does seem a bit predatory, but I should be able.
So, like, it might seem a little weird, yeah, that Noah's, like, the Chud Logic thing is a third rail, in that content creators, some of whom I used to know, have made overly bold claims about those messages and have essentially, been ruined by it. Have been ridiculed for it. And so it might seem strange that Noah is not only talking about this thing that's, a supposedly adjudicated controversy from years and years ago, but that he keeps on talking about it over and over, right? He's brought it up on Twitter since it happened. He's bringing it up, he brought it up in the previous video. Rob's Media responded to him, and he's making he's talking about it again, right? You might wonder why he's doing that. I think I know, though. And I think what it is that this is a situation that got contextualized in a certain way when it happened. And that was a way which basically exonerated Chud Logic, despite the fact that if you look at the situation, if you look at what's happened, if you look at what's going on, most of us are not going to be, in fact, even some of the commentary community, when they've interviewed Chud Logic about this, right, they've run into situations where they're like, well, I don't think that's okay, where they have to distance themselves from what he did on stream. And, he has to sort of bite the bullet, at the very least, as being, cringy in the DMs, if not, you know, cringy for doing what he did. And I think that what Noah's thinking is that if this marinates with people a little bit and they start to look at it without the context of Destiny and company exonerating him, or with you know, whoever it was, content creators of yore who no longer exist, making overwrought accusations against him, then people might start to think this is not okay. And yeah, that's what you should take away from it. Not that Chud Logic is you know, an intentional you know, PDF or whatever, but that he was like, his level of concern over making sure that the person that he was talking to was of age seems to be not up to what it should be, right?
Be able to say that without calling him these more loaded words. Another issue I do have here, though, is the implication from Rob that adults can't be groomed.
Chud was flirting with someone he believed was an adult, so nothing he did was morally wrong. You can call him creepy, but in no way is Chud a groomer.
Of course, adults can be groomed. Categorically denying that this could be a case of grooming because he thought she was an adult is wild. Don't do that.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's where the penetrate your shyness comment really, you know, kind of comes in. That, like, that kind of relationship between somebody like Chud and somebody that's like, he's constantly kind of obsessing over her virginity. There's another aspect, right? A 34-year-old dude that's all like, oh, you're a virgin, are you? Oh, well, I'd love to penetrate that shot. You know, like, I'm sorry. There's not really, like, you can defend it as in saying, like, this is not proof that he is a, you know, he's going after underage people here, but you can't really say, like, this is all cool and fine. It's very much not.
Noah also tries calling out hypocrisy for me joking about his appearance.
Wait a minute, the thumbnail of this video says that stranger danger with my face. He is just kind of doing that, isn't he? Ooh! I get called a pedophile every other day on my YouTube channel, and it's usually because of my mustache and my haircut.
It's because you look like Nick Mullen, yeah.
Mustache, it's sort of a classic insult.
Noah, you
If Nick Mullen cleaned up a lot.
calling Chud a pedo
A lot.
is in no way comparable to me making
I'm sorry, Chad, I shouldn't have drawn that comparison. But I mean, Nick Mullen gets sort of the same thing for some of the same reasons.
a goofy thumbnail. The issue here is that Noah lacks the ability to be charitable.
Rob does this thing where he just says something and doesn't give any reasons for why he thinks that. Love that. I also love his characterization of the thumb.
I love Noah's current look, right? I feel like I should collect, like, different Noahs from different times, like baseball cards or something. And this one would be called Cavern Noah, right? Do you see what I'm saying, chat? It's like a Cavernacle version of Noah Samson.
Thumbnail as just being goofy. And
There's Mullet Noah, there's...
not that the text above my head says stranger danger, and that the person directly to my right or your left is a known sexual harasser and drawn child porn consumer. The obvious implication here is that we are somehow predatory. That's why I compared the two. Seems kind of like a reasonable comparison, I don't know.
The issue here is that Noah lacks the ability to be charitable. If one of his friends was in Chud Logic's shoes, he'd defend them to the very end. But here he just has to go the extreme length to label someone he doesn't like a groomer. This just proves the dehumanization point I made in my original video. He's gotta label him the worst thing ever. No other YouTuber agrees with this take from Noah, not even Chud Logic's sworn enemies, Xander Hall and Keffels.
Bandwagon fallacy. Bandwagon fallacy. Bandwagon. But nah, man.
Not even Keffels. Not even Chud's sworn enemies. Wait. Is that what he get? That's Xander Hall is like the Chud. Look, I gotta tell you, yeah, Noah Uncle. No, wait, Noah Knuckle. Yeah, well, there we go. Yeah. Like, Chud would laugh if you said that Xander Hall was his sworn enemy. If you said Xander Hall was like his nemesis or Keffels even.
And like I said, even though this stuff was really weird, I shouldn't have called this dude a pedophile.
Another thing is what Chud said doesn't match how he looks. When a woman meets him IRL, they will feel off feeling, like his talk wouldn't turn. What he says doesn't match how he looks? I'm not sure I understand.
or an ephebophile, and I'm sorry to Chud Logic for doing that. I do want to be more responsible
He should let go of the mustache. What would he look like without the mustache, though?
and intentional.
I'm sometimes afraid to see people. I mean, some people do look better without a mustache, for sure, for sure. But it's an unknown quantity until you've seen them without a mustache. You don't really know.
With my words online, and this exchange has helped me to recognize that. Anyways, that's it for today. We will continue with this series later, but in the meantime...
Okay, now we're not quite done with this series just yet. We're not exactly done, all right? Because somebody else ended up watching this. And his name is...
She ends by apologizing to Chud for going back on her word to not leak the messages, but reiterates what she said at the start, that she's...
Hassan, now look, I'm not trying to show you a video and then show you the Hasanabi react to it, all right? We'll skip past the react, or at least some of it, I think, right? But what I wanted to show you is what Hassan found about Destiny. That's like really disturbing, and he's not even onto everything. Like, I'm not sure how much Hassan knows about the Lauren Southern thing.
Is doing this with the goal of protecting other young people. So what about this?
His name is John Cena. That's right, chat. That's right.
Red communicates ill intent.
Okay, open and shut case. Who is defending this? There are people who are making YouTube videos defending this? Like, what the fuck? They're actually, they're blaming a mind.
So here's what I'm most interested in and kind of like amazed by, right? We're going to have Hassan reacting to Chud Logic, Destiny, Keffels, and Xylothal, as he calls him. Omega Star, thank you for the gifted membership to Temporal Insanity. Temporal Insanity, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Minor? They're actively blaming a minor for like being groomed by
Chud Logic.
Good stuff. All right, let's see the YouTube content wasteland.
Last month, I started a video series in response to a video called Why I Hate Bread Tubers from the YouTuber Rob's Media. I didn't end up finishing it because towards the end of the series,
I feel like he should rethink his YouTube name and change it to Rob's Zombie. Like that would, can you imagine if somebody had a YouTube name and it was Rob's Zombie? I'm assuming that Rob Zombie could not sue you for that.
I had a change of heart in the direction that I want to take this channel. There are things happening in the world right now that I fun of suffering, too many lies, just the last three that I want to tie up first. So that's the plan. But first, real quick, these things.
I didn't even realize what the f he was selling. No, I think that is a cock ring. Anyway, no.
Makes sense as a name for the video. Love the thumbnail, looking good. It's another pretty long video, so I will need to break this up into parts again. Sorry. Again, I got other stuff to put out in the meantime, but don't worry, Rob. I won't forget you. Never forget. Rob.
So I've been wanting to respond to Noah Samson's coverage of my Why I Hate Breadtubers video, which he decided to split into multiple parts for some reason. Unlike him, I don't like wasting my audience's time, so I'll only be going over the main egregious points Noah made. I'll link all—
Look, if I had to guess why Noah split it into multiple parts, it's this, right? Rob's Media did a video on, you know, him and, what was it, like him and Vosh and Xanderhall, and he got like 400,000 easy views. And I think Noah Samson looked at that and was like, you know, it's like this guy got 400,000 views like lying about me. And he's kind of like, how can I get 400,000 views back? And look, if he makes a video responding to the entirety of Stranger Danger or whatever that video is called, you know, it's not going to, he's going to get 150,000, 200,000 views, right? It's not going to be that big of a video, right? It's not, and especially doing it so far after like that video came out, right? It's not going to really, it's not going to do that much for him. But if he makes like one video about each part of the video, then he can probably get 400,000. So I think it's that. I mean, it sounds petty, but you know, welcome to the petty world.
All of his videos below. Don't harass the guy, obviously. I'm linking them for full transparency.
I like that, linking the videos. I think it's good practice. More YouTubers should do that. Academic. As for the comment about me wasting people's time, you know, whether it's one big video or chapters, I'd be wasting their time regardless. The content itself is a waste of time. I am sorry though if you feel like your time was wasted. Some of my viewers felt the same way and just sat the series out or unsubscribed, which is totally cool. I get it. I just let the market decide, and the market told me to stop making them.
What really caught my attention of Noah's responses is the downright slanderous stuff he said about YouTuber, streamer, and fat British guy Chud Logic. In my original video, I brought up this infamous Noah tweet, where he calls Chud a pedo and insists he should be brutally killed. I'll address this tweet more later, but let's focus on the important part. Noah is outright trying to paint Chud as a pedo, something no other YouTuber agrees with.
Okay, so the first point that Rob brings up is the Chud Logic allegations. So,
yo, what's the Chinese sexy game, by the way? While we're watching this video, let me let that cook real quick. What's it called? The date.
I don't care. He's getting the first.
All around. God, not be. Oh, dude, your mom. It's clear to me. I've looked at it to see what's.
He's not at a.
For some reason, Hassan has gotten obsessed with dating Sims. I don't know why. The genre's been around forever.
He's an ephebophile. He's not a pedophile. He's an ephebophile and a weirdo and a groomer.
So yeah, I do want to unequivocally retract that he's a pedophile, that I called him a.
Wait, that's what everyone was mad about? Like people were bullying Noah Samson into doing actually it's a ephebophile shit. Yeah, we'll look at all endings of this game in a second. What the fuck?
I shouldn't have done that, and I'm sorry to Chud Logic for doing that. I got some feedback from CSA survivors about how we shouldn't throw that word around without evidence because it cheapens the word's meaning, and I think that makes perfect sense. I've always loved internet humor like this, you know, extreme hyperbolic insults, like quote tweeting a Zionist that's mocking Palestinians being killed and saying, hey chat, someone should probably beat this guy to death with hammers.
Or not.
In this case, you know, he was putting
oh my God,
clad photos on the thumbnails of videos that were scrutinizing sexual assault allegations.
What's this? His mullet was better than Lonerbox's. Wait, Lonerbox had a mullet?
Hey guys, we should melt this guy in a cast iron cauldron. It's ridiculous. It's a product of Twitter culture, and it's always been hilarious to me. What I've learned over time, though, is that doing this is not worth it. It's not worth the trade-off in punishment. I got banned from Twitter for this and other similar statements. My cope for almost 2 years now has been that I was leaving anyways, and that Elon broke the site and made it Nazi site, and that's true.
Why didn't he just like demand that he be unbanned by doing the trick, which is woke?
Wait, pizza gaming stream? That sounds good to me, but would you watch it? I feel like the last time I did gaming, even though we were also listening to a very informative podcast, I didn't get quite the numbers that
woke liberals canceled me. Because if you say woke liberals canceled me, like it's a 100% unban rate.
True, in part. I've been on Blue Sky lately, and it's 10 billion times better.
Should we check on the poll? The last time I checked, oh no, it's changed. Okay, so, wow, it's still in second place. Gaming is tied for second place right now with Bad Empanada. Tim Pool, SMPs, Jink Uger, and Minecraft is in first place, but not by much. And organic, grass-fed RFK Brainworms is in fourth place. That's where we're at right now. In addition, we are 19% of the way to our goal of 100%. That is 81% from getting there, or about 1/5 of the way there if you want to do fractions, which sometimes I like to do fractions. I don't know, Chad. I'm good. I'll take a fraction every now and then. It's okay. Orders us all pizza and we play community games.
You should follow me on.
Yes, I order you all pizza with my big bucks.
Having access to my audience on other platforms,
the streamer bucks,
is genuinely pretty helpful, especially when it comes to the more serious political side of things, like the stuff.
I'll just call Keffels and ask if she has any of the GoFundMe money left. We can buy the pizza on that.
I've been covering lately. And it would be nice to be able to talk about it with, you know, my audience and the people I know. But thanks to stuff like this, I don't have that anymore, which sucks. So to anyone that wants to do content online, as funny as it may feel to post stuff like this or make hyperbolic death threats, as fun as the word
What is this? Wait, what? What was that? It said downloaded? I don't know. I don't know what that was. Damn it. It must have been a virus again. I think the hackers hacked into my computer and downloaded something for me.
file is to throw around at people you don't like. If you don't have any real evidence to go off of, then just keep that offline. Anyways, let's continue.
In early 2021, a Twitter user made a thread detailing her experience of Chud the year prior. She said she was a fan of his, and he'd messaged her first with this glorious image. Ayo, is that Mutahar?
I think Rob is trying to make a joke here and say that this guy looks like Mutahar from Some Ordinary Gamers, but these guys look nothing alike. I think Rob just identified their...
Sorry for the repeat, chat. Like, I swear to God, it does get good somewhere here.
One common feature, brown, and did a bit off of that, but come on, like, it's not even remotely close.
Wait, so there's like actual YouTubers out there that are just like making long, convoluted YouTube videos, like defending people who are actually ephebophiles and like groomers and shit. Like, actually, is everybody okay? Like, what is going on? Is everybody all right?
See, now here's the question, right? If Hassan actually got clipped saying something like Chud Logic is a fill in the blank, would he suffer the same, like, pissing on the third rail, pissing on the electrical fence phenomenon that other people did? Because Keffels literally just had a mod in her chat tell her that Chud Logic was a G rumor, and she repeated what the mod said without realizing that this is somebody that she never should have modded in the first place.
What's happening? I'm so happy to just be completely oblivious to that side of the world. This is why.
But chat, what do I know? Because I modded them too back in the day.
I don't look at any of the drama slop usually.
So that's crazy.
They send messages back and forth for months, usually being flirty or inappropriate. Sure, they're weird and creepy, but you can say that for any leaked sexual exchanges.
I don't know about that one. I think you can definitely sex without being weird or creepy. I think suggesting otherwise is kind of a self-report. Maybe what he means here is that it's, you know, cringe seeing people horny texting outside of the...
What is Destiny doing? He's just like reviewing the, like, is he doing like peta review? Like, what the is this? It's just like a streamlined, what's up?
Like, he's onto something. He's onto something. They're so, like, I think it's the fact that Chud was just, you know, creep in his own Discord. I think that's what made Destiny have like empathy towards Chud for this.
Guys, today we're going to be doing philia review. It turns out, you know, it's actually a ephebophilia. Is that what it is?
Being flirty or inappropriate.
He judges their groomer is? Okay, that's nice.
Wait. Sorry, Demise. Chud literally has a soundbite, says Demise, saying you're a PDF? Wait. Am I understanding this correctly? You don't mean towards me, right? How many lawyers have reacted to this? I don't know. None so far. Do you want to be the first? Wait, I'm missing the chat. Where does it say this? Oh my God. Somebody said... Okay, I can't find it now, but somebody was like... Wait, somebody said in chat that... Not me. So it just says, like, the thing says, like, you're a PDF. Like, the sound alert is that.
People horny texting.
It's not NCC. Oh my God. Chud Logic's got a defamatory sound alert.
Outside of the context in which they were horny, which I generally agree with, but weird and creepy every time? Nah, man.
At one point, Chud says that he doesn't want to flirt with someone who's a young adult, with his limit being someone half his age plus 7. Chud was 34 at the time, meaning the youngest he flirt with is 24.
Like she said herself, I said that I was 18, and never really made a big deal out of this idea that I was some sort of f***ball, but that became the narrative. That became the narrative that grew up off the back of it.
This point is odd from Rob. Chud was under the impression that this girl was 18, but if his age limit was supposed to be 24, then he broke his own.
Okay, now this time we've got a scene of the lemon and the lime giving a high five. It's not just a high five, it's a jumping high five, which is a pretty... One in chat if you've ever done a jumping high five, right? You're so excited. You and your friend run at each other, both jump in the air, and you high five in midair. Anybody done that? But that's what Lemon and Lime are doing right now. They're doing the jumping high five. The parkour high five.
rule, right? Like he knew it was wrong, but he did it anyways.
Thank you for the super chats, Sasha. Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Sasha G.
That was my original point. Rob doesn't argue against that, though. He actually just follows it up by immediately accusing the girl of trying to ruin Chud's career.
So yeah, this Haley person lied about their age, and is now playing victim while trying to ruin Chud's career.
I think because he and others disagree that Chud was being predatory at all, then that must mean that she was acting maliciously by making these accusations. This is unfair, in my opinion, because when we read through what Haley actually said, it sees pretty clear from the tone and from what she said that
Oh, I'm sorry. The chatter said, how many layer react is this? You want me to do the math for you here? All right, so I'm layer 1, Hassan is layer 2. Cavernacle, Noah is layer 3. 1, 2, 3. Rob's Media is layer 4. And I think, yeah, you'll have Noah as layer 5, won't you? That's a 5 layer. Is it 6 layers? I thought it was 5.
not what was happening. She starts
like, what's his career? Is he posting on Twitter career? Like, what the what is, I can't believe
you haven't done one, Michael? You haven't done a jumping high five? I mean, it could be dangerous. Like in real life, it might be kind of dangerous.
You came after the career of a epic poster on Twitter? Like what?
He's talking about Chud logic, right? So Hassan literally has got no context for Chud logic other than he's this Twitter account.
Giving her reasoning that she feels morally obligated to say something for the safety of other young people in her community before making any accusations. The first thing she does is admit to fault about lying about her age and posting not suitable for work content in the Discord. She calls these mistakes and apologizes for them. She also communicates that she feels ashamed for even having to share this exchange. She admits with embarrassment to feeling special and attached, but still feeling uncomfortable because of his messages. And she also admits to knowing from the start that Chud was in his mid-30s. She ends by apologizing to Chud for going back on her word to not leak the messages, but reiterates what she said at the start, that she is doing this with the goal of protecting other young people. So what about this thread communicates ill intent?
Okay, open and shut case. Who is defending this? There are people who are making YouTube videos defending this? Like, what the f? They're actually, they're blaming a minor. They're actively blaming a minor for like being groomed by a f***ing 34-year-old man. Like, what? Who's doing this?
I feel like you can disagree with these
why are people making YouTube videos? Like, why are they not embarrassed to say these things?
Charges without demonizing this person by assuming that she was acting maliciously, by assuming that she was just trying to...
Yeah, because she lied about her age is really dumb. Diddy tube.
Ruin this guy's life for no reason. Watching back some of the responses at the time further illustrates this point, I think. Take Destiny.
Diddy logic.
Even reading all of the messages, he starts out by framing this accuser in relation to other accusers that only make accusations out of regret.
Somebody flirting with you and like typing sexual messages at you is not grooming. What the fuck do you guys think grooming is? What is grooming to you? It sounds to me like every single attempt at flirting is grooming to you people. That's
what is going on, bro? I don't
know, chat. I don't know whether this is like a good development or a bad development. Like, right, I have always thought that this situation actually does look bad for Chud Logic and actually does look bad for Destiny, but that it's never framed in the right way. Anytime that it's been brought up, it's like the framing is like, well, somebody said this means Chud Logic is a PDF file, but here is him saying, hey, are you sure you're 18? You need to be 18, right? And they're like, oh, not the kind of thing a PDF file would be doing, my dude. So
is it only grooming if it's a content creator that is not in your orbit? I guess that's the standard, right?
Did Chud claim that he got groomed? I never heard that, but that's hilarious if true.
It's like if it's like a Minecrafter or like someone you don't like, then it's grooming. If it's a 34-year-old man talking to a 17-year-old girl in his Discord who's a fan and is like getting them to send revealing compromising pictures and stuff like that, that's not grooming technically because you like that content creator. Is that how it works? It's only grooming against his enemies.
fucking disgusting. You guys are dumb as fuck. Like every single attempt at flirting is grooming to you people. That's fucking disgusting. You guys are dumb as fuck. If you think you don't know what grooming means, just don't use it as a word. Jesus Christ. Grooming equals guy hit on me and later on I decided that I wasn't really into it.
When he actually goes through the thread, he reads them mockingly, setting it up so that whatever comes next will seem trivial.
First, if you're related to me, I beg you, don't read this. I don't want this. I don't want to carry the shame of what I let happen to me be in your minds. Jesus, fuck, this person must have been fucked. Wow, we're about to read some crazy shit. We're about to read some crazy shit in this thread.
He ends by
You do the same shit when he needs to waste money on something stupid with the hands in the head for like 4 days after. I do the same shit when he needs to.
Since Hassan is against PDF files, will Ethan come out in support of PDF files? I don't know. He'd have to go back on his Vosh takes then.
Waste money on something stupid? There's been a moment where I've like defended, oh, you do the same shit as my dad when he needs to waste money on something stupid with the hands in the head for like 4 days after. Okay.
Including that Chud did nothing wrong.
You didn't invite this by lying that you were a year older or anything else. He knew better. This is on him. No. First of all, no one's making you lie about your fucking age. Fuck you. There is no pressure. There is no fucking like, man, I was just so pressured to introduce myself to a Discord server and lie that I was like, fuck you.
Whether you agree with his conclusion or not, his presentation of the accusations assumed malice from the start. Noteworthy here is Destiny's hypothetical about what he actually considers to be a real example of wrongdoing.
Does it matter? A 30-year-old shouldn't be talking to an 8-year-old? I mean, like, who cares? What, like, who are you even to judge this? Who the fuck cares that much? Like, if this guy was like trying to like abduct her from like a fucking high school or some shit, sure.
Oh, okay. I'm glad that Destiny is anti-abduction. Got it. Okay, that's a separate. He has a separate standard. You know, leading up to that point is fine. It's just actually when you cross that threshold. Yeah, someone in the chat says it's only grooming if it's from the grooming region of France. You don't understand. You're only a Nazi if you are in the year 1938. Okay, and a card-carrying member of the National Socialist Party. And even then, you also have to, on top of that, say Heil Hitler. Otherwise, you're not a Nazi at all. And a 30-year-old talking to an 18-year-old is how his last marriage started, so it makes sense. Yeah, that's not wrong, I guess.
Sure, maybe, but I mean, if you're all in a Discord room, like,
I guess technically he's consistent. His moral systems are intact.
As long as they're 18 plus, like, are we?
He did this with the exact kind of shit that the other.
Yeah, so we got some people in chat, maybe Twitter users who are aware of the latest revelations of some stuff that Destiny said, which does include some just really I don't even know how you fucking explain it. Like, I don't know how you explain the shit that Destiny said. I mean, we got a little bit of it from the Noah video, but Hassan kind of brings in the rest of it.
Including a former close friend of mine, additional trauma he created was inhumane. What is this? 34-year-old man who cheats on his wife with 19-year-olds on Discord because his wife won't play out his sick fantasies. How do you feel about age play stuff? What the fuck? Oh, this is him taking credit for the Fox News thing. Proof of age, the person he sent this to. I really don't think she would call you her soulmate and not want you to be with her. Damn, we probably won't talk anymore if you do get into a relationship with her, lol. I mean, we can.
Yeah, Davi says, you really don't hear any good stories about a creator trying to date a fan. You also don't. Are Silly and Billy here? I don't know. We're going to cover Silly and Billy a little bit tonight. Silly and Billy have been here before, but I don't know. So the funny thing, Davi just mentioned that is these are screenshots of Destiny doing exactly what you described. But this isn't the main, this is I think this might be the person that he's showing the Lauren Southern logs to.
Can talk, it just wouldn't be sexual. You're super young, but even a fun person to chat with. Honestly, generally prefer if anyone 20 messages. If anyone 20 messages me, we don't end up talking for more than a day or two. I'm glad that makes me happy since I've been so stressed. Agitated today. I haven't come at all. Maybe tomorrow I can send you a final big cum shot vid, lol. If I'm not too stressed about the coming day, I don't know. Wait, what? Oh, if anyone under 20 messages me, we don't end up talking for more than a day or two. You haven't seen these yet? No. What is age play? Like with a 19-year-old? What is a age play if the person is under the age of 20 at that point? Shit got released a few days ago. How did people have access to these messages? The 19-year-old leaked it? What?
Yeah. Well, in this case, yeah, the 19-year-old leaked it, but some of the logs of Lauren Southern, the logs that confirm the relationship between Lauren Southern and Destiny, it actually comes from Destiny having leaked it to a person in his Discord that he was trying to rizz up and maybe forced to do emotional labor, consoling him for his failed relationship with Lauren Southern. And
what the?
That's why we have that one.
Someone said he wants to roleplay as Herbie.
Wait, is Gavin Silly and Zach is Billy? Is that how it goes? All I know is that Gavin's the one that Jink is making fun of when he goes like, dude. He does this thing where he I couldn't tell what he was doing. Like, he doesn't have hair. Right? Like, I mean, he doesn't have hair. He doesn't have long hair, right? So he just kind of milks invisible udders, right? And I'm just like, what are you doing, Jink? But I think he thinks he's doing a Gavin impersonation. He thinks that people are going to see him being like, dude, and they're gonna be like, oh, clearly that's Gavin from the Vanguard. You got him, Jink. You got him.
Being 75 years old, that'd be kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, this doesn't seem that. When I'm imagining a Discord groomer, kick streamer being like, guys, my kink is age play, and I really need you to call yourself Bertha. Talk about how your knees ain't what it used to be. I'm Gertrude. Come on, grandma, you gotta take your Alzheimer's medication. Oh yeah, take your dentures out before you give me the good suck. Okay, let's get back to this video. I'm learning way too much that I did not know about and should have never known.
What does it matter?
This rationale from Destiny makes sense, though, given his history of statements about his own sexual exchanges.
What is this? People keep sending me. Okay, this is warning. CSAM, Destiny. I shouldn't tell this because I'm gonna get arrested for CPS. We would troll this 8-year-old.
No. This cannot be good. Wherever this is going.
Yeah, this kid took off his pants.
No! Oh my god! I mean, you can see what's on there.
And a couple other people that have never been on my stream before. We're part of the Bro Squad, and what we do is we would go around Justin TV streams, trolling the shit out of these people. And we went around from fucking channel to channel, like fucking around. Like it was just horrible shit. We went to this channel with this fucking this kid was like 8 years old.
No! No, I'm sorry. I can't let that play. I can't let that play. That's horrible. You saw what it said. You saw what it said. Oh my god, what the fuck, Destiny? Yeah, somebody mentioned this in chat. Somebody mentioned this in chat, so... And yeah, this is all over Twitter right now. Look, Destiny and Landlord Dan think they've cooked us on, and they, you know, mission accomplished, right? We fucked over and demonetized every political streamer on Twitch, and some that aren't even political streamers, but I don't know. It seems like... It seems like lately Twitter has not been saying good things about Destiny. Let's just put it that way.
Narrative around being edgy and trolling, just like doing straightforward illegal shit.
This was on Justin TV. Wait, did they say Justin TV, or are they talking about Omegle? Were they talking about Omegle there? Yeah, so for anybody who doesn't know, Justin TV was Twitch before Twitch. It wasn't even about video games. It was originally just, there was a guy named Justin who was streaming like a good portion of his life onto the internet. It was just like a 24-hour stream of somebody that wasn't necessarily maybe at the beginning really that well known. Like, right, it's not like an influencer. Or everybody wants to know what, you know, Jake Paul is doing or something. It was just some dude named Justin, right? And then at some point, other people got on there and they were doing it too. And then people would stream video games, and then it became all about video games. And there was a little while on Twitch where in order to be on Twitch, you had to be in a video game category playing a video game. So even if you didn't want to, you had to have like a video game open, even if you were just talking to chat.
My fucking god, it was like, I didn't even know, like, we were on Skype, we were like, holy shit, like, we had to do like a double take, because we didn't even fucking know, like, what the fuck was on, like, we were looking at like an 8-year-old dick, like, on the fucking screen, and his fucking brother, we call him Captain Push-Ups.
I need to do a video series called Internet History.
Like, come in the room, and this guy was like fucking 14 years old, he had his shirt off, and he was like this, like, watching the stream the entire time and shit.
No, okay, I'm sorry.
Elaborates on what he means by age play here. What? Okay, sorry, finally awake, lol. I've had huge fantasies lately related to babysitters, either MMF or FFM. It'd go like older babysitter starts messing around with a younger person, then they teach.
No, what is wrong with him? Oh my god, chat, do I have to listen to the rest of it? You get the point, right? One in chat if you get the point, and I can just move on. Like, I feel like all we need to confirm is that Destiny said something fucking yikes. And we can just move on, right? We can move on. We don't need to hear the rest of the details about. Yeah, I think okay. So we all understand Destiny yikes. Okay, that's a yikes from me, dog. That's a yikes from me, dog. Let's move that forward. Oh no, God, no.
Apologize. He explaining his type of women. Wait, what?
Talk about a fact.
What is wrong with these assholes?
You are the cringest, gayest fucking retard.
First of all, we don't say gay here.
Okay, I've never seen a man's DMs that have made me more uncomfortable in my life than when watching.
Jesus Christ.
When you try to message e-girls.
Okay, listen, they like the cat faces, okay?
Can we talk about that for real though?
Tyler the Creator?
No. Let's go back to it. How old are you?
Enough to get results.
But you're old enough to not text women like you're an 18-year-old horny virgin.
It works.
That's what I'm saying is that maybe you should target other women. Because the type of women you're targeting where that shit works on is fucking
it's people that watch streamers.
Exactly.
What do you think?
Stop fucking these type of women. Fucking
Yeah, what, should I walk into the professional world and be like, hey, I'm looking for
Yes.
I'd rather fuck the people that like the cat faces than the people that want the fucking $20,000 watches.
Your DMs look like a 17-year-old fucking a 16-year-old.
They work.
It's gross.
At least the girls that like the cat faces don't have like fake lips and fake tits and fake boobs. It's just not my type of person.
Why?
Because I like the nerdy.
Okay, I'll slow it down now. It's a little too fast with Mr. Borelli involved.
College like attitude vibe like anime fucking people. That's just
Stop
like my
saying
world.
Words that make them younger and younger.
Is this my first time hearing it? I've heard some of this stuff's been on Twitter, right? That's where I think Hassan's getting it from is like these are things that have been posted on Twitter recently.
I don't know how you want me to describe it. Like
it's not like you have to specialize in these type of women. You can flat bitches from anywhere.
But why would I
I just don't want to.
Post a Rolex
I don't
on your
vibe
Instagram
with
and see what
yeah,
happens.
okay, I'll do that.
Sped up Destiny sounds like the Micro Machine guy. Hey, you don't have to call him a Micro Machine guy.
Richard Mill on your Instagram, see what happens.
What do you think? What happens?
We don't have to talk about his Micro Machine in chat, okay?
You get scouted by a different breed of woman.
What type of woman?
The type of women that aren't cosplaying as 14-year-olds, putting on braces.
Don't look yet. Jesus Christ.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Bro.
Who are all these girls?
Stop.
You know, there's a lot of DMs.
Oh, Jesus.
No, stop, shut up.
They just send you boobs?
Why is the DNC not inviting this guy? He's a firm and committed defender of the Democratic Party, dude. Like, what the fuck? I just don't get it. I don't understand why the DNC's not inviting this guy. All right, let's continue.
With minors.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds then? What is that in relation
I never
to?
admitted to jerking off. I think I just said like this. I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me, or was sending me pictures of herself, and she was
like, let's get back into the video. The video is even worse.
As fuck, it's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think.
Wait, how old was she?
She said she was 15.
Because I shared a picture of a chick.
Oh my god.
I said, look at this hot jailbait. That
Bro,
makes
No.
At least he gets pussy unlike you. Come on, dude. That's crazy.
me a pedophile.
There are some 15, 16-year-old chicks that like.
No.
Like I can't help that. Like some
no.
gamer. There's a lot of fucking girls that are hitting on you. It's insane. And
He's like, as a professional gamer.
The scariest part is the underage chicks that hit on you. If you're in your fucking early 20s or some shit, and you've got these late fucking teeny boppers that are sending you, these crazy pictures and whatnot, like not necessarily nude pictures either. I don't, to my knowledge.
The weird thing about Destiny is he's like one of those guys that feels like he was born 35. I don't know. It's just like
I haven't received nude pictures of an underage person, although I guess it's theoretically possible. I don't know. I've never knowingly traded pictures with an underage person.
Consulting some of these logs, Destiny writes, "You want to see the sickest shit in the world? So many fangirls. I had one that was 15. Dude, she's 15. What the fuck? But she sent me pictures."
No, okay, no.
MLG's means, but I'm getting the...
Okay, wait, it was the next one that was like dicey. Now, obviously, like Hassan's, watched this video, so it wasn't anything too dicey for Twitch.
That would be bad. A friend of his, minutes later, admits to hooking up with a
We're almost done with this.
17-year-old. I don't know how old this person was, but based on the context of the conversation, I feel like they probably weren't 17. In another log, Destiny writes, "I would fuck the shit."
Nope, and nope.
Given some of the people involved, was nines of...
That was the line that I was really uncomfortable with, right? And you can kind of see, right, with Twitch, how there might be a lot of resistance to the idea of unbanning Destiny. Even, if they decided that the original infraction, he'd like done his time and, he'd apologized or whatever their standard is. Even if it wasn't about the original infraction, it's like stuff like this that makes you like, if I was Twitch, I would not want to have this guy on my platform.
Responses, along with statements like Rob's, only further discourages people from speaking out when stuff like this happens. I guess that's a nice transition to the next point, which is the topic of ephebophilia.
Noah that makes fun of debate bro logic by using the term ephebophile.
Well, it's just inappropriate for me to be flirting with someone who is underage or even young like 18. It's supposed to be half your age plus 7. So yes, technically you guys got me. He's not a pedophile, he's an ephebophile. This is a meme. It's the debate lord meme that you are differentiating.
That definition is straight up dumb. It conflates that being attracted to 15-year-olds is the same as being attracted to 19-year-olds.
Okay,
he's doing the thing. Is it just me, chat, or is Rob's Media doing the thing? He's like, well, of course it's completely different.
So once again, I want to retract this.
The thing that's not different is the grossness and the harm, right? That part's not different, right? It might. I don't really. Beyond that, I don't really.
Accusation. I shouldn't have called this guy an ephebophile either. There's a running joke about how debate lords will make that distinction and how it's weird, and I guess now we have some insight as to why they might need to do that.
There are some 15, 16-year-old chicks that like look pretty fucking hot.
But in an effort to make fun of that, I ended up just unironically doing it myself. I made this
Narwhal by Nature says, I hope Kaya isn't hearing this. Me too.
distinction when no one involved with the situation ever used it as a defense. What I didn't know about ephebophilia, because to be honest, I didn't read much beyond the Google search I showed, is that the attraction to this age group must be primary. Like, he only goes after people in this age range. And beyond this one example, I have no evidence to support that this is the case. Again, I still think the messages were weird and creepy, and that the age gap combined with the fact that she was a fan of his does seem a bit predatory, but I should be able to say that without calling him these more loaded words. Another issue I do have here, though, is the implication from Rob that adults can't be groomed.
Yeah, that word is a red flag. It generally is. It generally is.
Stud was flirting with someone he believed was
the person that's like taking great pains to make the distinction. I mean, this is just a famous comedy bit, isn't it? Isn't there like a comedy bit? The problem with saying that there's a difference between the PDF and a Phoebo file is that it's really hard to say that shit without sounding like you yourself are a PDF.
an adult, so nothing he did was morally wrong. You can call him creepy, but in no way is try to groom.
Wait, Lab said Destiny? Oh my god, I don't want to know that.
Of course, adults can be groomed.
I don't want to know that.
Categorically denying that this could be a case of grooming because he thought she was an adult is wild. Don't do that.
Noah also tries calling out hypocrisy for me joking about his appearance.
Wait a minute. The thumbnail of this video says that stranger danger with my face. He is just kind of doing that, isn't he? Ooh. I get called a pedophile every other day on my YouTube channel, and it's usually because of my mustache and my haircut. You know, pedo stash. It's sort of a classic insult.
Noah, you falsely calling Chart a pedo is in no way comparable to me making a goofy thumbnail. The issue here is that Noah lacks the ability to be charitable.
Rob does this thing where he just says something and doesn't give any reasons for why he thinks that. Love that. I also love his characterization of the thumbnail as just being goofy, and not that the text above my head says stranger.
I mean, goofy is one way to see it. Goofy is one way to look at that thumbnail. Like, that looks like, oh my god, chat, I could come up with that thumbnail in 4 minutes. Like, there's just no effort. Okay, we got bread tube, guys. What do we do for the background? Background. Baked goods, bread. There we go. Boom. All right, we got the background. Who do we want in here? Who are we talking about? We're talking about Peden is online. We're talking about In Praise of Shadows. We're talking about Xander Hall. We're talking about Vosh. We're talking about Noah Samson. Boom, 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 boom. They're all in there too. Cool. What do we want for a caption? Let's see. Bangers for font, and make it a straw piss yellow, and a little black outline. Make the outline thicker. Boom, I'm done with my thumbnail. This is easier than a Xander Hall thumbnail, and that's saying a lot, right? You saw me cringe when we went over, like, Ethan going over the creative process that goes into a Xander Hall video. And, you know, yeah, the thumbnail was one of those things, but I feel like Xander Hall's thumbnails are a lot more high effort than, like, this only works because it's drama bait, and because it almost takes on us. It's like, because of how lazy the thumbnail is, it's got like a surreal effect. They're in some kind of bakery late at night, dealing with gnomes that bake the bread. I don't know. And there's stranger day. I don't know. Like, it just becomes surreal. Like, everything about it. The fact that the lighting on each of the people is completely different. You know, everything just becomes surreal. And it works somehow as a thumbnail, in spite of itself.
Danger, and that the person directly to my right or your left is a known sexual harasser and drawn.
Piss yellow, bright red, and neon green, Mr. Beast trifecta. Are we trying to make a Chud Logic thumbnail?
On child porn consumer. The obvious implication here is that we are.
It's not even Canva, is it not?
Somehow predatory. That's why I compared the two. Seems kind of like a reasonable comparison. I don't know.
The issue here is that Noah lacks the ability to be charitable.
I want to go to the late night bakery. Well, the problem is, if you go to the late night bakery late at night, then you'll see their secret, that all of their baked goods are made by gnomes.
If one of his friends was in Chud Logic's shoes, he'd defend.
And if the gnomes see you watching them, they'll have to kill you, or they'll have to take you back to their, like, hollow tree.
To the very end.
Maybe they'll take you back to the hollow tree and keep you as a pet. I don't know.
But here he just has to go the extreme length to label someone he doesn't like a groomer. This just proves the dehumanization point I made in my original video. He's gotta label him the worst thing ever. No other YouTuber agrees with this take from Noah. Not even Chud Logic's sworn enemies, Xander Hall and Keffel.
Not even the sworn enemies of Chud Logic. his nemesis.
Bandwagon.
What is this argument, dude? What the fuck? An endless well of depravity.
I mean, this does show you what your average commentary content looks like to a normie, and Hassan's not even that much of a normie.
Just nobody actually
Hassan's actually pretty online.
agrees with your argument, including these
It might be Canva, but it looks bad even for Canva.
other fucking YouTubers who don't agree with your argument. Those are his sworn enemies. Also, Xylithol is a real person, which is amazing. Xylithol is the placeholder for like random YouTube.
It's like the Glup Shido. Yes.
I had no idea existed until this very moment, until they made like a fucking hate video on me, and it turns out.
Wait, Xylithol did a video on Xanderhall, right? I mean, sorry, Xylithol. Xanderhall did a video on Hassan, right?
Real YouTuber. That's a real guy. Okay, that's fantastic. If you ever catch yourself saying these names, think about yourself. Yeah, no, that's it. Xylithol is a real man. Okay, and he's got opinions, and you need to hear those opinions.
Bandwagon fallacy. But nah, man, like I said, even though this stuff was really weird, I shouldn't have called this dude a pedophile or an ephebophile, and I'm sorry to Chud Logic for doing that. I do want to be more responsible and intentional with my words online, and this exchange has helped me to recognize that. Anyways, that's it for today. We will...
Jesus Christ, dude. That is so fucking nutty. What is this?
And they're celebrities.
Hold on, even you're loading all of a sudden. When you say he's texting...
So the question, has Xylithol made a video about Hassan? Yeah. I think so. There's a few videos about Hassan from Xylithol.
her and he wants to give her dating advice. What if she's the one that brought it up
Long-haired Hassan was a mistake. I'm kind of okay with him. He looks like Wild West.
first? Should he say something like,
does he feel like Wild West, Hassan?
I'm sorry, but it's inappropriate for me to talk to you about high school boys, or what? Like, what?
Yeah. You do it all the time. When some young person comes up to you and starts saying some weird stuff, you just
So now he's talking to ABBA?
sit there with this 13-year-old, and then you start having conversations extended about them about dating.
Yeah, I have before. What do you mean?
He's researching Millie Bobby Brown, talking to ABBA, defending frank and, borderline sexual conversations with with underage people? Is that what's going on here?
No, would I tell if a young person came up to me and they were asking me questions about some boy problems or some shit? Yeah, I'd probably say, yeah, of course. What do you mean, about a 35-year-old man? Of course I'm gonna have better advice for them than some fucking random high school person. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, no, he's the one that needs to talk to them, not their.
Wait. Okay, well then maybe that's just weird behavior even for me. I think that's weird.
I think it's more. Hold on, who are they supposed to ask if not adults? What do you mean? If a 15-year-old.
This is what Destiny does. He says something really yikes, and then when you're like, "That's a big yikes for me, dog," he's like, "What do you mean yikes? How can you call that yikes? That's the most normal thing in the world I could say. Of course I'm gonna have Of course you're gonna have the discussion with the underage person. Of course. Like, who else are gonna talk to? Their parents? Fuck that."
Girl came up to me and she's like, "There's some weird shit going on with a boy in my high school." I say, "Oh no, don't talk to me, honey. Go ask another 15-year-old boy."
Their older sibling. Who are they gonna talk to? No, they're gonna talk to Destiny.
Or ask your retarded fucking mom and dad who are gonna tell you to never talk to any boys ever. No, what the fuck? Why would I not talk to a person? Wait, what?
And Destiny, if that stuff came out that you were talking to 13-year-olds about dating, and
which it just did,
this and this about sex or whatever.
Why is he getting so mad? He's like, no, I will. The streamer Axis of Evil. Imagine ever calling someone anonymous like, sure, I may be a pedophile, but at least I'm not British. I sexually harassed a girl 2 years ago. There's a video about it on my channel. What? I think these guys are all attempting to make jokes. Well, except for
oh my god, the Keffels one is extra gross.
Vosh was being for real that he did do that, and he made a YouTube video about it. What is this? For instance, I would not have sex with Hassan Piker even if he was a child because he is Turkish. Oh yeah, I remember Kevel saying that. That was weird. Listen, I don't know what it is, and I also don't want to see this. This is gross. But I will say this. I don't know what the fuck vibes I bring to the table, but damn near the entirety of my fucking haters that find themselves in the marketplace of fuck Hassan content, almost always are either defending groomers, are groomers themselves, are outed as pedophiles. You know what I mean? Defend pedophiles. It's kind of crazy. Like, I don't know what it is. But once again, as I've always said, judge me by my enemies. Okay? If you've seen a YouTube video that has been out there and is making you feel some type of way, you know, where it's just like a sequence of shit that is clipped out of context, it's most likely coming from this group of individuals. Speaking of pedogate, I'm telling you, if you did only less than 1% of all the weird and disgusting bad things D did during his online career, you would have been already canceled years ago. Yeah, I know. I saw clips of you playing some horny ass game. Yes, it is true. Yeah, every year this meme has to be updated because of more and more Hassan Piker enemies are outed as predators or their collaborators. Anytime D brings up bro tubes, we should bring up his bro squad. Yeah. My worst shit is like a satirical, an attempt at satire I did 11 years ago that is nowhere near as remotely bad as it's something that I've like owned up to and has informed like my perspective on the world. That's so funny. All right, let's anyway, how was working out been going? It's been great. Speaking of Diddygate, Diddy G, pedophiles, people who collaborate with pedophiles.
Yeah, I don't know where he was going with that one, but that's basically what's been going on with Destiny, what's been going on with a commentary community, and the fact that some of the worst shit out there is just in public view. It just has been reframed in some weird way and twisted through the clout networks to be like, I mean, the same way as like a lot of information on Vosh existed for like a very long time. All right, chat. Wait, actually, what am I doing? Press that again. We are now 32% of the way to the dono goal. That is practically 1/3 of the way there. And I don't even know if we're 1/3 of the way through the content. So, yeah, shit's going good. How is the poll going, though? Oh my gosh. Nadia says, Christo-fascists are putting it in writing. Cops will put us away no matter what anti-woke, lib, and trot denialists are saying, or if there's a media blackout. Inauguration date is the deadline. More than passports can happen. I'm about to talk about a little bit of that, all right? I don't want to go as in-depth as we did the other day. That's the kind of thing that should probably be some kind of prepared content, if anything, and it doesn't necessarily even fit on my channel because that's not the kind of content that I do normally. But I did want to let you in on a little bit of my process. Like I said, I've been thinking about getting the fuck out of here. I have been thinking about what country I would go to, and in kind of looking up some of the visa stuff to make sure, like, could this really happen, right? Because there's certain requirements that you might not recognize, you might not realize for certain visas, right? Destiny is over his head. He thinks he's some high-value ladies' man. Yeah, it's weird what having a huge Discord will do for you, I guess, right? I mean, that's literally what it is. From my understanding, right, Destiny was never somebody that was, seeing a lot of, it was never super successful at dating until he became a internet star, and a lot of his pursuits seem to, of people seem to come through people that he's met on the internet, either content creators or people in the Discord or whatever, right? This is what happens when you don't raise your own children. What Destiny is? What happens when you don't raise your own children? Children shouldn't be taught to speak about personal subjects in mixed. Yeah, especially to Destiny. Like, yeah, like you should never. Like, hopefully you can. If you're raising a child, you can instill in them that talking to your favorite streamer about the birds and the bees is not a good idea. It's not a safe thing to do. That's like that's the last place that you'd think that parents would want their kids going. He was about to bring up the new Drake news. Oh, okay. Wait, yeah, Drake is suing Kendrick's record company, right? Is that what's going on? Like, Drake doesn't like the results of the diss track battle, and so he's suing. You might have some slight advantages with visas. Well, just knowing about that stuff is a lot, right? Because it's more complicated than you think. And if you think you understand like a passport or a visa process, make sure, talk to people who have used that kind of visa. Maybe even if you can, consult somebody that is an attorney or try to get an official statement from a diplomatic source, from an embassy source on that matter, to make sure that you know exactly what's required. Because yeah, that's what I kind of ran into, with Thailand. There was like a visa that looked perfect until I saw that it's actually, you've got to have kind of an absurd amount of money in the bank to even get that visa. Because they're not just trying to get anybody to come to Thailand. They want rich people to come to Thailand. But I did find that, there are other visas. And the one that I've been looking at most recently is the educational visa. Now, I mean, like, I could take this in a bunch of different directions. I was kind of like in the middle of I don't know if this is giving too much information, but a dietetics program, a dietetics degree at one point. I mean, I've got a lot of the preliminary coursework out of the way for that. And the other things that I did before streaming were teaching kickboxing. And I kind of had to leave that behind when my gym shut down. And even, getting my own kickboxing workout in has become really difficult. But one of the things that you can pursue that counts as education, that counts towards an educational visa in Thailand, is actually learning Muay Thai. Right? If you sign up for a school and you're enrolled in a program full time. Now, the question I have kind of at this point is like, what does full time mean? And you're going to see why that matters in a second. I'm going to share a little bit, okay, chat, a little bit of personal news, a little bit of my life, a little bit of what I'm thinking with you, and just understand this is what I'm looking at. Do your own research. Don't take anything that I say for granted. Don't take anything that I say as being legal advice. It is not intended to be so. It is just me sharing kind of like what I'm thinking, what I'm looking at, and what I feel like is the best, the best route for me personally. And your mileage might vary as far as your own. So, oh wait, before we do that, I should take another look at the poll and see if it's still the same, because last time it wasn't. Okay, it's changed. It's changed. All right. So we do have an absurd amount of gaming frogs today voting for Metaphor ReFantazio and or Fallout New Vegas, putting it in third position, which is higher than it normally tracks. But before, it was the #1 choice. I was kind of surprised to see that. The first few votes, they were all about the gaming. Now, other people have come in, and they're feeling the Tim Pool Jink Uger content. We want to see Tim Pool stand up for Jink Uger. And it kind of goes with, I mean, I understand why it kind of goes with the Ana Kasparian content, although I will say that Laura Loomer is not standing up for Ana Kasparian. She's standing up to Ana Kasparian and telling her to, stay in her lane or whatever. But yeah, I can see why that's the #1 choice so far. Tim Pool, SMPs, Jink Uger in Minecraft. Second place is Bad Empanada versus Willie Mac at 27%. Third place, like I said, Gaming, Metaphor ReFantazio or Fallout. And fourth place, Organic, Grass-Fed, Brainworms with RFK. Oh, I saw that, Nadja. Yeah, Trump is dropping below 50% of the popular vote. In addition, we are at 42%. That is 58% of our way from hitting the dono goal, 42% of the way to hitting the dono goal, and the night is young. The night is young. So yeah, well within striking distance here. Tim Pool's getting an extra little boost of 9%, and nothing else is getting a boost. So make sure to let me know. Yeah, if you want to, if you either want to interfere with democracy, interfere with the poll, give your favorite topic a little push when you donate, or if you've already donated, by letting me know in the chat where you want your donation to go. I will be glad to put your money where your mouth is, adding a little bit of a boost, a little bit of a buff to the topic of your choice. And you just have to let me know in chat when you donate. That is through if you're doing a super chat, super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting memberships, if you're signing up for Patreons, if you're supporting me over on Throne, or if you're getting yourself a sub for free or for $6 on YouTube, or if you're gifting subs, anything like that, right? Anything that is a donation gives you the right to not only push forward the dono goal forward towards 100%, where we actually get the bonus content, but you can also let me know which of these topics is tickling your fancy today, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. You can also deboost everything, right? If you want to say Vox Populi, if you're one of those Stop the Steal people, did I count your simping? Did I? Okay, yours is simping. I gotcha, Omega Star. Maybe not. Wait, yeah, simping has, wait. I'm trying to figure out whose simping I counted. I think I did, Omega? Unless it was somebody else's. Did you let me know? If you let me know, then I definitely counted it. But if it was somebody else, then we need to fix that. Anyway, that's where the poll's out right now. Make sure to vote if you haven't voted already. I also appreciate it if you leave a like. It's probably a good time as any for me to just really quickly thank my Patreons, because Patreons help me keep the lights on, and I greatly appreciate people who donate to me on Patreon on the monthly. It's one of the most direct ways to support the stream. Direct meaning that there's not a lot of the platform taking money out of it. So yeah, everybody who's on my Patreon, you get exclusive content when my videos come out. Actually, before the videos come out, you get the unredacted and unedited version of that. So it's kind of like a longer play version of the video. You get it first before anybody else. For anybody that is at the $5 level or more, you also get a fancy shout out. So let me do those now. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to JR. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. And fancy shouts out to Zerazerex, Rachel K, Crystal Saphira, and Omega Star. All right, so like I said, I'm going to share a little bit of my life with you. I hope it's appreciated, because I know this is something that's on a lot of people's minds right now, and, you know, it probably will impact the stream, maybe even in terms of content. Let me show you what I mean by that, all right? Oh my God, will it not go in there? Really? I still can't get that whole Silly and Billy. Oh, there we go. I can't believe that they call the Vanguard Silly and Billy. All right, so yeah, like I said, I looked up Thai visas. I found that there's you know, tourist visas that are pretty short. It's like 60 days. You can extend it 30 days to stay there for 90 days. And then there are visas that are like the Destination Thailand visa that require you to have a kind of absurd amount of money in the bank to even get that, right? And then I found one that is called an educational visa. Now, this one would apply if you were going to college, or if you were receiving, let's say, massage training. Thailand is famous for a style of massage that would definitely, if you're a massage therapist, count towards your continuing education units. And that's not real. That's very different than let's just say than other styles of massage, right? So that's true. Yeah, they've also got a great culinary tradition there. There are, schools that will teach Thai cooking. What I found that was most relevant to my interest was actually Muay Thai was a big reason that people went to Thailand on educational visas. Again, I taught kickboxing for a number of years, really enjoyed it as a it was like a mix of an exercise and a profession. I was getting paid to do some exercise, which I always think is really cool. And it's something that I've missed for a really long time. And if I'm gonna live, in a country like this, it makes sense to maybe maximize my time and maybe even get certified in some kind of teaching capacity, right? But at the very least, I could use the training as well. So this is what I found. This is a school in Thailand, and it's the one thing that was confusing about the visa's language is that they say that they want you to be enrolled full time. Right now, I know what that means as far as a college goes, right? It's generally what 12 hours per semester or more, or trimester or whatever. Right, there's a definite cutoff as far as what's full time and what's not full time, right? But I don't know what it would mean as far as Muay Thai training. So I found that this gym, they will take you as a this gym facilitates if people want to train in Muay Thai and maybe get involved in some fighting, right, at the end of their training. I'm not sure if that's something that I'd want to do, because again, for me, the nice part about kickboxing is the exercise, both mental and physical of it. The sparring is fun, but even the sparring is a little bit dangerous. And the sport itself, actually doing, full contact, kickboxing, Muay Thai, any kind of combat sports like that, there is definitely a downside for your health, right? A huge downside for your brain. And so I'm not sure if that's something that I would want to pursue, but I did find out that they have this program here, right? Now, this is the program. This whole program would be if somebody was training to fight there. If somebody's end goal was to be involved in a competitive match of Muay Thai, either in Thailand or in their home country, right? And this would be what's involved, right? This is what's required of somebody that's going to fight, right? It's a set of 2 workouts in the morning for 2 hours, and in the afternoon for 3 hours, right? Which is a lot of working out, especially considering that you're dealing with a 4-kilometer run first thing in the morning. 4 kilometers is about 2.5 miles. So 20 minutes for a 4-kilometer implies an 8-minute mile. That's not exceptionally fast. But for this much volume, because we're not just doing one, 4-kilometer run, we're doing 2. And as far as training for Muay Thai, this is pretty standard from what I've seen. Since the exercise involves the legs so much, running is something that's almost always incorporated with traditional Muay Thai training. Now, the issue for this, obviously, if you know, is that running, specifically running on paved surfaces, has been known to long-term be not great for your health. There's a lot of injuries that develop doing this sort of thing, and it can have some consequences for your joints when you get older, right? So I don't know. I kind of feel like this, as much as this much cardio, I'm totally here for, but this much running, depending on whether it's like on the street or if it's on grass, might be not recommended. 8-minute mile is a good, it's a good warm-up pace, but we're talking about the reason it's an 8-minute mile rather than them saying like a 6-minute mile or a 5-minute mile or something like that is because you're doing not just 1 mile, you're doing 2.5 in the morning and 2.5 in the afternoon. So given that much volume, slowing it down to 8 minutes per mile makes a lot of sense, right? So the day starts off with a warm-up run that's 2.5 miles in 20 minutes. Not a slow pace, but definitely not a fast pace either. Skipping, jump rope, integral to boxing and also integral to kickboxing. Getting up on your toes, being able to bounce, being mobile is a great help. Training the foot muscles, the leg muscles, your calves. It's skipping rope is great for that. Stretching for 10 minutes. Shadow boxing for 10 minutes. This is an activity, there's shadow boxing and then there's bag work, right? There's like hitting a bag, which gives you the resistance that hitting a person would, or maybe a little bit more. And then there's shadow boxing, which gives you the feel for, striking and not always hitting. Because when you strike, you don't always hit. And if you're used to just bag work, then you sort of don't know what to do when you miss a lot of times, right? But especially with a kick. So yeah, incorporating both of these, shadow boxing, not just hitting the air, and bag work is important. Pad work. This is where you start to kind of apply what you know to a more realistic fight-like situation. And then put-ups, sit-ups, and burpees for 20 minutes, and then pull-ups. So yeah, we're gonna. Push-ups are actually kind of a compound activity. Sit-ups, I don't know. I mean, yeah, your abs are important, but there's other ways to work your abs, and I feel like too much of people's mindset is stuck on like sit-ups or these kind of exercises. Burpees. Oh, I fucking love burpees. Pull-ups. Okay, so right, that's the morning thing, right? So if I move to Thailand, right? It's morning in Thailand, 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. That's getting up pretty fucking early, right? Getting up at 6, getting on the run, running at 6 a.m., finishing at 8 a.m., right? 8 a.m. is actually 5 p.m. Los Angeles time. So that would give me, it's 5 p.m. Los Angeles time or 8 p.m. Eastern time. Then I guess I'd be doing like an evening / night stream for viewers in the US, right? So like that was one of the things that I was really worried about, is that now this is definitely later than when I usually start stream now, but it is doable. It is definitely doable. So if this is 5 p.m., then that means that's 3 p.m. So yeah, I'd have time to stream then, and I would be my next commitment would be at 4 p.m., which is, let me count, 4 plus 8 plus, I think 9. Yeah, there's 13. So that's like, yeah. So my next commitment would be at 1 a.m. Pacific time or 4 a.m. Eastern time. That's not a problem. Until 7 p.m. Thai time, which is, oh my god, let me add that again, 16 or was that like 4 a.m.? Yeah, I think that's like 4 a.m. So 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. Pacific time, or 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. Eastern time. So theoretically, I could do some kind of stream after this, but it would be super early in the morning. So I don't think I would. And also, given how early I'd be having to get up, yeah, getting to bed might be a good idea. So yeah, the afternoon training, same thing with a 4 kilometer, 20-minute run, some stretching, some shadow boxing, some bag work, some pad work, clinching. Every day at 6 p.m. Technical sparring 2 to 3 times per week. Right, so clinching is the grappling of Muay Thai. It's not grappling like Jiu-Jitsu. It's not on the ground. You're standing up. But if you've ever seen a Muay Thai fight, you know, this is one of the ranges that things exist at, right? You know, you'll see people standing at kicking distance, you know, standing, you know, far enough away where the only thing that could reach is a kick. You'll see people standing, you know, at a punching distance, or coming in and out of punching distance. And then, you know, occasionally somebody, especially somebody who fights in a style called Muay Khao, will want to do a lot of clinching, right? The clinching is, yeah, grappling. It's wrestling. You know, one result of clinching could be that somebody gets, you know, thrown to the ground. One result could be that somebody gets swept. One result could be that that somebody throws knees, right? Because that's the range in which knees are thrown, right? And that's one of the most devastating strikes of Muay Thai is knee, to the point, chat, where if you're practicing doing kneeing on people, you're gonna want to wear one of those giant it looks like a weight belt, it looks like a wrestling belt, but it's like rubber, and it keeps basically your internal organs from being damaged, from being injured, which is what can happen from knees, right? So kneeing goes on in a clinch, as well as elbows, right? Muay Thai is known as the art of 8 limbs, and you know, 2 of those limbs are your elbows. So you're in elbow range as well, right? So a lot can happen in the clinch. It's important to practice, and it's also like any kind of wrestling or grappling. It's a pretty good exercise, right? So there's that, right? Speaking of pretty good exercises, have you ever done 100 knees on a bag? That's harder than it sounds. That's harder than it sounds. Now, people that are in shape and people that do this probably can do a lot more than 100 knees on the bag, but yeah, that's 10 minutes of knees. The first time I ever did knees, I actually got such a good abdominal workout that I had to take a day off. And I rarely have abs that get sore enough to feel the next day, right? I rarely have soreness in my abs, but throwing knees definitely did that for me. All right, then you got repetitive kicks on the bag. This is, you know, who was it? Bruce Lee said, "I don't fear the man that does, that practices 1,000 techniques one time. I fear the man who practices one technique 1,000 times." And this is true for, you know, getting especially your round kick, your front kick, getting the, if you use a side kick or a turning hook kick or a turning side kick or anything like that, you know, getting these down. Individual technical drills. I wonder what this is. It kind of sounds like footwork, maybe. Individual technical drills. Or just practicing. I'm not sure what that could be. Walking, knees, kicks. Okay, so yeah, this is walking across the floor. And as you go, you throw a knee, you throw a kick, you throw a front kick or a push kick. It's also called the teep, or you throw punches. So maybe even you know, you're in your stance and you're moving in with appropriate footwork, right? That sounds like it could be a footwork drill there. Defense or offense training. So this sounds like, you know, practicing moves, defensive or offensive sprints. Okay, so there we got some high intensity interval training incorporated into this, right? We got cardio that we're starting out with, and a lot of this stuff that you're doing is going to get you into a pretty high cardio zone, but this sprinting for 15 minutes, only 2 to 3 times a week. I mean, that's probably a good idea, right? So you're doing your high intensity interval training for 15 minutes, and then I mean, like there's different, like when we say train cardio, that can mean different things. If you want to train cardio, like being able to go for, I don't know, X number of rounds, right? That's this kind of cardio. That's your sort of steady state cardio. And if you're talking about cardio for going hard in a clinch, that's this kind of cardio. That's explosive. That's quick, and that's you know, how long can you go as hard as you can without sort of losing your shit. Then you got weights for 15. Oh, that's the wildest thing, is that with all this stuff, we're only doing 15 minutes of weights. Anyway, they describe this as like a typical day. I don't know. It's not the exact template. Some drills will be for your own individual need to work on a specific area, while others will be doing their own individual drills as well. So yeah, this could be. So I wonder if you could trade this out for something that's going to be less intensive on, less injury prone than. I'm not afraid to run. I grew up running. I just like my dad. Also, the reason I grew up running is because my dad liked to compete in races and stuff like that, and he'd take me along with him in training. And the end result of my dad, you know, being so obsessed with the activity of running on a hard surface was that the dude got the dude messed up his hips and his knees. Yeah, there's some real negative aspect. There's some real negative, like it's just not an exercise. It's an exercise I've seen somebody very close to me hurt themselves with. So it's not really my favorite. Push-ups, sit-ups, burpees. Competitive prize for first. So they're doing. It almost sounds like this is like kind of like a CrossFit style. See who can finish X number of reps first, and then pull-ups, which I suck at these. I really suck at pull-ups. So here's what's at the bottom, right? Fighters must train full-time in the morning and afternoon, 6 days per week, right? So that's saying that if you're training to actually do a fight, right? If you're in training, you know, fight training, right? You're going to do 5 hours of some pretty strenuous training 6 days a week. That almost seems excessive for me, even for a fighter, right? And I'm not saying that, like, you know, I'm afraid of like hard work or anything like that. I'm just saying that it borders on like overtraining, I guess. And the more you overtrain, the more injury prone you are, the more likely you are to I don't know. Non-fighters may train at their own pace. So that's my question, right? Does the full-time educational visa from Thailand, does that involve that you got to be like this person training full-time 6 days a week? Or could you do it this way, especially if you don't want to end up in a fight and getting yourself some kind of brain injury? You can't do a single pull-up? Ad break in 4. All right, so yeah, like I said, chat, this is what I'm thinking about. We'll revisit it at some point. We got more stuff to talk about though. Like the top of the hour ad break for 3 hours, no thanks. What does chat think about this? Bongo Dave says 3 hours, no thanks, I have a life. Wait, Trump dropped below 50%. Okay, so just so people understand what that means. Yeah, imaginary music, grappling cardio does hit way different. That's for sure. That's for sure. So yeah, just so everybody understands what this means that Trump dropped under 50%. All right, so as a candidate, you can win by a majority. That means that you've got more than 50% of the vote. That does sometimes happen. You can win by plurality, meaning that you've got less than 50% of the vote, but you are the highest vote getter. That's still a win. And we're talking about per state. right? So what's being said here, what's being claimed is not that Trump, turns out to have gotten less votes than Kamala in any of the swing states, right? That hasn't changed. What's changed is the popular vote count as it's updated and updated and updated. At first it showed Trump having like 50 something percent. It's gone, down and down and down, I guess, as more votes in like places like California are counted. And at this point, we are showing Trump at slightly under 50%. That doesn't mean that he didn't win. It means that he didn't win anywhere near the kind of mandate that he and some of his cronies are claiming, right? It means that he won, but not by that much. And, something else that might change, right, is whether or not Trump won the popular vote. Now, I feel like he's ahead enough where that's not going to change, but I want to make sure that everybody understands that even if that did change, even if they get all the votes in and they're like, oh, actually, Kamala technically got more votes than he did, we, decide who's the president by electoral count, and that's not going to change. Those calls have been made because it's mathematically impossible that Kamala won any of those states. So I definitely don't want anybody getting their hopes up on false pretenses there. Have you ever heard of sepak takraw? No, Imaginaire. What's that? That sounds hard. I mean, I don't know. It's not that much harder than the training that I used to do. America is going to impose tariffs on its own people. Yeah, I'm trying to get the fuck out of here, Rod. Burpees are so hard, but they're so worth it. I love burpees. Good 6 hours to stream in between if I wanted. Yeah. Come in all sweaty. The other thing I was thinking about, chat, as far as content that I could do, is it might be interesting, and I'm pretty sure that the school, I don't think the school would have a problem with this. If I wanted to do like videos or streams like, featuring training, I think that's something that I'm pretty sure that's something they'd let me do. The question is, how many people in the audience would be interested in that? Because I have done Muay Thai and kickboxing on stream before, but it was like a really long time ago. Unlock secret fighting abilities. That's what you got to do. Kickboxing for an hour at a time and was beat by the end of it. Oh yeah, that's a normal workout, Sasha G. In fact, that can be a pretty strenuous workout. Like, for if you haven't done it much, 1 hour of kickboxing, 1 hour that's like, I don't know, what would it be, like 20 minutes of bag work, 15 minutes of shadow boxing, some like exercises to warm up with. Right, I mean, this is pretty normal. Maybe even more bag work, right? A lot of kickboxing, a lot of the cardio kickboxing that I used to teach was really concentrated on bag work. The other form of kickboxing that you might have experienced is like kickboxing classes, right? Which will be closer to shadow boxing, but honestly, that kind of stuff, it's almost like Zumba with a kickboxing theme, right? It's a little bit more dancey than it is, pugilistic, if that makes sense. Wouldn't mind doing either. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Megastar, is I feel like the afternoon workout by itself would be enough, maybe more than enough even. Yeah, I feel like 2 hours a day is actually a lot of work. Yeah, even the morning workout. Someone mentioned TEFL and TESOL certification for teaching English. I don't know how useful any certification is. I have heard, Sassy, from different people that these certifications aren't necessary when you are hired to teach, and unless you're in an academic setting, right? If you're teaching English as a second language at a college, they're probably going to want you to have some kind of certification like that. However, if what you're doing is teaching English to students who are going on a trip, or business people who are going to do business in a English speaking country, then really what they want you to do, you don't need to speak Thai, you don't need to speak the other language, and you don't need to have a certification. You just need to be good at being able to teach people who don't speak your language to understand enough of what you're saying to be able to like to get the lesson, right? It is a particular skill. Simone Pierre says, yeah, I got injured twice. Some students are careless, but they sometimes get kicked out of it for it. But the damage is dumb. Are you talking about in sparring, Simone? A lot of impact in the joints for running. Yeah, it's just not the smartest exercise. That's all. I don't have a problem with it. K1 champ NCC, hell yeah. Like, I don't know. My body is kind of built for that kind of training, even though 5 hours seems like a lot. If you're eating enough, it's not. But when I trained like that, I'm trying to think of what I was eating. Okay, so in the morning, I'd start off with a big bowl of oatmeal, 2 bananas, berries, and flaxseed. And also I'd put a couple of kale leaves in it just to make sure it's like it's nutrient dense, right? So I'd start off with that for breakfast, and then I would usually eat like one other meal during the day, like a big, rice dish or something, like stir fry or rice and beans or something like that. But in addition to that, I ate like, I don't know, chat. Let me try to imagine how many apples I was eating. So I had this like this place where like it was a farmer's market that was open every week, and this one dude, because I really liked his produce, he would always, sell me the produce on the cheap, but he would also, like, he would see me on my bike, and if there was anything, like, he had samples of apples because he was selling apples. If he had samples of apples left, he would give them to me. So I would end up eating, I would go away with a giant bag of apple slices. I would end up eating, I don't know, what is it, like 3 or 4 apples per day? So yeah, I mean, basically like a lot more carbs than you would think. But yeah, if you if you eat enough carbs, training like that is very possible and probably necessary if you really want to be a conditioned, fighter, right? But both in terms of your cardio is conditioned, and your body needs to be conditioned. Like, right, when you don't kick things, kicking things hurts. But the more you kick things, especially a heavy bag, the less that even if you were to, kick at somebody and they were to raise their knee and check your kick, even if you go shin to shin with somebody, it's not gonna, destroy your world, right? And that only happens through conditioning. So yeah, there's like a lot of conditioning that goes on. And obviously there's also a lot of learning in terms of the skills, in terms of the techniques, and in terms of the tete-a-tete with another person, the actual, art of sparring or fighting, right? You learn all the, so you kind of need that much time, right? Especially because remember, you're not just training to condition yourself in a cardiovascular way, or even in condemning, conditioning, things like your shin bone. You're also learning. You're learning skills. You're learning techniques, and then you're practicing the application of these skills and techniques. How do you dodge a punch? How do you dodge a kick? How do you block a kick? How do you block a punch? How do you keep your, what kind of guards are you going to use? When are you going to switch your guard? How does the clinch work, right? All these things. When I was trained with Miriam Nakamoto, no one wanted to hold a bag for her. I saw the light go out in the other woman's eyes when she elbowed them. Yeah, elbows can be really rough. Anyone else ever inhale some TH say and have what seems like, oh my gosh, well, I hope you're okay. Banana trees, there we go. Yeah, that's the classic one. Anyway, chat, like I said, we got more to talk about today. Do we have time for this? What time is it? What time? How deep are we? We're like halfway through the stream. Oh my god. And we want to get to the Ana Kasparian stuff. God damn it. Chat, are you in the mood for politics at all? I think we're gonna have to do this tomorrow. I think I'm 3 hours into the stream. I need to get to the Ana Kasparian stuff. We also have some Milo Yiannopoulos stuff. We have a lot of stuff, chat. We have a lot of stuff to get through. I think we got to move on. Yeah, I would love to stop and do politics, but I don't think it's going to happen today. It's going to have to be tomorrow. I apologize, chat. We haven't done politics in a little while. Let's get to the Ana Kasparian. All right, so we got this. This is Modern Wisdom. They've interviewed Ana Kasparian. We got this. Laura Loomer's response to Ana Kasparian. Let's see, did I possibly... I can't remember where my bookmarks are on replies, highlights, articles. Wait, highlights? What the fuck is that? They add that to Twitter? I kind of don't care what they add to Twitter. I'm not going to be on Twitter. Bookmarks, there we go. It's in the second little list. Okay. Yeah. Nope. It's not here. Okay, Laura Loomer, Ana Kasparian. All right, there we go. There's the Laura Loomer tweet, and it's all about this. And what's this? This is a clip from...
I got to know Jeff before.
Nope. I mean, that is the clip, but...
So, yeah, I know exactly.
All right, it's the clip from this, right? This is the Modern Wisdom show, and Anna's being interviewed about why she feels so politically homeless. Ironic, since the homeless are like one of her favorite targets, but there we go. Anna's a scream. She's an effing scream machine. Yeah, kind of. Did I delete Twitter? No, I still got Twitter. Look. I mean, this is my Twitter. I mean, I'm trying not to post on it though. Do you know, chat, that at this point, anything that you post on Twitter can be used to feed Grok, to feed the AI? Like, that's part of the terms of service now, is that anything that you put in there is going to be... And I don't know, it just feels weird. You can opt out of the Grok stuff on Twitter? I didn't know that. But yeah, so Laura Loomer got a hold of this, and this is a tweet. This is a clip that's been going on the right-wingosphere. Now, some people like this person, right? This person likes what they're hearing from Ana. They're a right-winger. They're standing Ana, and they're directing people to go watch the Young Turks video about it, right? There's other right wingers and maybe even more people like Laura Loomer who are skeptical of Ana Kasparian. So let me read this to you really quick, all right? Here we have another political opportunist in the form of Ana Kasparian. Ana is malicious and a pathological liar who spent years with her co-host Cenk Uygur, Shaky Gurga, lying about and trying to cancel everyone outspoken in their Trump support, myself included. She has spread delusional lies about Trump, but now with a low-cut top, pay attention to that, with a low-cut top and a full face of makeup, Jesus Christ. She wants to tell some make-believe story about a guy named Jeff who all of a sudden made her realize that 80 million people are all unique individuals who have their own personalities and not all of them are Nazis. Come on, nobody's buying this garbage. Ana is trying to remain relevant in a changing media landscape after she has made serious cash bashing and defaming people like myself who actually busted my ass to help Trump get elected. Yeah, you can see there's a chip on the shoulder of Laura Loomer. And we'll look into why that is with the Milo on Tim Pool that kind of sheds some light on that, right? She's a full-blown liar. Full-blown liar. And we need to reject people like this who spent years damaging our biggest fighters, only to pretend that they don't think Trump is so bad after all. Anyone falling for this is stupid. You don't get to engage in cancel culture for 9 years and then get a free pass from being a raging lunatic. And it's all about this clip.
Like up the stairs, and all of a sudden this man stops me. His name's Jeff. And he's like, hey, let me help you out with that. And he starts helping me out. He stopped everything he was doing to help me out. And then Jeff and I became very close. One of my neighbors who I really like, he was my favorite person in the entire building. And years go by. One day we're in an HOA meeting, Homeowners Association, and one of our
Homeowners Association for you plebs. For you plebs, in case you don't know what that means, because you're not rich.
In the building said something about Trump that was negative. I don't remember what it is. And Jeff whispers in my ear, she's going to start trashing Trump. I'm out of here. And it hit me that he's a Trump supporter. We had never talked about politics before. And I'm like, so I got to know Jeff before I knew what his politics were. Incredibly kind guy. He helps everyone in this building with anything they might need. And so that woke me up to, wait a minute, not all Trump supporters are like...
Wait a minute, is woke the wrong word to use here?
Dangerous, evil individuals. And yes, it was stupid that I thought that to begin with. Like, I'm embarrassed admitting that, but it's just how I believed. And that kind of was one of the moments where it's like a light bulb went off and something was telling me, you need to scratch beneath the surface a little more because you don't have a realistic view of what's going on here.
There we go. So that's the tweet. As you can see, some right-wingers are, thrilled to have Ana along for the ride with MAGA. Others, not so much. Ana's own response, right, is there's no need to panic, Loomer. I'm not eyeing your role in the MAGA universe. No need to air out unhinged paranoid thoughts because you and I are very different. Let me emphasize that. Very different, right? Aside from moderating on a few policies, the fundamental difference between who I am in 2016 and who I am now is the way that I'm more skeptical of narratives from the mainstream news. More importantly, I approach ordinary people from varying perspectives from a place of compassion and open-mindedness, unless they're homeless, and then fuck them, I guess, right? Because if I'm sowing anger and hatred, who the hell am I to point fingers at others for being toxic or divisive? In other words, I'm not trying to cultivate the opposite of what our ideologues, I'm trying to cultivate the opposite of what ideologues like Loomer poison this country with. But I will give her credit for the bold decision to go after my looks. So there we go. And look, I mean, this is like, a windfall. For Anna, I think, right? Laura Loomer, she was an insider to the point of, getting to ride on Trump's jet with him until enough people in his inner circle realized that having her whispering into his ears, hey, you got to talk about the cats and the dogs in the next debate, might have some deleterious effects on his campaign. So, yeah, she's kind of been pushed to the side for now. She had a beef with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and they're both kind of on the outside now. So I guess it's her trying to identify what, like, a threat, somebody that's ingratiating herself to the right and to the MAGA movement that she's calling out as being fake and being an opportunist, which, look, like I said, a broken clock is sometimes right. And Anna being a political opportunist, I will take. I don't think, though, that she's a grifter. I think that she does actually believe in this stuff. Like, I don't know. Either she does believe in her new, like, anti-woke, liberal, centrist liberalism. Either she, like, legit believes in it, or she never really believed in anything to begin with. I don't know. You take your pick. But I don't think she's just making it up. I don't think she's secretly progressive or anything like that. But yeah, that's how it went down on Twitter. We can take a look at what's up with this.
What does independent and unaligned mean?
For me, at this moment in my, I guess, journey, if you want to call it that, is freedom. Not having this weird obligation to any political group so I can actually explore the issues and not feel pressured to think in one way or another.
Yeah, no doubt, Kelly A. And I was right at home at that HOA meeting.
I thought maybe coming out as someone who's unaligned would maybe get the cultish individuals off my back, but that has not happened. It's kind of amazing because, they've been very critical of me and they've been pretty obsessed with claiming that I'm not pure enough to be considered on the left. And finally, I was just like, okay, fine. Then I guess I'm not on the left. I'm unaligned because I'm certainly not someone that really fits in with the right either. It's just, I have far more nuanced views of some of these issues. It doesn't mean that my policy proposals are completely different. It doesn't mean that who I am as a person is completely different. It just means that I have noticed some characteristics on the left that have essentially felt like ideological shackles. It has prevented me from allowing myself to dig a little deeper and maybe even consider whether the other side has a point. And so I just want to be in a position to do my job better than I had been doing my job. And in that journey so far, I've realized that, I've had incorrect opinions and perceptions of Republican voters overall. I think that there are gradations, there are differences. It's not a monolith. I just feel a lot more in touch with reality and the world around me. And I love it. There's something very liberating about that. And so focusing on how good that feels has kind of helped me get past all of the bad faith attacks I'm dealing with. Because ultimately, if you're an intellectually curious person, you're going to have a hunger for learning more, for exploring more, for talking with people who don't agree with you. And if you find yourself in this cultish mentality where your social group is pressuring you to avoid doing that, you're going to lose your mind. And I really was finding myself in that situation.
Why do you think everyone's so obsessed with labels? Why does it matter that you're from the left, on the left, now an independent, now this person's a libertarian, et cetera, et cetera?
I can't speak for the international community, but certainly in the United States, I think that politics has substituted religion to some extent. People have almost like this religious zealotry toward their political beliefs. And when that happens, it's really difficult to have a conversation with someone without it immediately devolving into allegations of bad.
See, here's the deal. I mean, I don't know about the religious comparison, but as far as politics being important and impactful, it kind of depends on whether you are on the chopping block or not. It depends on your vulnerability in our society. And the more marginalized and the more vulnerable that you are, the less this is like a, I can take it or leave it. Well, I mean, you think that, I think I deserve rights. You think I don't deserve, right? It becomes a different thing. And this kind of opinion that like, oh God, people just place too much importance on something like politics is in fact a privileged point of view, as Chad is saying. Yes, Sasha G, you are correct. That's
faith of, lying, deception, all sorts of things. And so maybe that's part of it. But honestly, I didn't really notice this as an issue in America until Donald Trump was running for president. And then after he got elected as president. And I am 1,000,000% guilty of honestly allowing him to kind of break my brain for a little bit, because I saw him as such a significant threat. And to be clear, there are things about Donald Trump that I still consider to be very terrible. The inability to accept defeat, the inability to accept that he lost the election. The Capitol riots get a lot of attention, but the Capitol riots were not as big of a deal compared to the fake elector scheme. That was the real plot to overturn the election. So those are things that I still believe. I'm still critical of Trump.
It's such a weird thing to say. That's a weird virtue signal, isn't it? You want to be like, I'm not like the rest of the liberals. I don't think that the Capitol riots were that big of a deal. Right? But him trying to steal the election, that was a big deal. Without recognizing that the Capitol riots, they didn't just spontaneously happen. That was part of the plan. Pence wouldn't do what they wanted to. They tried to intimidate and pressure Pence into doing it. And, when it became clear he wasn't on their side, they threatened to unalive him. You can't really disconnect these things. It's a weird thing to say.
However, I do think that there is an orchestrated effort in legacy media to paint him as even more demonic, and it's unfair to him. And what it does is it makes his supporters—
We can't be unfair to Trump, right?
Distrust media overall. So when the media—
So here's the deal. Donald Trump is, if not a demon, definitely some kind of monster. And what I mean by that is that scandals, lies, inconsistencies, corruption, they tend to happen a lot in politics, right? This is not new. What's new is the volume. Remember when I was talking about like the volume of the training, right? Like doing an 8-minute mile, that's not hard at all. But doing 4 8-minute miles in the space of a day training, that is hard. The volume of scandals, the volume of lies, the volume of personal revelations of a disgusting nature about Donald Trump is like at a 11 on the Spinal Tap scale of volume, right? It's up there. That's what's new. So you do have a phenomenon where when the media reports what Trump is doing accurately, it sounds very negative towards Trump because Trump's doing a lot of fucked up shit. So the question is, do you do what Anna's, proposing, which is out of fairness to Trump, try to keep it balanced? All right, we'll talk about one scandal of Trump's, then we'll talk about one scandal of Kamala's. We'll talk about one lie of Trump's, and then we'll talk about, even if we have to really scrape the fucking bottom of the barrel to be like, well, I guess technically Kamala, maybe wasn't truthful about this. And then you're in the territory of false equivalency, and you're in the territory of just ignoring somebody, a lot of the actions of one of the candidates because the candidate's so bad. And that's a fucked up place to be.
media debunks something and they do it accurately, well, Trump supporters aren't going to trust them because they have lost credibility
boy
for
who cried
painting
wolf.
him. Exactly. I think that you can be factual in your reporting, you can be nuanced in your reporting, and still get a message across without having to.
The thing is, you get that cry wolf effect just by reporting what's actually going on. Like look, I am a critic of not only the United States government, but both parties of the United States government, and not just both parties of the United States government, but going back, to any administration historically you want to go back to, some administrations that people look favorably on because they are the most progressive or the most willing to claw back some of the wealth of capitalists, right? Administrations which most people give a lot of credit to, because they are, exemplars as far as this was a moment in which in which the Democratic Party actually did something that benefited workers. Wow. Well, you look at that, right? I still see a problem in those politics. I still see a reticence, an unwillingness to do anything that's actually going to give working people leverage. What they'll do is give working people, they'll throw working people a bone every now and then. And while I do feel like, that bone is important and I want us to have it. I want minimum wage to go up. I want, social programs to exist rather than not exist. I know that it is insufficient. I know that it has been tried. I know that New Deal has been offered and was eventually curtailed, was eventually recuperated, right? So as somebody who I think that makes me a, fairly staunch critic of the U.S. government, I can look at the difference between a Donald Trump and a, whoever on the Democratic side. Even I fucking hate some of the Democratic, Hillary Clinton, one of my least favorite people in the fucking world, right? And even I can acknowledge that there's a difference between what she's doing, which is centrist neoliberal politics, and what Trump is doing, which is just a cavalcade of corruption.
To omit certain information or cherry pick certain elements of what Trump is doing. And I'm just really making an effort right now to be as
let's read some chat here. Bound TRS says, I still think the minimum wage needs to be state driven. It costs vastly from different states. Here's what I think. And you might not be aware of this, Bound TRS. I think that the real life wages corrected for inflation of working people has been stagnant since the late 70s. And I think that when you have something like inflation, which we, recently had a rash of inflation combined with price gouging, most American workers can't handle that. And that the minimum wage needs to come up by hook or by crook. This is a policy, a national policy that has not been, you're to the point where states are having to do it. You're to the point where states are having to do it. Wages are too fucking low. Your productivity, on the other hand, is actually quite high. If you look at your productivity versus somebody's productivity in the 70s, you're making a lot more money for your company than they were. Ask yourself, why aren't you getting a piece of that action? And the reason is neoliberalism. The capitalists have reasserted control. I mean, they've always had control, but, to the point where they're just buying politicians. To the point where the first primary that you got to worry about is the primary of the donors. And that's why working people have been getting fucked over by both parties for the last 40 years plus. And that's untenable. That is intolerable. And that, like I said, by hook or by crook, that needs to stop.
Honest and factual as possible as I do my job, because really my number one love, the thing that I was always passionate about since I was in middle school, was journalism. And I think I forgot about that a little bit and became more of an advocate or an activist during the Trump era. And I don't want to be an activist. That's not who I am. Okay. I want to explore.
I don't care about people. You see? I don't care. I care about ideas, not people. God damn.
I want to learn and I want to get people accurate information.
It's this weird arc going from analysis to advocacy to activism, and that you can't analyze anything or try to understand it without it seeming de facto like a justification.
Anybody want to explain this Chris Williamson guy to me? I don't know him. I'm assuming he's some kind of manosphere guy. He's got a Gymshark shirt, which is a athletic attire company that sponsors a lot of YouTubers.
That it's happened. You know, why is it that people on the other side of the fence think the thing?
Yeah, when was she an activist? What were her activist years?
They do. It doesn't mean that you need to agree with them, but if you're not prepared to even understand, well, this is why somebody from the religious right may see Donald Trump as X, Y, and Z, or on the other side of the fence, why is it that these people from fucking Seattle or wherever they are, why are they card-carrying LGBTQIA, like all of this stuff? And you go, well, because the place that they've grown up in, etc., etc. If you don't play that game, but the purity spiral has become so pure that if you try to do that analysis, it is seen as justification. And
that's so right. That's so true. I mean, an issue that I keep running into on our show, and I'm trying to find ways to get around it or get the audience to understand what I'm trying to do. What I go out of my way to do when I research stories now is I'm not going to take any legacy media or corporate media's narrative on a story. What I'll do is I'll read it and then I'll go out of my way to find like the original source material. Let's say they're covering a Trump rally, for instance. I will watch the entire Trump rally double speed because that man loves to talk. And I'll get...
Okay, I'm on board with you except for the double speed. That's a thing that I was doing during the election. And I feel like not a lot of people in the media or elsewhere were doing. Yeah, Trump's speeches are... They're a thing of wonder. Not a positive wonder, but of wonder nonetheless. And there is often a lot of shit buried in that speech that the media never reports on. Trump has a way of like lulling people into almost a trance when he talks. And in the throes of that trance, and I'm not just talking about his fans, right? I'm talking about he is rambly and boring, all right? And if you watch him, even not liking him, you will find yourself with your eyes glazing over. And he will say something that probably should be more impactful, something that really shines a light on who he actually is, on what he's actually doing. And it's really easy to just kind of sit there like a deer in the headlights and not notice it. And I feel like a lot of the media, they're either just not watching this shit at all, because yeah, it is boring, it is rambly, it is sometimes hard to draw any meaning out of there. But nevertheless, he is telling you who he is. He is telling you what his movement is, and he's telling you what to expect. And that got missed. So I'm right there with you, Anna, as far as actually, putting his screeds up to more scrutiny. I'm not sure if that's what she's talking about, though. Or she's talking about we should try to understand him.
Get a fuller picture of what the story really is, what he actually said in
Decipher says Trump, the art of the baffle.
Context. So when he was being chided in the press for saying that if he doesn't get elected, it will be a bloodbath, that was a lie. He wasn't saying that there would be violence.
There's levels to this, right? There's levels to this. The first level is you look at the clip of the bloodbath. If I don't win, there's going to be bloodbath. Ooh, that sounds pretty bad. That sounds like a threat. All right. Second level, you zoom out, you watch the whole clip, and you see that he's talking about the auto industry, right? So Anna's on the second level right now. I would challenge Miss Kasparian to come along with me to the third level, where you recognize that language has, yes, a subliminal effect. There's a phrase in called connotation, where even if something doesn't have like a direct meaning of something, it can have the hint, the flavor of that. And if you want to signal some kind of redemptive violence, or even if it's just like transgression against the kind of people that you don't like, putting it in a speech about the auto industry where you just happen to say bloodbath is one way to do that, right? So that's where I'm at. I'm on the third level, where I recognize that while the literal meaning of his speech is not, I'm gonna make sure that people get killed if I don't get what I want, if I don't get elected, that saying that kind of shit to that kind of crowd is what primes them to do shit like January 6th. I don't think that's that deep of an analysis. I feel like the media of eras past would be able to handle that. And I'm kind of sad that Ana is not. Ana's stuck on, well, if it technically he's talking about the audio industry, then I guess there's no problem here. There's no fucking pattern. That's the other thing. There's a pattern. There's a pattern. He uses violent language on purpose. And sort of doing that thing where we look into it and like, well, he's really talking about the car industry. Let's give him a pass on that. That gives him a pass, not just for that, but for all the other violent shit he said as well. Anyway.
He was saying that there would be an economic bloodbath. He was referring to the auto industry here in the United States. And so I felt that they intentionally took him out of context, unfairly did so.
Some of the media may have, right? But I would hope that at least some of them recognized it as what it was, which was a dog whistle.
And I wanted to make clear to the audience, here's what he was really saying. That doesn't mean that I'm a Trump supporter. That means I'm just trying to get them accurate information, because I don't want anyone in this country, and certainly I don't want my audience, living in unnecessary fear.
It doesn't mean you're a Trump supporter, but it does mean that you're playing his game. And your analysis is losing out in playing that game.
And what happens with the way the media covers him sometimes is it does lead to a lot of unnecessary fear. He does things that are terrible. Let's accurately report on that. We don't need to add additional garbage to it that doesn't make any sense and isn't really based in reality.
What's the story of your worldview trajectory over the last few years?
Oof, that's a big question for me, because I'm going to just talk about it from like my own context and what I've personally realized about myself. And I think that kind of gives you a bigger picture of the world around us right now. I was so certain of myself, I was so certain that we live in a country that is just riddled with hatred and bigotry and racism. I was so certain that the left was fighting to protect democracy and the right was dangerous and they didn't value our, system of government. I just had all of these certainties in my mind. And then certain things happened to me personally, which woke me up. Like that was kind of like the catalyst.
So you got woke.
For me to actually start exploring a little more. And I realized, oh no, no one really knows what they're talking about. And it's actually a terrible position to think you know it all, that you're certain, that the other side is always wrong and your side is always right. And so I can go issue by issue. I mean, I remember thinking,
Lampoop says, and then I got rich and I realized it's not so bad as long as we move the homeless people. Yeah. Her favorite target, unhoused people.
All the people who are in prison right now, or the vast majority of people who are in prison right now in the States, are there specifically for dumb things like marijuana possession. That turned out not to be true. I genuinely believe that pursuing policies like cashless bail would be beneficial to society, because if someone is poor and they didn't commit a crime, it doesn't make sense for them to be detained pre-trial. They lose their jobs, their lives fall apart. It's just unfair. And I still believe that. I just think that the way that those policies were implemented were faulty and the left is just unwilling to recalibrate at all. We can still have a better system with the same objectives in mind, but there's just a rigidness to both sides of the political aisle, to be quite frank with you. And it drives me crazy because it prevents the possibility of solutions to societal ills that we do have.
Yeah,
if we just reach across, we reach out our hand to the MAGA on the other side. And then we come down and we bash on the poor. And we get tough on crime and we go back to the fucking failed broken windows policing policies of yesteryear. Yes, we do that boomer shit because apparently the boomers were right, according to Ana Kasparian.
And diagrams are getting further and further apart of what anybody is prepared to talk to the other side on. Where did that certainty around bigotry and racism come from? Why were you so certain, given that you spend your time analyzing stuff, reading stories? You would have thought that you would have been the front lines of uncertainty, because look at all of the different viewpoints I've been exposed to.
My world was small. It was limited to one perspective. I only associated with individuals who agreed with me, which was a huge mistake. Even though I was critical of legacy media at the time, I didn't quite realize just how much information was being omitted in the reporting. And so, you would just get a sanitized version of...
So, look, I've criticized the media a lot about information that's being omitted from reporting. One great example is the football hooligans, the Tel Aviv football hooligans in Amsterdam. Right? A lot was omitted from that report in terms of the context in which that event happened, to make it look like it was the anti-Semitic town of Amsterdam was attacking these football fans, these poor innocent football fans for being Jewish, right? When in actuality, if you see if you put it in the correct context, right? If you have all the information, in other words, right? But there's a different kind of information that can exist in a story that's actually not helping you get to the bottom of the events, but rather is setting the framing in favor of one particular perspective. And you're going to get this a lot from conservative sources. You're going to get a conservative spin on things. And it feels like, Anna is in the mind frame of looking at this as important information. So in other words, to tell the story, this is information that you kind of need to ignore. You need to see it for the bullshit that it is. You need to recognize it as as serving an agenda, and you need to not be spun, because that's what Bannon and company are always trying to do. They're trying to spin you. And that's what I think she seems to be completely oblivious to. Case in point, they're reporting on crime. She feels like including the emphasis on anecdotes, on incidents, on particularly horrible incidents in her reporting is an important piece of including all the information, when in actuality, the bigger picture, the bigger information is the overall rate of crime itself, which any objective look at will tell you, it's particularly violent crime is going down. But this doesn't serve the agenda, not only of the right wingers who want you to think about Laken Riley. You see an incident where an undocumented person, did a horrible violent crime, and then make the assumption that this is what's going on en masse, when in actuality, the crime rate amongst undocumented people is lower than it is amongst citizens, not higher. But Ana Kasparian is feels like you're leaving something out of the story if you're not putting that spin on it. So yeah, I mean, she's there's a point to what she's saying, but it's misapplied.
various stories if it covered, you know, the Democratic Party, especially if you're reading like the New York Times, Washington Post, you know, legacy media outlets. But when it came to the other side, there would be a lot of cherry picked moments, a lot of sound clips, you know, sound bites rather than fuller context. And it's not even that, you know, a fuller story would necessarily change me politically. It's just that it might have given me a different perception of a specific story. But I was really upset to realize that there's a lot of gatekeeping.
And what the fuck does she mean by a fuller story? Like, as somebody who does, what is it, like an hour or 2-hour show every day, she's got to recognize at some point that there is limited bandwidth of what news gets reported. And some of the filters on the news are based on that bandwidth, the inclusion or disclusion, the prioritization of different stories. And so when she says the story needs to be fuller, the story that needs to be fuller, there's an implicit, this story needs to be cut. This story needs to be less full. This story is not important. And when the bait that she's biting on is right-wing red meat, then you can tell what's going to get included in her reportage and what's going to get left behind.
Going on. And since my media diet was so one-sided, I decided to just diversify my media diet and go out of my way to actually speak to people, real life people who...
Nobody else does that. Speaking to people. I'm the only one who speaks to people. Taylor X Live, thank you for the follow.
Believe things that are different from what I believe and understand what their logic is, what the rationale is, rather than reading the New York Times or the Washington Post and having some reporter tell me what they think their logic is.
Where do you think the left is at its best and at its worst at the moment?
I think the left is at its best when when the people within the left remember that we are trying to improve people's lives, that it's not about appealing to one activist group or another, or one race or another. When we realize and remember that what kind of connects everyone on the left is that we want to lift people up. We want a world where we have equal opportunities for people to thrive. Like, that is what appeals to me when it comes to left-wing policies. You know, when it comes to economic policies, I'm a big proponent of
I got to point out that the people that use that kind of rhetoric of equal opportunity are often what that means is something very different than how it sounds, right? Equal opportunity, if you take it seriously, would mean that there's no inheritance, would mean that you got a, first-rate education no matter what neighborhood you were born in, right? Equal opportunity is something that we're really far away from. Sometimes what equal opportunity means, though, is like, well, after your situations of how you're born and your privilege or lack of privilege, right? You got equal opportunity technically. Like, you can apply for this job or you can apply for that job. It's very limited in that sense. Narwhal by nature, thank you for the gifted sub. M Dragon, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Economic policies that anyone could benefit from. I think the left has kind of moved away from that. The Democratic Party certainly likes to lean into the identity politics more than the economic politics. It's unfortunate that, with the Biden administration, I actually think that he did.
I feel like you can support individual rights for, particularly for marginalized people, the people whose individual rights are threatened, and at the same time promote the collective good of the working class. And do so through non-means tested programs that are universal and programs that are less likely to be demagogued and taken away for that reason.
do a few good things when it comes to some of his economic policies. I like Lena Khan, who's the head of the Federal Trade Commission. She's been doing a
Rainbow Silk says, I contentiously object to the beat she's laying down on this track.
great job preventing monopolies or breaking up companies to ensure that consumers have more options. So there's some good stuff happening as well. And I do
like, especially when it's something like, you know, they're all bent out of shape about some sort of affirmative action program, but they got no problem with the university legacy scholarships, the scholarships that are going to people who's who have relatives that have been to the college, or whose relatives maybe are wealthy and have donated money.
To applaud Biden for that, but Biden also did things that I think were not so great. Certainly some foreign policy decisions and certain reversals of Trump era immigration policies, which at the time, I didn't give Trump credit for because he wasn't really applauded for it. And I didn't realize that, the Remain in Mexico policy was actually very successful. And Biden reversing it did lead to the crisis at the border that ended up being a political liability that backed him up into a corner. And suddenly he's hitting up Republicans in the Senate asking.
Very successful at what? Displacing the results of the United States foreign policy on other countries? Is that what it was successful at, Anna? It's definitely not success. It's not successful in the sense that it's a just policy.
Them to write legislation that Republicans would like. So there are some flaws on the left for sure. And I think it's important to be real about those flaws. I think it's also important to be real about what we're getting wrong about the other side of the political aisle.
What has been the response from the left since you started talking about this and came out as unaligned? I love the fact that you had to talk about your announcement, I now identify as being unaligned.
It's been mixed. So of course there have been people who I don't even know if they're really offended by it, because the people who seem to be most offended by it are making content out of it. It's a great way.
Are we talking about Silly and Billy?
Of just easy content to make some.
We're going to get to those two in a second, chat.
Money. But those people are particularly vicious, and it's fine. I don't care. They could be.
I don't care. Yeah, you don't care.
As vicious as they want.
That's why we keep on getting segments of you totally not caring.
That's not going to persuade me to go in a direction that I'm uncomfortable with. But there have been a lot of former TYT viewers who stopped watching us after Trump got elected because they felt that we were going too far and that we weren't being fair. And I really love hearing from those people, because they'll tell me things like, hey, we were paid members for X number of years, and we loved your reporting. It was great. It was awesome. It was funny. It was fair. And then you just went a little too overboard with the, Trump era, too much of the, trashing America, focusing on identity politics and stuff like that. And so they just kind of stopped watching.
And they stopped watching after the election? Is that what she's saying? You have lost viewers, Anna, but they're not viewers that, were she should be nicer to Trump. Anybody who feels like you should be nicer to Trump is, pretty happy with your coverage as of late.
But now they're kind of coming back, and they identify as Democrats. They're on the left. It's just that they are a little more grounded in reality and don't like the hyperbole.
Again, her description of this demographic is like the, demographic that supposedly Liz Cheney pulls in. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. She's making up fucking avatars of cope. Imagining people out there that are yeah, and they just didn't like that we were too critical of Trump, but now they're coming back. They aren't coming back. The people that you're getting, they're hoping that you'll be red-pilled. They like it when you bash trans people. They're here for that. Those are not former TYT viewers. Those are people that were spamming the N-word in TYT chat until you hired a team of mods to do something about that. And then summarily, fired them all when they had an issue with the direction of the with the direction of the show. Hashtag TYT mods quit.
That I think I personally fell victim to.
It is strange to me to see how seductive that seems to be to the left. Like, both sides of the aisle are fighting to become the people in charge of this country. But if you hate this country, if it's awful and terrible and everything needs to be burned down all the time, it's like, well, why? Why are you doing that? That's not a very hopeful vision for the future. It doesn't fill me with an awful lot of like blue sky thinking and gumption for what's going to come.
Well, I started thinking about my own life and how that mindset was actually having a real world impact on my life in terms of like just this defeatist attitude, feeling as though I don't have all these opportunities that people used to have in this country. And look, some things have devolved in this country. Like, that's certainly true. However, there is a reason why so many people from all around the world.
However, nothing has devolved like the top of the hour ad break on Twitch, which is coming at you in just 2 minutes. That's your time to get yourself a sub, to make sure that you don't see any of those ads. If they are real, if they exist, you will not get them for free with the Amazon Prime subscription, or for $6 with $6. You could also possibly be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat on Twitch.
Trying to come in to the United States. This is a land of opportunity, even still. And I want to find ways to empower people to get after it, to go for their dreams, to not have a defeatist attitude or mentality. I don't want to infantilize people. I think people, regardless of their race, regardless of where they come from, have the capacity to do amazing things. And what I am just
okay, she's getting kind of boring here. Let's like advance it a little bit. She's on her high horse.
We talk about his downsides quite a bit, but I'll give you an example. I mean, I watched his speech last night. It was a dinner to celebrate, Catholicism. It's an annual dinner. So Kamala Harris didn't go. She had some other scheduling conflict, but he did his thing. I watched the entire speech beginning to end, and I understand why some voters find him appealing, right? There's an element of his personality that comes across as charming or funny. And I love the way the media just tries to pretend like that doesn't exist. They'll cherry pick some of the moments of his speech that make him look bad. And it doesn't give you a fuller picture.
Does it really matter if he's charming or funny if he's picking the worst, most corrupt people? Like his cabinet looks like that image from the Drake diss track, or from the Kendrick diss track on Drake. It looks like that. It's got those like little dots over there. It's got the little right. His cabinet is a bunch of fucking sex offenders. What are you talking about, Anna? Oh, but he could be charming sometimes, a little grandfatherly, like a little bit like a weird uncle.
Picture of who he is.
Yeah, a weird uncle that you don't leave your kids with. That's what he's like. That's what he's like. And if you look into his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, you even more do not want to leave your kids with this guy.
It's a problem because it leads to less understanding in regard.
The thing is, there's an understanding of Trump. The more understanding you have, the more justifiably paranoid about the future of the country you would be.
To Republican voters and what it is that they might find appealing about him.
Yeah, it's fascinating to think that 50% of the country thinks that the other 50% of the country are horrible, and they're both doing it in both directions. Like, I don't know, it doesn't seem to be a particularly good foundation to build anything on top of.
Yeah. Can I actually tell you a funny story? I've never shared this with anyone.
Oh God, here we go, chat. Here we go. I think this is the Jeff story.
Bring it on.
When I moved into where we live now, on the day that we needed to move, my husband was actually in a fire academy, so he was unable to help me, which was something I was very salty about at the time. Because I'm like a pretty petite woman, and I'm like dealing with a lot of heavy boxes and stuff.
Damsel in distress.
A little bit. But, I got it done. And so the one last thing I needed to get out of the truck and into our unit was his bicycle. And so I'm like trying to get his bicycle like up the stairs. And all of a sudden, this man stops me. His name's Jeff. And he's like, "Hey, let me help you out with that." And he starts helping me out. He stopped everything he was doing to help me out. And then Jeff and I became very close. You know, one of my neighbors who I really like, he was my favorite person in the entire building.
I gotta say, I hope her husband never watches this. Now, look, maybe it's just the way that she spoke and it's, you know, there's nothing intentional there, but like this story is like my husband left me in the lurch, right? I had to carry his fucking bike, which is heavy and, you know, hard to maneuver. And yeah, bikes are like that, especially if you don't ride bikes, if you don't deal with bikes, right? Moving a bike upstairs is pretty hard, right? And then along comes Jeff and he just stops whatever he's doing. You know, he had stuff to do too. He was busy too. But unlike my husband, he helped me with the bike. Like, yeah, this is just like, I mean, it's coming across that way. Now, I'm not trying to make an assumption. Like I said, it could just be how she happened to say it.
And years go by. One day we're in an HOA meeting, homeowners association, and one of the people living in the building said something about Trump that was negative. I don't remember what it is. And Jeff,
Fallen Gemini says, is it just me or does it sound like Anna might have had an affair with Jeff?
Whispers in my ear.
No! Why did you say whispers in my ear? I thought I was putting too much into this story, but geez, there really is a subtext.
Start trashing Trump. I'm out of here.
And he whispered in my ear, if they keep on trashing Trump, I'm out of here.
Hit me that he's a Trump supporter. We had never talked about politics before. And I'm like, so I got to know Jeff.
Yeah, that's right, SM. She's a biological woman, so how could she possibly carry a bike?
Before I knew what his politics were. Incredibly kind guy. He helps everyone.
Place your bets now, chat. Does she end up with Jeff? Does she leave her husband for Jeff?
Everyone in this building.
Does her husband hear this story and decide that maybe their marriage isn't as close? It's not as good as he thought it was.
They might need. And so that woke me up to, wait a minute. Not all Trump supporters are like dangerous, evil individuals. And yes, it was stupid that I thought that to begin with.
And some of them are kind of hot. Is that what you're saying, Anna? And some of them are kind of hot.
I'm embarrassed admitting that, but it's just how I believed. And that kind of was one of the moments where it's like a light bulb went off and something was telling me, you need to scratch beneath the surface a little more because you don't have a realistic view of what's going on here.
Shock horror, people are people outside of their political opinions.
Exactly, yeah.
Headline of the day. Yeah, talking about that, do you think some people on the left are scared of speaking up against immigration or homelessness or crime or whatever for being seen as Trumpists?
Yeah, do you think that some on the left are afraid that if they fucking attack vulnerable groups that are being pilloried by demagogues, well, there's a shithead like Trump trying to use them for politics, that the people might think that you're kind of a shitty person? I don't know.
100% yes. Yeah. I was hoping that by being willing to talk about some of these things publicly, it would empower others who I know feel the same way to speak out publicly. But I think the opposite unfortunately happened because
she does. There is a cast. I don't know. I think she got her wish, right? I really think she got her wish, right? She is not speaking up as an individual who's the only way that feels that way. She is speaking for a whole class of people on the East Coast, on the West Coast, who are, aesthetically, let's just say, aligned with liberalism, want to think of themselves as educated, as cosmopolitan, and that kind of culturally aligns with the left, whatever that means, but who are put off by people that aren't as wealthy as them, and they're in their like little urban playgrounds, and they want their urban playground to have less homeless people in it, to have less immigrants in it. They want to be somehow, have all these things taken care of them for them, by the working class, by the immigrants, but they don't want to see the working class. They don't want to see the immigrants. They want them swept away. And you've got Gavin fucking Newsom as head asshole in that regard as well. Or Kathy Hochul if you're on the East Coast.
because of course I got attacked pretty viciously for it, and what that does is it serves as a warning shot to everyone else. Hey, if you don't want to be treated the way Anna's treated, then
Rainbow Silk says there probably are people who think they're on the left who aren't talking about racist shit. Counterpoint, they aren't on the left and are shitty centrists.
you better shut up.
Yeah,
And so what'll
public
Go ahead.
humiliation will continue until political ideology improves.
Yeah.
So yeah, public humiliation. In other words, people disagreeing with your privileged ass, right? That's public. Oh my God, the poors are taking exception with me. Oh my God, people are calling out my fucking privilege. How can we? No, that's just public shaming. This is harassment.
That's exactly right. And
It's silly and Billy.
So what'll typically happen is I'll get a lot of private messages from liberals, from Democratic voters, and they'll thank
From Bill Maher.
me and they'll say thank you for drawing attention
Bill Maher saying, "What can I do to be more like Jeff?"
to this. And look, I don't blame anybody for not wanting to deal with some of the stuff I've been dealing with lately, but at the same time, nothing is going to change unless more and more people on the left are willing to maybe fight back against people on the far left on some of these issues, like the police abolitionists, the prison abolitionists. Those folks, they're just not rooted in reality, and I don't think that they are proposing policies that are beneficial to society overall.
In other words, the people whose ideas were never even considered. Those people. The people who have actually been shamed into silence because they could understand what's going on a little better than Ana Kasparian. They could understand that we don't just have a, some kind of professional police force that is neutral and enforcing the law and trying to keep people safe. We have a institution which traces its roots to slave patrols and to anti-union Pinkerton thugs, and the culture of which has never meaningfully changed. And that if we want to have a institution that cares about the peace, right? Like an officer of the peace, that's not going to be somebody that's from a criminal fucking gang that's been legitimized by law, which is what you've got now with the police. And whether you feel like, the police are protecting and serving you, or whether you feel like the police are harming and and scaring you, it depends on where you are in society. But no, go ahead and mischaracterize prison abolitionist or police abolitionist as being the de facto viewpoint, as being the political, unquestioned assumption. Yeah, go ahead and attack a viewpoint that's never seriously been considered for policy as being responsible for the loss of your shitlib candidates. Go ahead.
Overall, everyone seems to know that, but on the left in general, people are unwilling to speak out against it.
What are the biggest third rails for on the left speaking out against the left? Homelessness, crime, immigration. What are the top few?
I really don't want to get into it, but nuances in regard to transgender rights, because it's different from gay rights. Obviously, I'm a big supporter of gay marriage,
and that's the nuance. We can hate trans people while pretending to be LGBT allies.
I think they should be treated equally as everyone else.
But they need to know their place, right?
Same with transgender individuals.
And it's definitely not in sports. It's definitely not in a bathroom that aligns with their gender. It's definitely not being treated like who they see themselves as. Anyway.
But then you also have certain...
She's like, I'd rather not.
...issues where transgender rights clash a little bit with women's rights. And so those are difficult questions. And how do you...
No, chat, how dare you call her a TERF? There's no turfiness here. We're just talking about where transgender rights clash with women's rights, right? We're not going to see an overlap between transgender rights and women's rights, right? Because we don't consider trans women to be women. We're a bunch of fucking TERFs over here. We're a bunch of bigots. And we want to be able to hold our bigoted point of view and call it nuanced, when all it is the same fucking garbage that trans people have dealt with for centuries.
Proceed in a way where everyone feels like they're respected and that they're safe and protected. And it's a difficult question. I've tried to broach it. It's just really difficult to, because, you know, transgender activism is very intense and very maximalist. So you can't really get into
It's almost like they want to be treated with dignity or something. It's really maximalist.
nuance without expecting a lot of backlash.
After the last few weeks, can you see the incentives of how people slide from the left to the right?
Okay, so yeah, we got a lot to cover tonight. Like I said, I want to show you the dust up between Ana Kasparian and Laura Loomer, because it's kind of interesting. I also want to show you, I'm trying to think of the right order to go in. We've also got a bunch of stuff from Tim Pool with Milo Yiannopoulos. Let's see. I was trying to look for a certain thing on here. Show transcript. Yeah. Oh, there's transcript. Okay. So, what are we looking for? Loomer. Loomer. Oh, come on. Really? There's one place that shows up? God damn it. Like, Milo definitely talks about oh my God, Tim Pool in your freaking 2-hour podcast. Okay, let's try Laura. Laura Bush. Laura Luma. Oh, that's what it is, chat. It's cause like there we go. Okay, so yeah, we do. There's Milo. He's back. Oh my gosh. Dressed like Kid Rock? As a librarian? Like, what the fuck is this? What even is this? Anyway, so yeah, Milo's gonna have some stuff to say about Loomer. Loomer is gonna have some stuff to say about Ana. My bladder is about to have some stuff to say about being full. And, oh yeah, I realized I need to say some stuff about where the poll's at right now. We got 116 votes. 116 of you have voted already. There's still time to vote on what bonus content we're going to see after this segment, right? We're getting there. We're getting there. So we still got some time to push this forward, but we're at 45% right now of the dono goal. If we get to 100%, that's 55% more. We're about halfway there now. We're a little bit more than halfway through the stream. But yeah, if we get that dono goal, then we will get extra content. Right now, it looks like it would be Tim Pool. Tim Pool lauding Jink Uger, right? That's what's winning so far at 38%. In second place, we've got Bad Empanada versus Willie Mack. In third place, we got Gaming. The Gaming Frogs are out tonight. They are making their voices heard. Metaphor Refantasio or Fallout New Vegas. And in, oh my gosh, now it's tied. We got Organic Grass-Fed Brainworms. You want some organic grass-fed brainworms from RFK? Well, that could be in the works tonight, right? You just gotta vote if you haven't already voted. And know that when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics tickles your fancy, which of these topics you want to see as bonus content. And I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding it to the list up there as a buff, right? So yeah, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and thus helping you get the kind of content that you want to see tonight. Right now, the only thing I've got buffed is Tim Pool SMP's Jink Uger. That's got a 9% buff. Make sure that you know that when you donate, you can let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see, and I can add a buff to that. Or if you want, I can add a debuff to everything for you. If you say Vox Populi, you're the kind of person that believes in the sanctity of the poll. You want to stop the steal, so you're saying Vox Populi to de-emphasize the effect of the donos and to re-emphasize the effect of the votes. So yeah, whether you're getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, doing a super chat, a super sticker, if you are signing up for Patreon or supporting me on Throne, or you're getting yourself a membership on YouTube for free or for $6, or gifting people memberships, all of this entitles you to not only push forward the dono goal towards that vaunted 100% that gets us the extra segment that makes the stream that much longer and maybe includes a topic that you want to see in it, but you also get to direct the poll a little bit. You get to kind of push and pull it into the direction that you want to see it go. So as long as you let me know in the chat, and this goes for anybody who's already donated, if I haven't counted your donation towards the topic of your choice, let me know, and I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is. Anyway, this is Anna. This is the conflict with Laura Loomer. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna try to be back as quickly as I can, and yeah, well, we're gonna look at this. We're gonna look at the Milo thing, and we might look at a little. What do you think, chat? Should we do a little bit of Silly and Billy? Let me know, chat, if you want to watch the Silly and Billy segment. We might watch that as well.
Before I knew what his politics were. Incredibly kind guy. He helps everyone in this building with anything they might need. And so that woke me up to, wait a minute, not all Trump supporters are like dangerous, evil individuals. And yes, it was stupid that I thought that to begin with. Like, I'm embarrassed admitting that, but it's just how I believed.
So over the weekend, that brief clip from my appearance on the Modern Wisdom podcast started making its rounds on social media, even though my interview on that podcast was from literally weeks ago. And somehow it has upset some people, including, the fine people over there like Laura Loomer. So randomly out of nowhere, she attacked me over what I had to say, which I thought was fascinating. We're gonna get to her comments in just a minute, but here is more context from what I was saying while on the Modern Wisdom podcast. Take a look.
And so I'm like trying to get his bicycle like up the stairs, and all of a sudden this man stops me. His name's Jeff, and he's like, "Hey, let me help you out with that." And he starts helping me out. He stopped everything he was doing to help me out. And then Jeff and I became very close. One of my neighbors who I really like, he was my favorite person in the entire building. And years go by. One day we're in an HOA meeting, homeowners association, and one of the people living in the building said something about Trump that was negative. I don't remember what it is. And Jeff whispers in my ear, "Oh, she's gonna start trashing Trump. I'm out of here." And it hit me that he's a Trump supporter. We had never talked about politics before. That woke me up to, wait a minute, not all Trump supporters are like dangerous, evil individuals. And yes, it was stupid that I thought that to begin with. Like a light bulb went off and something was telling me, you need to scratch beneath the surface a little more because you don't have a realistic view of what's going on here.
Okay, so that clip offended Laura Loomer, who's a massive Trump supporter, as we all know. And so she takes to X and writes this lengthy post. I'll get into it. So she writes, "Anna is a malicious and pathological liar who has spent years with her co-host Cenk Uygur lying about and trying to cancel every outspoken Trump supporter, myself included. She has spread delusional lies about Trump, but now in a low-cut top," you literally can't see what I'm wearing, but okay, "low-cut top and a face full of makeup, she wants to tell some make-believe story about a guy named Jeff who all of a sudden made her realize that 80 million people are all unique individuals who have their own personalities and not all of them are Nazis." The point of what I was saying was I was wrong to lump in all Trump supporters as the same type of person. And I came to this realization, and I'm embarrassed by what I previously thought of Trump supporters as like some monolith. But okay, I think you missed the point. Okay. Then she writes, come on, nobody is buying this garbage. Ana is trying to remain relevant in the changing media landscape after she has made serious cash bashing and defaming people like me who actually busted my ass to help Trump get elected. Okay, Laura. There's more, okay. She's a full-blown liar and we need to reject people like this who spent years damaging our biggest fighters only to pretend like they don't think Trump is so bad after all. Anyone falling for this is stupid. You don't get to engage in cancel culture for 9 years, then get a free pass for being a raging lunatic. Okay, I mainly want to focus on the third graphic here, right? Because she says that I'm trying to remain relevant in the changing media landscape after making serious cash bashing like Trump supporters like her. Okay, I never made serious cash. I work at the Young Turks, okay?
Sorry.
Number two, what does she think is happening right now? Like, does she think that I'm trying to be accepted into the MAGA world and I'm trying to find a position or get named for a position in Trump's administration? I'm still, policy-wise, overwhelmingly left-wing. The only thing that's changed is that, well, first of all, we've always been critical of the Democratic Party. It's just that people are finally noticing that. But more importantly, yes, I changed my mind on like a handful of policies, including policies pertaining to crime, some extent on immigration policy, a few things that I've talked open and honestly about on this show. But economically speaking, I'm very much left wing and have been critical of the Democratic Party for their economic policies being too pro-corporate. And who am I making money off of? I'm here at the Young Turks. I've been at the Young Turks for 18 years. And by the way, this is a comment not only to Laura Loomer, but also to the left who engage in the purity stuff and don't like the fact that in the 18 years I've been here, yeah, I've changed my mind on a few issues. And they also don't like this. Look, I see ordinary Americans as civilians, okay? I see them as people who have the right to practice, their own beliefs, to have their own opinions. And I am done with demonizing people based on how they vote. How they vote or the reasons why they vote the way they do is complicated, right? So for me to demonize them and to be hateful and divisive toward them doesn't really make sense. I have changed the way that I talk about people, ordinary people, and the way that I approach ordinary people that I disagree with because I want to understand them. And I see them as my fellow Americans regardless of what their political ideology is. That's what has changed with me. I want to be clear about that. But more importantly, Laura, I'm not coming for you and I'm not coming for whatever position you have in the MAGA world. You're okay, you're gonna be fine. No need to worry. I don't know why she randomly came after me today.
Yeah.
So I did respond to her, Cenk. Let me just read that real quick. There's no need to panic, Loomer. I'm not eyeing your role in the MAGA universe. No need to air out unhinged paranoid thoughts because you and I are very different. Aside from moderating on a few policy issues, the fundamental difference between who I was in 2016 and who I am now is that I'm way more skeptical of narratives from mainstream news. More importantly, I approach ordinary people from varying perspectives from a place of compassion and open-mindedness. Because if I'm sowing anger and hatred, who the hell am I to point fingers at others for being toxic or divisive? In other words, I'm trying to cultivate the opposite of what ideologues like Loomer poison this country with, but I will give her credit for the bold decision to go after my looks.
Damn, shots fired. Okay, so let me regulate on the things that I know and care about. So first of all, this whole thing that everybody does, like, oh, you guys make so much cash, and
I wish.
And Young Turks, brothers and sisters, we ain't there, man. Okay, the digital media is super tough, and we don't have daddy warbucks like everybody on the right wing has, right? Where billionaires are dropping in money left and right. Now, don't get me wrong. I believe that we're going to be the #1 news network in the whole country, not just online, not just YouTube, but the entire country. And
Laura's right, unfortunately. So as far as what Ana being faking the right wing stuff. I know I got here in the middle of Jesus Christ. Sorry, chat. I was thirsty. Where have you been? Well, I've been emptying my bladder and then like working on refilling it with green tea. It just took a little longer. This is why I use ground news.
And at that point, I
Did I miss the Silly and Billy references, though?
hope that we'll make a lot of money. Then you can come for us.
Then we'll be the real, yeah. TYT's got a bright future ahead of it. TYT's got a bright future ahead of it.
On us being having a lot of cash and all that stuff. And I look forward to your hatred then, okay? But can you save it until we actually make some goddamn money? Okay, so there's 75 people that work here, and we all care, and we're all trying to do the right thing, and nobody's getting crazy rich. And so look, anyways,
we're exploiting editors.
That's the thing that both the right and
don't ask our contract employees, right?
Left hit us with no information at all. None, zero. They just both make it up.
And it doesn't matter how many times.
Wait, they both make it up?
And honest about why I changed my mind on.
Wait, why did he say they both make it up? Does he mean the right and the left make it up? I thought the chair was the streamer. I mean, sometimes it is.
A few issues or why I've matured when it comes to certain areas of politics. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. People just want to sum it up as, oh, it's a grift. It's a lazy.
I need to get a chair for my streamer butt, but I also need to move.
Way of
you don't really think of how much stuff that you have until you have to move, and then you realize, wait a minute.
Refusing to address.
I mean, luckily, chat, I'm still in the place where I could fit it all in a U-Haul, but
the substance of what I'm saying, and it's pathetic. I can't stand it.
You should probably go on with Silly and Billy soon.
Yeah, Silly and Billy.
Who cares?
And no, I know, but
wait, she should go on? Is he saying that Laura Loomer should go on with Silly and Billy?
It'd be great because they're like, oh my God, you lie about her, we lie about her. Cool. All right. So
fist bump. Hey, me too. Like, right? I should make common cause with Laura Loomer. You don't want Anna on the right, and I don't like that she's a right-wing grifter. Fist bump.
And then they'll become.
Neon Shadow asks, who are Silly and Billy? They're referring to the Vanguard, Zach and Gavin. They are massively annoyed by the coverage that TY gets from, you know, a couple of streamers whose channel is like at 50, 60,000 right now. TYT, looking at 6 million. We're talking about orders of operation difference. We're talking about like like hundreds of thousands of.
I'm like right wingers to spite.
Zach and Gavin, yeah.
Maybe.
Probably.
I wouldn't be surprised.
So look, back to the other things. This, what did she say? This make-believe guy, Jeff. Look, we're not.
We're going to introduce you to Jeff, okay? We're bringing Jeff on. Jeff's going to be one of the TYT. We're putting him on the team. We're putting him on the payroll. He is going to have to be, though, Chad. He is going to have to be a contracted employee, right? We're not paying for Jeff's health care, but we will put him in a almost impossible financial situation where he's getting mistreated pretty regularly while under our employ.
Like everyone else in media, we don't lie about it.
It's 1% of their subs,
and I guess that's their assumption.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's about right. Yeah, I think you're right on, Narwhal by nature.
Whenever they tell a story, they just made it up.
Yeah, can we ask if Jeff is single? Can we ask if Anna is pursuing her friendship with Jeff, and you know how Jeff and her husband's relationship is?
Why
does your husband know about Jeff, Anna?
You need to make up a guy like Jeff. There's like a million guys like Jeff.
I didn't even expect this clip to blow up, and then Jeff saw it, and Jeff was like really touched by it because he didn't even know that I was having these internal thoughts.
Oh no. See, I'm reading this as Jeff is fake. Now, I don't know, chat. For all I know, maybe Jeff is real. I'm not denying Jeff's existence, okay? But I just think it's funnier if Jeff is not real, if this is like a George Glass situation. Yeah, he goes to another school. Oh, really? Which school? One in Canada. You wouldn't know. Right? He goes to a school in Canada.
Oh, is that what Jeff thought? Okay.
Is that what Jeff said? Oh my God, we got Jeff in chat. What's up, Jeff? From Blue Site says, my name is Jeff.
Laura, don't get into the looks.
Yeah, Omega Star Jeff definitely lives in Canada.
What are you, nuts? Don't.
Whatever.
Okay.
I don't want to get
All
into
right.
it either.
Okay. So, anyways, and so, look. Most importantly, so why am I against Laura Loomer?
Did AB disappoint last night, or was he chill? Look, I didn't hang out a lot in AB's chat. I just wanted to show some support, considering what AB had to deal with. I did think about after the fact, like, you know, what if AB is the type of dude that's like, oh, no comment chick, let me look her up, right? And it's like, it's one thing if he looks me up on Twitch, right? He will see that I was talking about Ethan and wait, what was our stream title last night? Let's take a look at that. Ethan's toxicity. Yeah, that's pretty confrontational. Ethan platforms Lauren Southern Orbiter. I wonder what he would have made of that. See, here's the thing. I don't think he would have hated me, right? I don't think he's in the mindset of protecting Ethan from his bullshit. I think there is probably a limit to how much he can embrace anyone or anything that's openly critical of Ethan and H3. But I think I'm going to guess he probably understands it, right? I just didn't want to have a situation where he like looked me up and he had to be like, hey, she's bad. You know, I told you to go follow her. Don't follow her, unfollow her. Right. We can't, I don't, and hopefully that's not what happened. So, but yeah, from all accounts, AB was pretty chill. You generally don't get like a lot of, you know, if you raid into a streamer, you know, I'm happy if they just say my name and, you know, give me that shout out and, you know, just like, you know, I'm not, my expectations are pretty low, right? And sometimes not even that, depending on how busy they are.
She's on the right, she's MAGA, she's Trump, etc.
Normal Nature says he can't be making sneak disses his job. He has a job to protect, which I can respect. He's not committing war crimes or anything. Yeah, he's in a bad situation. That's why like I don't hate everybody that's working for H3. I understand, especially you know, how difficult it might be. Like, right, they've got a job that's brought them out to LA, one of the most expensive places on the face of the planet. And you know, their rent is being paid by virtue of their employment with H3. So, you know, he's kind of got them under a barrel in some way. You know, that being said, obviously, AB does express a lot of disagreement in a way that is not entirely, I'm sure, comfortable for him. And as much as Ethan wants to say, you know, speak your mind, you know, like, right, I'm not trying to, you know, he's still the boss at the end of the day.
No, Laura, look, I come from a Muslim background. You call yourself a proud Islamist.
A lot of Hassan fans in his chat. That's what I thought. Yeah.
Okay, you say that no Muslim should be able to hold political office. I ran for political office. You say that you wouldn't use a Muslim business like an Uber driver or a Lyft driver if there's a Muslim immigrant driving. I'm a Muslim immigrant. So what do you want me to say, Laura? Oh, Laura's so lovely. She'd like to ban people like me, and she hates people like me. Am I supposed to be open and warm and loving to you?
But Jink, at the same time, you should ask yourself that question as far as like how a trans person should feel towards TYT, especially like a trans person who grew up, who got into politics through TYT, of which there is a non-zero sum. Many such cases, Jink. Like, imagine how somebody like that feels. Imagine if somebody just has a trans friend and they listen to your bullshit. Imagine if somebody's just, you know, on the right side of history and they listen to your bullshit. You should probably be, if you're gonna ask people to be understanding of, you know, you not being super warm, you know, towards their fucking full-throated MAGA shit, then you should understand people not warming up to the Young Turfs shtick.
No, I need you to go and F off and super hard, okay? So if
Rainbow Silk says, I have a trans friend.
You say, oh no, I should get to punch you in the face politically and rhetorically, but you should kiss my ass. My answer to that is hell no. Hell no, okay?
Jink. Listen, you should kiss my whole ass, okay?
So if you don't like me, good. I don't give a damn. And I'm not here for friends. I'm not
here for Silly and Billy.
For positions or status. I'm not here to be, oh my God, Donald, go along with me. Oh, can I come on your trips? I don't give a damn if about Donald Trump.
Okay, so he's making fun of Laura Loomer there.
Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. I'm here for policy, bitch. Okay? And policy means fighting for the average American, for the higher wages, for their health care, for paid family leave,
fighting for the average American, fighting for the working American without recognizing that like a disproportionate amount of those people are marginalized, are the people that you won't acknowledge are average Americans. You're fighting for the average American as long as they're not trans, as long as they're not gender non-conforming.
War money out of politics. And I don't get into the drama of who looks
or as long as they're willing to go along with what you think a gay person should be like.
Better and who doesn't, who's gonna kiss up to Donald Trump more and who's gonna kiss up less, and who's getting the cash? Who's getting the cash? Go chase after whatever the hell you want.
Wait, did we miss the Silly and Billy thing?
We're in the policy business here.
Yes.
And until you get your head out of your ass, I don't give a damn what you think. Thanks for watching The Young Turks.
I feel like we missed, I know that he made fun of Gavin at some point, right? You can tell when he's making fun of Gavin because he's going like this or something. And I think it's supposed to be Gavin like pulling his hair back. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing because you can't tell with Jake. He doesn't have long hair, so it doesn't read as like what he's trying to imitate. He's like, dude. I just find it funny that like it's like he's trying to be like, this is what you sound like, dude. Come on. Who like it took me like that's why Hassan, when he saw that, he thought it was about him. Like nobody knows he's doing Gavin. Nobody can tell that. Like, look, it's a lot. Let me just put it this way: it's a lot easier to do a Cenk Uygur impression than it is to do a Vanguard impression. There's a lot more to go off of when it comes to Cenk. I feel like I missed something, chat. Did I miss anything? I feel like there was some Silly Billy nonsense. Hassan doesn't even know who Gavin is. Yeah, but like, he thought it was about him. He thought that Cenk was making fun of him. Like, nobody knew who he was making fun. Like, that's just not enough to go off of. And nobody knew what he was doing either. It looked like he's milking. It looks like he's got a cow in front of him, and he's like milking the udders. Like he's got his face up in the udders, and he's like, let me just milk some from here and some from here. Like nobody can tell what that fucking is. It's supposed to be Gavin pulling his hair back, right? But it just looks like he's milking. He's milking it. Cenk is milking it for all that it's worth. Cenk is so goddamn obnoxious. Yeah, he is. Definitely silly and billied. It's getting silly and billy in here. We might watch a little bit of there. I mean, I don't know. I feel like they just like reacted to this, but it's pretty funny to see the reaction of the people implicated. But like, wait, what? Oh, wait. So wait, we're not done with. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Oh, because I rewinded it. Neon Shadow says, for record, I think if Cenk watches Chinese updates, he might be more pro-trans. Like trans biological woman won 60,000 worth of yen from a hospital after the judge sided with her that she was tortured in a hospital. Things are still censored over there, but it's probably moving in a positive direction. Wait, what's going on? The Vanguard, well, yeah, why wouldn't they? It's like a fruit basket, as they say, delivered straight to their address. Right? They're basically getting them Uber Eats, right? They're like, let me send a pizza over to your address. See how you like that. They're like, thank you for the pizza. Thank you for the pizza, Cenk. Thank you, Anna. They are laughing all the way to the bank. He's there for the policies while going after minorities, trans, and homeless. Bunch of grifting hypocrites. They should probably rename their channel. It's definitely better than the Vanguard. Wait, who? TYT should? Or like, oh, they should name it Celia and Billy. Yeah. I was confused at first when I saw the Vanguard. I was assuming it was going to be like a Marxist-Leninist podcast, right? That's really what I thought it was. Like, I don't know. Little did I know that it was about an actual van that one of them had. An actual van. All right, so what time is it? It is It is time to check the poll once again and find out that although things have moved a little bit, like it's pretty similar. Yeah, I've only got 8 more votes. Hey, if you haven't voted yet, make sure you vote in the poll, right? That's one of the ways that we decide what we do after the main content. There's a possibility of hanging out and doing a little bit more content after the main content, right? That's all dependent on you and you voting in the poll. And it's also dependent on the dono goal, which is now at 45%. If it gets to 100% by the end of the night, that will be a little, there will be a little bit longer of a stream. I will hang out a little bit longer and I will talk about one of the subjects of your choice. What have we got on the menu for tonight? We've got Tim Pool Simps for Jank Huger, right? That's winning. In second place, we got Bad Empanada versus Willie Mack. This one almost got chosen last night. Last night, people were voting for this one, but at the last minute, the donors decided that we were going to believe in dragons. And I'm kind of glad we did. I'm kind of glad that we did. Yeah, no, I think chat's tired today, right? Tool time. You know, okay, so as far as watching like other content, especially the kind of content that Twitch streamers watch, I did think that it would be fun, like if I did a Twitch only stream sometime, and I almost would need like an outfit for this, right? Like I like doing a Southern accent, not because I have a Southern accent or am Southern myself, but part of my family is, right? And I talk to them and like, I just love their accents. So I can do a really good Southern accent is what I'm saying, right? There's this show from the 70s and 80s. It's called Hee Haw. And imagine if you had a redneck Saturday Night Live. That is what Hee Haw is. It's a redneck Saturday Night Live. It is a Southern fried Saturday Night Live. And I just thought it would be so fun to like, watch that on Twitch. We couldn't do it on YouTube, right? Because of copyright, but I think we could do it on Twitch where like I react to Hee Haw as in my Southern persona. I assumed it was about being the vanguard of a communist revolution. That's what I mean, right? Vanguard. It's the language of Marxism, right? So I thought they were like a Marxist podcast. They are leftist, right? But they're not. They're more. They're less about theory and more about. I thought it was going to be the Nexium podcast. Wait, what? You thought the Vanguard was going to be about like the cult Nexium? I don't know much about that cult, chat. I feel like I somehow missed that one. Didn't Illuminati have a video about it? Didn't Ethan Klein do coverage of the Nexium cult? I don't think I've seen enough to understand it. Basically a reaction channel, funny how much they watch. Wait, who is TYT or Vanguard? But anyway, chat, let's see. We got Milo. Actually, I feel like I should watch. Is it? So it starts off with
before I knew what his politics were. Incredible.
Starts off with this.
All of a sudden, this man stops me. She's going to start trashing the surface a little more about Trump. But now, in a low-cut talk, Trump supporter, myself, Anna is a malicious and pathological liar.
Okay, so chat, again, we're taking a look at Anna reading Laura Loomer's tweet. This tweet right here. Right, that does sound pretty salty. It does sound almost a little bit jealous. And the jealousy is this, right? Trump is the best grift that a lot of grifters have already found. And the grifters that have staked their position out and pledged their loyalty to MAGA and to the cult of Trump, they're not exactly thrilled about the Johnny-come-latelys, or in this case, the Anna-come-latelys to the pack. And like, even though, like Anna says, she's not actually, full-throated endorsing MAGA the way that Laura Loomer supposed, and we'll hear more about how full-throatedly Laura Loomer may have endorsed MAGA from Milo Yiannopoulos in just a second, but she's not there yet, right? But it's like scaring Laura Loomer. She doesn't like, I guess, the MAGA faithful giving this attention to this newcomer. And so that's why she wrote this very jealous and very angry tweet.
Who has spent years with her co-host Cenk Uygur lying about and trying to cancel every
The Jeffs come lately, if you will. That's a good way to look at it, Alexander.
Outspoken Trump supporter, myself included. She has spread delusional lies about Trump, but now in a low-cut top, you literally can't see what I'm wearing, but okay. Low-cut top and a face full of makeup.
But wait, could you see what she was saying? I mean, I think this is what she's talking about. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't see. She's right. Anna's right. You couldn't see. You know where you couldn't see where the top cut off, right? But I don't think she's wrong. I mean, that's technically is a low cut top, and look, I'm not trying to criticize anybody's makeup game. Like, I'm the last of all people. I don't do much at all when it comes to makeup, so I'm not gonna, criticize other people that, really that's like part of their routine. But yeah, it does look like, and normally it does look like it's part of her routine. Now, I wanted to point out that if we look at Anna, it's a little bit striking that there is something missing from her routine between this and this. And I'm not trying to criticize her. I am not having a go at her looks. I think she looks fine. I have no problem, even if she didn't look fine, right? It's not about that. She's political pundit. I will judge her on her political punditry, not on her makeup game. But what I'm trying to show you here is that it does seem like the words of Laura Loomer have had an effect. That she purposefully went very easy on her makeup on this day, right? In order to maybe kind of, I don't know. She's a little too, I don't know. I feel like you don't really need to like defend yourself against, she's obviously jealous, of the attention that you're getting from MAGA, and she's a hater. I don't know. I don't think you need to prove yourself. What was she trying to prove? I look fine without makeup too? Yeah, sure. What? You don't have to prove that.
Spread delusional lies about Trump, but now in a low-cut top, you literally can't see what I'm wearing, but okay. Low-cut top and a face full of makeup. She wants to tell some make-believe story about a guy named Jeff who all of a sudden...
So a lot of people don't believe that Jeff is a real guy. It looks like including Laura Loomer. Main difference is one is done by a MUA and the other is done by Anna.
Made her realize that 80 million people are all unique individuals who have their own personalities, and not all of them are Nazis. The point of what I was saying was I was wrong to lump in all Trump supporters as the same.
The makeup on YouTube looks the same to me, really? I mean, the lighting's different. I feel like there's powder or something here. I feel like there's something missing here. And look, there's nothing wrong with that. I just like the whole thing is like, you do you, Anna. Like, right? Anybody criticizing your fucking makeup or your top is full of shit, and you don't have to listen to them. That's all I'm saying.
Same type of person.
Oh, the same makeup artist? I mean, she's home in this shot, right? So I guess you'd assume that there is no, I mean, I guess she could have hired a makeup artist to come out, and she could have gone somewhere and gotten this done. Maybe, she's doing a recording. I don't know. But yeah, it's it feels like she took it as a challenge to do like a low effort version of her makeup, because Laura Loomer's being a super meanie butt, and she is being a super meanie butt.
And I came to this realization, and I'm embarrassed by what I previously thought of Trump supporters as like some monolith. But okay, I think you I think you missed the point. Okay. And then she writes, come on, nobody is buying this garbage. Anna is trying to remain relevant in the changing media landscape.
I mean, that part is true. She does seem to be trying to remain relevant.
After she has made serious cash bashing and defaming people like me who actually busted my ass to help Trump get elected. Okay, Laura.
Look, YouTube channels, okay, they rise and they fall, right? They get a lot of excitement, they get a lot of motion behind them, and then at some point, maybe they lose that motion. And, you know, YouTubers will do almost anything they can think of to try to forestall that, or try to reverse that, or try to, you know, if this isn't, if the thing that worked for me to get my channel to this point isn't working anymore, then I'm going to try something else. So, you know, it does make sense that like they're going to try a different approach. Now, when you're a political pundit and your different approach is a different set of politics, right? That's when people start to, you've built up an audience that doesn't agree with the shit, the turf shit that's coming, the turf nonsense that's coming out of your mouth right now. And B, you know, it looks fake, even if it's not, even if you really have, you know, you got, in the face of COVID, you had a breakdown, which, you know, caused you to adopt a more right-wing set of political beliefs, right? It almost doesn't matter, right? People are going to see it in a certain light, in a certain context.
There's more. Okay, she's a full-blown liar, and we need to reject people like this who spent years damaging our biggest fighters only to pretend like they don't think Trump is so bad after all. Anyone falling for this is stupid. You don't get to engage in cancel culture for 9 years, then get a free pass for being a raging lunatic. Okay, I mainly want to focus on the third graphic here, right? Because she says,
and again, chat, I don't think this is bad for Ana Kasparian. I don't think this is hurting her with her right-wing audience. I don't think that this is hurting her with her left-wing audience. I think that Laura Loomer laid a gift basket in Anna's lap.
That I'm trying to remain
full of Cadbury eggs.
Relevant in the changing media landscape after making serious cash bashing like Trump supporters like her. Okay. I never made serious cash. I work at the Young Turks. Okay.
Sorry.
Number two.
What is that thing that Michael Brooks said? I'm making. What
does she think is happening right now? Like, does she think that I'm trying to be accepted into the MAGA world and I'm trying to find a position or get named for a position in Trump's?
Neon Shadow says, didn't Joe Scarborough do the same thing? Yeah, not dinner with Trump. Actually, I think breakfast with Trump. That's even more personal in my mind. In my mind, breakfast, right, is the most personal meal you could share with somebody. Am I wrong about this? Anybody agree with me? I think breakfast is more personal. If somebody asked me out on a breakfast date, I'd be like, holy shit. When am I meeting your parents, right? We're having breakfast together.
Administration, I'm still policy-wise overwhelmingly left-wing.
Oh my God, Stick says, to be honest, anytime Loomer, Boebert, Green, Marjorie Taylor Greene go after someone that target looks better by default. I think so too, yeah.
The thing that's changed is that, well, first of all, we've always been critical of the Democratic Party. It's just that people are finally noticing that. But more importantly, yes, I changed my.
Well, no, in the past you were critical of the Democratic Party for not standing by any sort of principle, for not having any sort of principle, for not doing right by the working people. And now you're attacking the Democratic Party for not being similar. Before you were attacking the Democratic Party for how similar they were to the Republican Party. Now you seem to be attacking them for how different they are and how they won't get with the program and realize immigrants bad, homeless bad, trans people bad, actually.
Mind on like a handful of policies, including policies pertaining to crime, some extent on immigration policy.
Wait, Neon Shadow, if Anna did this so that Laura Loomer would complain, she's doing some 5D chess there, right? That's pretty like to figure out that I'll go on this show and get Laura Loomer to freak out on me.
A few things that I've talked open and honestly
I don't know how she could have known that this clip would have gone viral.
About on this show, but economically speaking, I'm very much left-wing and have been critical of the Democratic Party for their economic policies being too pro-corporate. And who am I making money off of? I'm here at the Young Turks. I've been at the Young Turks for 18 years. And by the way, this is a comment not only to Laura Loomer, but also to the left who engage in the purity stuff and don't like the fact that
the purity spirals with Silly and Bill. They should change their name. Okay, Vanguard, if you're out there, you need to change your name. It's not appropriate to call yourself the Vanguard anymore. You need to call yourself the Purity Spiral with Silly and Billy. That's what we need to do.
In the 18 years I've been here, yeah, I've changed my mind on a few issues. And they also don't like this. Look, I see ordinary Americans as civilians, okay? I see them as people who have the right to practice, their own beliefs, to have their own opinions, and I am done.
I see them as people that know that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch that they could be subject to depending on the whims of the ad gods at Twitch. And if they want to know for sure that they're not going to be sucked away, that they can do that for free or for $6 by using a Twitch Prime sub or by using $6. And that they could also possibly be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen. That will happen if Twitch wants me to turn off the ads for once and for all. Because I am kind of pissed with the way that we're being treated over here in the politics quarantine, if I may call it that. That if we get our concurrents to approximately twice what they are right now, to 100, then we will turn those ads off for good. And that will be a beautiful day. Someday, chat, I dream someday that we will do this.
With demonizing people based on how they vote. How they vote or the reasons why they vote the way they do is complicated, right? So for me to demonize them and to be hateful and divisive toward them doesn't really make sense. I have changed the way that I talk about people, ordinary people, and the way that I approach ordinary people that I disagree with, because I want to understand them. And I see them as my fellow Americans regardless of what their political ideology is. That's what has changed with me. I want to be clear about that. But more importantly, Laura, I'm not coming for you, and I'm not coming for whatever position you have in the MAGA.
You're not going to displace her from the Trump the teat on Trump's body that she's suckling off of with all the other little piglets, the MAGA piglets.
World. You're okay. You're going to be fine. No need to worry. I don't know why she randomly came after me today.
She's like, look, Laura, I got no smoke for you whatsoever. You be you. You continue being a MAGA chud. I got smoke for Silly. I got smoke for Billy. And I got smoke for anybody who says birthing person around me.
Yeah.
So I did respond to her, Jank. Let me just read that real quick. There's no need to panic, Loomer. I'm not eyeing your role in the MAGA universe. No need to air out
the MAGAverse. It's called the MAGAverse. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Unhinged, paranoid thoughts because you and I are very different. Aside from moderating on a few policy issues, the fundamental difference between who I was in 2016 and who I am now is that I'm way more skeptical of narratives from mainstream news. More importantly, I approach ordinary people from varying perspectives from a place of compassion and open-mindedness. Because if I'm sowing anger and hatred, who the hell am I to point fingers at others for being toxic or divisive? In other words, I'm trying to cultivate the opposite of what ideologues like Loomer poison this country with, but I will give her.
She's just like, I'm above ideologues on the right and on the left. Look at me.
Credit for the bold decision to go after my looks.
Damn, shots fired. Okay, so let me regulate on the things that.
I'm sorry, Lady Badash. That's a good point you bring up. That's a good point that you bring up there, Lady Badash. Please don't talk about Loomer, Trump, and suckling in the same sentence again. Yeah, well, we'll get to that in a second. That's possibly our last segment of tonight. We'll see, chat. We're at 45% on the dono goal. We'll see if we can somehow pull out a miracle out of our asses, out of our collective ass, and get it to 100% by the time I get done with the Milo segment.
Care about. So first of all, this whole thing that everybody does, like, oh, you guys make so much cash. And
I wish.
Okay, so that's basically where I came in, right?
Turks, brothers and sisters.
We're making stupid money. That's what I was looking for, chat. We're making stupid money with Michael Brooks.
We ain't there, man. Okay, the digital media is super tough, and we don't have daddy warbucks like everybody on the right wing has, right?
We only have, and people pointed this out, Katzenberg and Polymarket. We got Peter Thiel. We got Peter Thiel. We don't have any kind of big money behind us or anything. Hey, welcome to the Polymarket studio.
Where billionaires are dropping in money left and right. Now, don't
look, anybody who gives a fuck about any kind of politics on the left, I don't care what a shit-eating centrist you might be, right? You understand that Polymarket sponsorship is a massive conflict of interest for these two. I would say that Polymarket is probably the first unambiguous example, right? Katzenberg, I guess you could make various arguments, right? But Polymarket, I don't think there is an argument. You've got to see Polymarket as a massive conflict of interest for a show that calls itself the home of progressives. This is the first instance of their grifting, of their right-wing slippage paying off for them, getting them money, getting them a sponsorship. Yeah, you missed the Polymarket sponsorship. That's right. They're streaming at you from Polymarket Studio.
Don't get me wrong.
They renamed their fucking studio. They're Peter Thiel stooges.
I believe that
this is TYT's Dime Square era. That's where we're at, chat. That's where Dime Square didn't pan out to be real for many people, but apparently it did for TYT. They are actually getting the vaunted Thiel money, the Thiel bucks.
News network in the whole country, not just online, not just YouTube, but the entire country. And at that point, I hope that we'll make a lot of money.
We'll make stupid money.
On us being
or smart money,
a lot of cash and all that stuff. And I look forward to your hatred.
Sasha G, thank you for the jovial pair.
Okay, but can you save it?
Like the pair's working out, but it's keeping its sense of humor. I think that's important. I think that's any kind of workout plan that you engage in. You want to keep your sense of humor.
Until we actually make some.
Also, belly laughs are great for the abs. Yes.
Goddamn money. Okay, so there's 75 people that work here, and we all care, and we're all trying to do the right thing, and nobody's getting crazy rich. And so look, anyways, that's the thing that both the right and the left hit us with no information at all. None, zero. They just both make it up.
And it doesn't matter how many times I'm open and honest about why I changed my mind on a few issues.
Chat, how did I miss the silly Billy thing, the silly and Billy thing?
Or why I've matured when it comes to certain areas of politics. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. People just want to sum it up as, oh, it's a grift. It's a
But dude. I'm sorry.
Lazy way of refusing to address the substance of what I'm saying, and it's pathetic. I can't stand it.
You should probably
implying that what you're saying has substance, but go on.
Go on with Silly and Billy soon.
Yeah, Silly and Billy.
Who cares?
Wait, but where's the part where he did he do the dude thing? Did he do the accent? Not the accent, but you know the voice that he does? I don't think he did it. I don't know. Where did I fucking see that? Am I just thinking of the last time they did Silly and Billy? Maybe 90 seconds before you came back? It's got to be like here then. Like 90 seconds. That's like right here.
That's the thing that both the right and the left hit us with no information at all. None, zero. They just both make it up.
And it doesn't matter how many times I'm open and honest about why I changed my mind on a few issues or why I've matured when it comes to certain areas of politics. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. People just want to sum it up as, oh, it's a grift. It's a lazy way of refusing to
have daddy warbucks like everybody on the right wing has, right? Where billionaires are dropping in money left and right. Now, don't get me wrong.
I don't know, chat.
Nuts.
Whatever.
Okay.
I don't want to get
all right.
into it.
Okay. So why do you need to make up a guy like Jeff? There's like a million guys like Jeff.
I didn't even expect this clip to blow up. And then Jeff saw it, and Jeff was like really touched by it because he didn't even know that I was having these internal thoughts.
Oh, is that what Jeff thought? Okay.
I'm sorry, but you're not beating those charges. You definitely made up Jeff. One in chat if you think she made up Jeff. It's coming. Wait. Narwhal by nature. Did I skip over it? Did I move it? Is it still coming? I don't think it happened yet.
So, and then, Laura, don't get into looks. What are you, nuts?
Whatever.
Okay.
I don't want to get
all right.
into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, anyways, and so, look.
The implication being that Laura Loomer is ugly and Ana Kasparian is very beautiful. Yes, thank you.
So why am I against Laura Loomer?
In case you didn't get that already, what they're saying, right?
She's on the right.
Like, I wouldn't be talking about looks if I were you, Laura Loomer. Is Sorry.
She's Trump, etc. No, Laura, look, I come from a Muslim background.
It was a different stream. I think you're right. Anyway, chat. I'm looking for dragons out here. We got dragons last night. I'm pretty happy about that. But what do we have now? We have Milo. We also have 50% of the dono goal attained. Thanks to Sasha G. We're 50% of the way there. Have we got more votes? Are there more votes at least? There's a few more votes. If you haven't voted yet, now's a good time to do it. The stream will not go on forever, unfortunately. We'll go on a little longer if we hit the dono goal, but yeah, now's your time to vote. Timpool, SMPs, Jink Uger in Minecraft at 40%, whereas Bad Empanada versus Willie Mac is down at 23%. Organic grass-fed RFK brainworms, which are the very best brainworms you could possibly hope for, in third position, and Gaming, Metaphor, Refantasio, and Fallout in fourth place, but not as much as it usually is. It's actually doing pretty well for gaming right now. So good job, Gaming Frogs, making yourselves heard, making your croaks and ribbits heard. Anyway, we got this Milo let me see if I can pronounce his name. Yiannopoulos. I know how to pronounce his name. I'm not gonna. Everybody else pronounces it wrong. It's Milo Yiannopoulos. I feel like am I swallowing a syllable? Should there be another syllable there? Sam always says Yiannopoulos. It's not that. It's Yiannopoulos. Yiannopoulos, right? I don't know, chat. I don't think Milo cares if I get his name right. I don't think he particularly cares. But yeah, we got one more segment to try to get right with the dono goal. If we do, looks like we might be in for some Tim Pool saying good things about Jink Uger. We got more evidence. TYT not beating the right-wing grifting charges with the way that Tim Pool is liking Jink Uger's takes as of late. If not, no big deal. We'll come back and we'll try it again tomorrow. His name is Jeff. His name is Jeff. None of us have a name in life, but we have a name in death. No, sorry, chat. I'm getting Yiannopoulos. Sam pronounces a lot of stuff weird. Yeah, he does. Can you imagine if Sam had to talk about ephebophiles? Like, what is this thing called? An ephebophile? And now they're asking me about autogynophilia? What is this autogynophilia? This person, Brianna Wu, is trying to get me to respond to their comment on autogynophilia.
Usefulity has outlived their usefulness. For instance, Nick Fuentes or Laura Loomer, I will occasionally be called and offered vast sums of money to get rid of them.
By who?
That must remain a matter for me and the family. But so one of those.
It remains a matter for me and the family. Now, chat, my question is he altered? Is he on something? If so, what is it?
If you missed the beginning of this show, you'll have missed.
Sam must never learn about the ephebophile.
Me brandishing the
Yiannopoulos. Yeah, I think I got it right.
Complete wit and wisdom.
I start to think, what the fuck is this?
Of Nicholas J. Fuentes.
Wait, I thought were they beefing? I feel no, they're not. They're friends, right? Wait, they're cool with each other, right? Oh, it was Jackson Hinkle. Jackson Hinkle got in a beef with Nick Fuentes. Nicholas J. Fuentes. I want to see him mispronounce Fuentes' name. Mr. Fuentes. When are we getting an Ana and Brianna collab? I mean, that should be... Isn't Brianna still technically with, like, Rebellion Pack? I think she's still technically hooked up with TYT. They never told her to fuck off.
Lovingly compiled by mentor and role model Milo Yiannopoulos. And this is my new book. It's out in
your book has some endorsements. You were saying.
Ducky says Milo always looks like a weak Yakuza side boss from the game, or
thank you for
just a general Yakuza. Yeah, now I'm mispronouncing it. Yakuza. Are you in the Yakuza? Are you in the Yakuza?
Me. Yes, so it's got some blurbs. I'm going to read the blurbs. First of all, I'll read you the back.
It's not only just like, mispronunciations. It's also the way that in British English, a lot of things are pronounced differently. Like I learned this first and foremost in biochem, right? Substances, chemicals are pronounced vastly differently in British English versus American English. But, it always makes me want to pronounce everything differently. So I'm just like, the Yakuza.
Cover. So the back cover says, lovingly compiled over a decade by his role model, mentor, and inspiration, Milo Yiannopoulos, this book is an exhaustive intellectual
role model. I mean, is that really something that Nicholas J. Fuentes wants to claim? Nicholas J. Fuentes.
History of the American.
This is your life, Nicholas J. Fuentes.
First movement, its wisdom and wit eloquently expressed in the words of its leader, Nick Fuentes, complete and unabridged.
Oh, he didn't do it. He didn't do it, chat. I think I could call it. I thought he would pronounce. I mean, he's friends with the guy, right? He knows how to pronounce his name. But in my mind, his English accent pronounces it Fuentes. I don't know.
This volume contains every brilliant thought Nick has ever expressed, together with all of his best jokes. It's a perfect gift for the groiper in your life.
The groiper in your life.
Complete wit and wisdom of Nicholas.
I've got many.
J. Fuentes will be treasured by the whole family for years to come.
You actually got these.
This is so damn good. This is so damn good.
Quotes from high-profile people.
Well, that's my blurb about my book.
No, I know.
But I'm gonna read you now. I've got to do it on the phone. I'm terribly sorry for the.
Terribly sorry. Laura Luma is how it's said. Let me see if I can find.
So here are the blurbs for the book. Let's look. Tucker Carlson. If you thought Dangerous was a page turner, you won't believe how fast you'll get through this. Marjorie Taylor Greene, a perfect portrait of the mind of Nicholas Fuentes. Raw Egg Nationalist, the great Raw Egg Nationalist, says, left me feeling empty.
Can somebody help me? I feel like I've heard this person's name before. I feel like I should know Raw Egg. What are they called? Raw Egg Nationalist? Who else talked about Raw Egg Nationalist? Chat, help me out here. Aren't we glad Milo is straight now? Yeah, I know, right? I sleep better knowing that he's straight. Aluminium. That's right, Sasha. Sorry. That's right, Sassy Sasarai. Aluminium. That is the way that they... Yeah, it's a completely a different word in British English. In British English. I love British. I love speaking British English. It's great. It's almost as good as speaking Southern English, Southern United States English.
And Laura Trump says, I have no words. So if you are interested, it'll be out in a couple of days on Amazon and everywhere else. I'm sorry it wasn't available today.
It's funny, he's referring to Dangerous. The actual title of the book is like Dangerous F Slur. I think.
Be out soon. Lovely color. Features a
Are you going to show us what's inside?
Features a swanky note.
With the Dangerous F Slur being him. This was pre him de-gayifying himself and becoming heterosexual, converting his husband to a roommate, platonic, of course.
Well, I'd like to keep the contents, I think, for buyers, except to tell you one story.
Not to be confused with Lauren's Southern English.
Which is, I set the record straight about that infamous dinner. That infamous dinner
that I had at Mar-a-Lago.
So I do set the record straight about that infamous dinner.
With Kanye. And Nicholas J. Fuentes.
Mar-a-Lago. So... You'll remember it because there was an ill-fated, although very highly viewed, I note, Timcast episode in which...
Tucker's a big proponent of the Raw... We need to find out who Raw Egg Nationalist is, chat. This is a mission.
My old boss, Kanye
This is a mission. My old boss, Kanye.
Decided the interview was over quite early into the episode after Tim had been very generous and kind to us in...
Oh, wait. Now, that's the other expose that Milo did, was exposing... the dentist, I suppose, is the man's profession, who is exploiting Kanye's penchant for the nitrous tanks for the galaxy gas.
Please don't.
He looks like a parody of an Olsen twin from like 2003.
But of course, when you're working for somebody, you gotta.
I should speak Welsh. I mean, I don't know the first thing about Welsh, but it sounds lovely.
Follow the boss out the door, for which I apologize. So the dinner at Mar-a-Lago.
SM says no one's going to buy his stupid book. Probably in this day and age, you're right.
if you recall that, where I
You got to mispronounce it. You got to say Mar-a-Lago.
Took credit for making the
Mar-a-Lago
president's life difficult. I do set the record straight, and I would like to again now, which is that immediately after being cancelled,
after being cancelled for just saying that, you know, that older men preying on underage boys is sometimes quite whatever the fuck he said. I was cancelled by the cancel culture that says there's something wrong with that.
Adidas and his bank accounts and all the rest of it. Ye hired me to rebuild his company. So I ran Yeezy for, first as political director and then as chief.
Raw Egg Nationalist is like some raw food proponent. Wait, there's raw food fuckers that are like not vegan? I thought raw food assholes. Sorry. Wow. I'm not trying to imply that everybody that eats raw food is an asshole. I am implying that there are assholes that eat raw food, however. Just to be 100% transparent with you. 100% transparent, right? I'm not trying to dog every raw food proponent out there. You do you, boo. But the two types of raw food people I've seen are the raw carnivores, who generally develop some sort of foodborne illness and stop that lifestyle of raw meat, and the raw vegans, who that's a difficult lifestyle in its own respect, but. The idea that I've just never run into a raw food person who's like, yes, what kind of raw food do I like? I like eggs, like Rocky. Raw assholes. I'm sorry, I sound so bad. Chat, I've known some raw food assholes before. No, I've known some raw food proponents that were not assholes. Yeah.
For staff for 2 years. It's a multi-billion-dollar.
If someone is eating raw food, they're a bit of a pretentious asshole. Sometimes, yeah.
Fashion.
I'm trying not to get anybody mad at me, right?
Brand.
The last thing I need is raw food stands coming after me, right? Fully raw Christina. What, can you imagine that? I get the fully raw Christina fandom on my ass. No, I don't need that.
I'm sorry, really? You want me in charge? But I turned out to
the Freely the Banana Girl fans. No.
Turned out to be good at it. Actually murdered it. He really didn't have any staff to speak of at all. I booked his ticket. He flew commercial, and his tickets were on my credit card because he didn't have a working credit card.
Who's he talking about?
To go meet Donald Trump for dinner.
Nicholas J. Fuentes, I believe.
Yeah, a dinner that was long planned, and I couldn't make it, and he took.
Okay, so the incident that he's talking about now is Nick Fuentes. He's going to talk a little bit more about Laura Loomer.
Nick Fuentes, unfortunately. And I thought, well, what am I going to do? So I called a political operative in Florida who is very well connected, worked for 5 presidents, so on and so forth, called Karen Giorno, to try to...
They're eating raw meat? Is it a level of insanity caused by some kind of parasite? No, I mean, I feel like they get the parasite after they decide to be raw.
Grease the wheels a little bit to sort of smooth it all over.
Grease the wheels a little bit. Put a little grease on those, a little lubricant on the... Sorry. No chat.
And so she picked them up at the airport. They went to the airport and the rest of it. And after that dinner had happened...
Wait, she is Laura Loomer? I'm sorry, I'm so mixed up.
And I thought, well, what am I going to do? So I called a political operative in Florida who is very well connected, worked for 5 presidents, so on and so forth, called Karen Giorno.
Karen Giorno. Wait, do we know this person?
Grease the wheels a little bit to sort of smooth it all over. And so she picked them up at the airport. They went to the airport.
Her name is Karen, though, so we can definitely judge her by that.
After that dinner had happened and the Nick Fuentes thing had kind of blown up face, Ye got a bit spooked about blowing his relationship up forever with Trump. So I kind of took the fall for it. I fell on my sword and I said, it was me. I was trying to get back at Trump for not recognizing me after the election. It was a very plausible lie because I did kind of feel like that, and I said, I took the rap for it. But the real story is that Ye asked me.
The real thing was to keep Nicholas J. Fuentes viable in the Trump orbit. Yeah, I get it.
What's going to really leave a dent?
Narwhal by nature suspects that he might be on Molly the way he's licking the lips. Yeah. My way of telling if somebody's on Molly is generally by the way that they walk. So it's hard, unless he gets up, it'll be hard for me to notice?
I was going to leave a mark, and I'm like, I don't know, take Fuentes. That'll do it. So anyway, but this poor woman, Karen Giorno, who I know is, she's basically the person you call in Florida if you want to.
No one's answered if they've seen Laura Loomer and Anna in the same room. Wait, I think you're onto something, Lady Badash.
Get somebody who's not.
How much is it sped up? Let's see. I believe it's just normal. Yeah, it's completely. Yeah, one time. We're just, yeah.
In the usual Mar-a-Lago circle, into the circle and sort of smoothly move through that environment, right? So I called her and I said, could you pick up Kanye West at the airport and like drive him to dinner? And I didn't tell her that Nick Fuentes was in the car. And so anyway, there's a lot more to that and I'll leave it for... So I called her and I said, could you pick up Kanye West at the airport and like drive him to dinner? And I didn't tell her that Nick Fuentes was in the car. Into the circle and sort of smoothly move through that environment, right? So I called her and I said, could you pick up Kanye West at the airport and like drive him to dinner? And I didn't tell her that Nick Fuentes...
Could you pick up Kanye West at the airport?
was in the car. And so anyway, there's a lot more to that and I'll leave it for...
Can I follow up with you something on there? Because it's sort of like in this quote, but first they wanted to personally thank Milo for helping with the campaign smear once useful idiots and no longer Trump allies. Isn't it odd because it sounds like you brought Nick Fuentes to the dinner and you're taking care of a problem that you helped make for Trump?
That's probably true. Although what...
It's like, thanks for taking out the garbage that you threw in my campaign.
Well, it was nice enough for them to call to say thank you. But what they're really talking about, you must really hate me. What they're really talking about was Laura Loomer.
Can you talk a little bit?
Laura Loomer.
Why was she brought in?
Of course,
to begin with,
completely insane. And Laura was brought on into the campaign by Jason Miller, who is that sort of frog-faced, useless bag of.
His name sounds familiar. I don't remember Jason Miller.
No.
I remember Stephen Miller.
But Jason Miller has done nothing.
Is Kanye an impressive celebrity still? I mean, I guess not. No, he's like, oh my God, Kanye is so like, and like at the moment. He seems to be struggling with this gas that he has, the galaxy gas is way too much of a thing for him. Jason Miller, the guy who had an affair in Florida,
but make it more difficult.
They all sound the same. I feel like that's such a common story for Trump's orbit.
For Trump to win, since he
round face with like a goatee,
brought into the inner circle. But he's either got something on Trump or he brings money in. I don't know which one it is. Nobody does. But Jason Miller and Boris Epshteyn, who's the head of Trump's legal team.
Boris Epshteyn. I love how he... wait, what is that? Why does he add the Stein?
These are the two guys...
Is this just it's just a British way of saying that, right?
Yeah, Laura Loomer. Maybe Laura Loomer. And so...
He's the Moms for Liberty dude?
She gets on the plane and then...
All right, here we go.
Claims to a bunch of...
We got a lock-in chat. We got Laura Loomer.
In Palm Beach, all of her friends around in Miami, that she had performed...
Family friendly.
Huh?
Monica Lewinsky.
I was going to say a sex act.
There you go.
She alleged this. She alleged to people she was spreading those.
I love you and I try to take care of you. And do you know how difficult it is for me to talk like this on your show? Do you know? Do you know how hard this is?
A members only show.
Yeah, I'll say
we'll go off.
Or whatever it is. I can't. It's been so long since I had sex. I did it long.
I'm like, does the tongue go on this side or does the tongue go on? I can't remember. How specifically does a blowjob work? I can't remember because I've not given one in so long. Since I'm heterosexual now, yes.
Wrong way. I did it like that.
Is it like this?
Completely wrong.
Like this?
No, she.
Well, now giving a blowjob is apparently cool because Trump made it cool.
That she had performed a sex act on the president to a lot of her friends, and this I was like, okay, all right, okay. So I got a call from somebody, and
City of Doors says Jason Miller was a gross Republican pundit that appeared on Fox and CNN. I think CNN stopped having him because there was allegations that there's with all of these Republicans.
They said we need to get rid of her. The president wants to get rid of her.
Chat, we'll go over a little bit of politics tomorrow. What do you think?
But he doesn't want to be the one to do it because she's crazy. So we don't want her turning on the president because so many people, so many followers and everything.
I feel like there's a whole bunch of Trump nominees that we haven't talked about. I should take some time with each of them.
Yeah, so my job was to bring things about Laura to light that made her ineligible to,
receive the presidential sausage
on the plane and around
the presidential cocktail weenie
circle. So, for instance, she's not Jewish. She made it up. A friend of mine was there when she did it. She ordered a Star of.
What do you think, chat? I feel like there'd be more receipts if this was true.
A David necklace off the internet so that she could be ruder about Jews in on stage at a rally in 2018.
Laura Loomer isn't Jewish.
She's not Jewish. She's the only person in history.
Wait, so what's?
She's the only person in history. I submitted her for the Guinness Book of Records because she's the only person in history who's ever had a nose job to look more Jewish. It's the most amazing thing you've ever heard in your life. But I also
I've never heard that about her.
I feel like that's more of just like a premise for him to be able to make anti-Semitic jokes.
But she's not actually Jewish. When
she even ran for Congress, and
his bottom veneers are wild.
Never came up.
Right. When she well, that's because I was a communications director. No, when
maybe did not a great job.
I'm sorry.
Really weird joke to make, yeah.
It sounds like things went sour with Laura, and you guys have a lot of bad blood, and you sank her as a result of that. Am I reading this right?
People do pay me a lot of...
It sounds a little bit like he's jealous of Laura Loomer for having been so close to the president.
Money to clean up my own messes. I'm just realizing this now.
Yeah.
No, anyway, so Laura is when Laura was going to give a talk to the Republican Jewish Palm Beach Coalition or whatever it is, she drew what she thought was a Star of David on the folder she was holding her speech in, the speech I'd just written for her, except it wasn't a Star of David, it was a pentagram. And I said, Laura, darling, can I have that folder back? And she's like, why? I'm on the way out. I got a speech to give. I said, yeah, I know you got a speech to give. I just wrote it. Can I just what?
I was trying to save her from exposing the fact that oh my god.
And I said, well, you've written it. She's like, yes, it's a star. It's Jewish. I want to speak Jewish. I said, well, but it's a pentagram. I said, what do you mean it's a pentagram? I said, well, that's the Satanism thing. That's 5 stars.
Does anybody believe this? I don't buy. I think he's full of shit.
The Jewish star has 6 stars. And I had to...
I don't have a good impression of Laura Loomer, all right? I think I wouldn't be surprised if she'd lie, but this just seems like a bit much, doesn't it?
On a whiteboard, the difference...
Is this not a bit much? Even for Laura Loomer?
And ask her to copy it, and she couldn't. She couldn't copy the two. People will say because there's no difference, but you couldn't copy it. She couldn't copy it. So this is the first clue. Thank you. This is the first clue I had something was wrong. Anyway, and the second thing that I released was that in addition to her
that's what sank her among Trump.
No, her kind of.
Oh my God, chat! Is this who I think it is? Is Dom Fuckery in the Temple chat here? I don't know, chat. It could just be somebody that happens to be named that.
What really sank her among Trump is he hates plastic surgery, and he wondered why she looked so weird. And when I told them it's because she'd had so many procedures, Trump is kind of a bit repulsed by plastic surgery. That's the real thing that sunk her. But the other thing that I did that made her that expelled her from the circle to the great applause and thanks of the campaign and his whole family was that I revealed the real reason she can't own a gun. So Laura Loomer says that she can't own a gun or have an open carry license in California because the FBI is targeting her for being a conservative. But I have a letter from them. Which
the FBI?
Acquired. Which in fact says it's because her own father had her committed in what we in California call a 5150, a forcible psych hold, twice. And that's why she's not allowed to own a gun, because she's mental. And so the headline was, why can't Laura Loomer own a gun? I asked the FBI, and her dad, Jeff.
Her dad's name is Jeff too, Chad. It's a cavalcade of Jeffs tonight.
And I got her dad to...
It's all Jeffs. It's Jeffs all the way down.
I flipped her dad.
In what sense did you flip her dad? I'm pretty sure Melania's had plastic surgery though. Yeah, I think you're probably right, George Jackson. I mean,
make sure we get to this story.
Woody Black says believable. It's believable that Laura Loomer's not really Jewish and that she doesn't know how the Star of David's supposed to go.
No, I'm done.
We have about 10 minutes before Super Chat, so let's jump to the story from Newsweek. Chinese ship suspected of undersea cable sabotage detained in NATO lake. This is
okay. Well, there we go. There we go. That is Milo for you. That is like, look, if we're gonna dish a little tea on Ana Kasparian, I don't mind. I'll let Laura Loomer have her say. I don't think she had really anything substantive to say. I mean, she may be right in terms of Ana being disingenuous. But where was the part I agreed with? Trying to remain, yeah, this is the part of Laura Loomer's description of her screed against Ana that I low-key think is probably true. Trying to remain relevant in a changing media landscape after she made serious cash bashing and defaming people like me who actually busted my ass to help Trump get elected. But mostly she just comes off as jealous. And especially when she brings up the where's the part about she engages in personalities, chat. Yeah, here we go. Low cut top and a full face of makeup. I mean, that's how you know. She's definitely jealous, so. And Ana, this is not hurting Ana. This is very good for, this is, you know, being attacked by Laura Loomer is very good for Ana, so. I do think she fabricated Jeff. It's not beyond her now to copy any right-wing behavior, including making up fake. Yeah, there's nobody to really stop. There's no way that, just like Ronald Reagan was famous for making up, and it's so vague too, right? It's just a guy named Jeff. That's all we know. We could even imagine a situation in which Ana, maybe his name is not Jeff, and Ana's just calling him Jeff to protect his anonymity. Or we could also imagine many situations in which Jeff doesn't actually exist. Jeff is just a story. Sounds like great working relationship. What Milo and Laura had. Says the gay guy who's not really gay, right? It's fake. Turning on the president. Yo. I was amused when he said flipping somebody's dad. Like, oh, I flip everyone's dad. Sam was right. I'm curious who's bankrolling. Ooh, that's a good question. Is that in the majority report clip? I mean, he does kind of refer to it.
Four or 5 weeks ago, maybe it was, we did a story about why.
Now, if I was the majority report's editor, I would call this Milo's insane Timcast appearance raises more questions than answers.
Laura Loomer was jettisoned from the inner circle of Donald Trump. Rumors were reported.
Yeah, he will fuck your dad, unironically, Woody Black. I mean, not yours. I don't mean, I'm not talking about anybody's family member in chat. I just mean the proverbial you, right?
He had filleted Donald Trump, and it's hard to know which part of that is the most disgusting.
I mean, she at very least did that to his ego, so we don't even need to get down to the specifics.
Correct.
Of the act.
Whether she really did it, yeah, it's just.
But you're talking about two very odious people, and apparently there had to be an intervention. And
Sassy Sassar says, "Leave Woody's dad alone."
Better than to intervene than another odious person. But how would we know this story? Well, a fourth odious person interviewed the third odious person who intervened between the two other odious people.
Oh, Sam, you're just writing off people because they're pro-MAGA.
I have not been following Milo Yiannopoulos' career.
Sam, you just need a Jeff in your life. You need a nice MAGA man that will help you carry your bike up the stairs when your husband is gone. You like, if you only had a Jeff in your life, you would understand that not everybody who is pro-Trump is odious.
He renounced his gay-hoodedness, and
He's been working with Kanye until they had this kind of divorce in which he made some allegations in a court filing which seemed more legit, that Kanye has been getting copious amounts of nitrous gas.
Nitrous gas.
That's literal copium, Chad. If you ever wondered what copium actually is, it's the galaxy gas.
His dentist.
You don't want to get loomered, right? Trump's words. Nobody wants to be loomered.
Who is a dentist to the stars? It's weird. It seems bad. He's been abused by and keeping sort of like chemically dependent on it. Seems like.
All that said, Yiannopoulos, the last I heard, had converted his husband into a roommate, and I don't know if this is still the case, but he converted his husband into a roommate so that he could be asexual.
It's called home renovation.
That's what it means to be a mighty man of valor.
And of course, I think even in this exchange, completely apropos of nothing, he drops in that, like, I, of course, don't have sex anymore. I can barely remember it. I definitely don't have any type of gay sex anymore because I'm obviously not gay anymore. I have converted to just a roommate relationship with my husband. And so with that said, here is Milo Yiannopoulos on with Tim Pool.
So yeah, Sam says Yiannopoulos. He adds an extra syllable.
Very
no comment on wanting to get loomered.
Recently, I guess, talking about how he removed Laura Loomer from the president's orbit.
Laura Loomer,
why was she brought in?
Of course, completely insane. And Laura was brought on into the campaign by Jason Miller, who is that sort of frog-faced, useless bag of. Never mind. But Jason Miller and
wait, what did I say that got you wrecked, Narwhal?
Boris Epstein, who's the head of Trump's legal team. These are the two guys who were kind of like, oh yeah, Laura Loomer, maybe Laura Loomer. And so
regardless, thank you for the super sticker.
On the plane, and then Laura Loomer
Pause it.
claimed
Now,
it's Mudang getting wrecked.
No, pause it. Now, I guess Milo was the one who sort of like helped nurture Laura Loomer back in the day. Laura Loomer
rehabilitated, maybe
herself to Twitter like several years ago when she felt like she was being banned from it or either shadow banned. And this is clipped by Yiannopoulos himself, as far as I can tell. So just go.
Maybe Laura Loomer. And so she gets on the plane, and then Laura Loomer claims to a bunch of people in Palm Beach, all of her friends around in Miami, that she had performed
family friendly.
Huh?
Monica Lewinsky.
I was going to say a sex act.
Yeah.
There you go. She alleged this. She alleged to people she was spreading those.
I love you, and I try to take care of you. And do you know how difficult it is for me to talk like this on your show?
Oh, I thought you meant that I said something that was just too damn funny.
No. Do you know how hard this is?
A members only show. Yeah, I'll say we'll go off.
Or whatever it is. I can't. You know, it's been so long since I had sex. I did it the wrong way. I did it like that. It's just completely wrong.
I don't really know how to give a blowjob. Can you help me remember, Tim?
So pause it. And I love the credulity of everyone there. They all like, I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, with somebody else's 10-foot pole.
Any sex because you've sworn off sex because your husband's now your roommate. Right, of course. Uh-huh. Right. No, I get it.
Mom! Why did you do that to me?
Good.
Way. I did it like that. It's just completely wrong. No, she claimed that she had performed a sex act on the president to a lot of her friends. And this, I was like, okay, all right, okay. So I got a call from somebody, and they said,
I can't remember what it tastes like. Yeah.
The president wants to get rid of her, but he doesn't want to be the one to do it because she's crazy. So we don't want her turning on the president because so many people follow, she's so many followers and everything. So my job was to bring things.
Yeah, that's like a demotion. Like, how do you go from being a husband to being a roommate?
About Laura to light that made her ineligible to, be on the plane and around the president's circle. So, for instance,
pause it. Now, this also, I don't want this to slide by here. this is fascinating that he's given this job. Like, who paid him? Who was it?
He's like a Roger Stone figure.
Yeah, like, this is the thing is, like, I don't think we have this.
Chat, he's what we would call in the world of Twitch politics a mover and a shaker. He's one of these behind the scenes. Although, honestly, I feel like the behind the scenes people in Twitch, they're like loud and ostentatious too, right? And very much want attention.
Certainly not in our media. Like, we don't have, this is like what Posobiec was paid by Cernovich to dig up my tweets. Cernovich would pay Posobiec to do all this type of...
do you call this a fixer? Is that what it's called?
Stuff. Back in the day, and then they sort of graduate up to other positions where they start hiring other people, but who's funding them?
Remember that Semaphore article about how right when Kamala became the nominee, they were trying to recruit these low-level influencers to basically come up with
they
all
weren't
this
being
content.
recruited. They were on the Semaphore article. They were on a Zoom with people who presumably were in this network getting offered 5, 10, 20 grand to put out stuff saying that Harris was a slut. And that's the one that George Santos didn't want to be in there. So this operation, whatever this is existing.
Is it a group text? Is it a group chat? Is that what we're dealing with? Like a group chat on Gab or something?
And then they come in and fund it. Like, whose job was, like, who gave Milo this job? And I don't know if he means like, oh, I didn't get paid to do it, or I just was assigned to this idea. Like, who? This is the story that we don't have access to. And it's, I don't know, it just lays there dormant. Good.
On the plane and around the president's circle. So, for instance, she's not Jewish. She made it up.
A group grope or maybe a gripe chat. You could call it a gripe chat, right? There we go.
Mine was there when she did it. She ordered a Star of David necklace off the internet so that she could be ruder about Jews in on stage at a rally in 2018.
Laura Loomer isn't Jewish?
She's not Jewish. She's the only person in history.
Wait, so
She's the only person in history. I submitted her for the Guinness Book of Records because she's the only person in history who's ever had a nose job to look more Jewish. It's the most amazing thing you've ever heard in your life. But I also
I've never heard that about her before.
Well, she's not actually Jewish. When she
even ran for Congress, and that never came up.
Right. When she well, that's because I was kind of communications director. No, when
maybe did not a great job.
I'm sorry.
It sounds like things went sour with Laura.
Wow, there's a lot of sniffing. Now, look, that doesn't mean that it's not Molly, like somebody hypothesized, right? There's a lot of things that can be sniffed, but it would suggest maybe a different substance.
And you guys have a lot of bad blood, and you sank her as a result of that. Am I reading this right?
People do pay me a lot of money to clean up my own messes. I'm just realizing this now.
Yeah.
No, anyway, so Laura is when Laura was going to give a talk.
Pause it again. So he's being paid.
Birdman, thank you for the follow.
Who is paying him? Who is paying him to take out Laura Loomer? How is this an industry amongst them?
Everything's an industry amongst them.
It's fascinating. And there's no, like...
The interesting question for Tim to ask. On whose behalf?
Well, Tim probably knows. I mean, Tim doesn't know specifically, but again, my whole, and maybe we'll go back over this part of it later, but I pressed Tim on this license deal that he had with Tenet. And like, why weren't you?
Birdman says, as an expert in sniffing, that is not what it looks like. Okay. I'll accept that.
You're getting paid this amount of money. And he's like, it's like business. Like, we do this amount of revenue. Like, I understand. This was a new show, though. And then he claimed I had three other offers on the table. And this was a year and a half ago. And apparently those 3 other offers never went away. They just stayed there. I mean, he was very cagey about that whole thing.
He's not going to ask because they're all subsidized to some degree, from the grimiest of the grimy to Milo Yiannopoulos to guys that are more frontward facing like Tim Pool. They're subsidized to some degree.
You can't be listening to this story and it not like go like, hey, wait, what? Particularly if you do what we do, unless it's like, oh yeah, that's par for the course. That doesn't even stand out in what he's saying. Go ahead.
Anyway, so Laura is when Laura was going to give a talk to the Republican Jewish Palm Beach Coalition, or whatever it is, she drew what she thought was a Star of David on the folder she was holding her speech in. The speech I just wrote.
I can definitely see why some people are saying Molly.
For her, except it wasn't a Star of David, it was a pentagram. And I said, Laura, darling, can I have that folder back? And she's like, why? I'm on the way out. I got a speech to give. I said, yeah, I know you got a speech to give. I just wrote it. Can I just what? And I said, well, you've written it. She's like, yes, it's a Star. It's Jewish. I want to speak Jewish. I said, well, but it's a pentagram. I said, what do you mean it's a pentagram? I said, well, that's the Satanism thing. That's 5 stars. The Jewish star has...
And then she does it. She turns it upside down and she's like, is this better? And they're like, no, that's the Wiccan thing. That's the pentacle. Hey, what you're looking for here is 2 intersecting triangles.
6 stars?
Two...
And I had to draw on a whiteboard the difference and ask her to copy it, and she couldn't. She couldn't copy the 2.
Because she's evil. She was kept on doing the pentagram because she's evil. Yeah.
Wow. Because there's no difference. You couldn't copy it. She couldn't copy it. So this is the first clue. Thank you. This is the first clue I had something was wrong. Anyway, and the second thing that I released was that in addition to her
that's what sank her among Trump.
No, her count of a Jewish. What really sank her among Trump is he hates plastic surgery, and he wondered why she looked so weird. And when I told them it's because she'd had so many procedures, Trump is kind of a bit repulsed by plastic surgery. That's the real thing that sunk her. But the other thing that I did that made her that expelled her from the circle, to the great applause and thanks of the campaign and his whole family, was that I revealed the real reason she can't own a gun. So Laura Loomer says that she can't own a gun or have an open carry license in California because the FBI is targeting her for being a conservative. But I have a letter from them, which I acquired, which in fact says it's because her own father had her committed in what we in California call a 5150, a forcible psych hold, twice. And that's why she's not allowed to own a gun, because she's mental.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Narwhal by nature. She's so satanic, she can't even draw a Star of David.
And so the headline was, why can't Laura Loomer own a gun? I asked the FBI, and her dad, Jeff. And I got her dad to I flipped her dad.
Somebody just asked, was it snowing in that podcast studio? No, when I hear someone who's got that level of sort of dry mouth, I suspect something that is a little bit more prescriptive. Anyways,
prescriptive. What's Sam getting at?
But that's secondary. I mean, it's interesting to hear about I think the stuff aside from all the sort of gossip and stuff like that. The Loomer using
Scooby Steve says this dude is straight up whack, trying to be speaking objectively. Yeah,
I'm a conservative or I'm a Jew as some type of shield for her behavior is classic amongst these people.
And I'll just say, per her Wikipedia, there are 2 sources cited.
Jeff Goldblum was Anna's neighbor. Narwhal by nature. That makes me want to get the Jeff Goldblum, the Nick Mullen Jeff Goldblum, but I can't. It's too much. It's too much.
Times of Israel's one. I can't remember what the other, but just take that as face value and repeat it that she is in fact Jewish. So there's some question
I've never
on that.
questioned it, but now I guess Milo.
And I don't take
I don't trust Milo.
At 100% face value.
No.
I'll just say.
I mean, but he.
Is that why she's mad at Anna? No, probably not.
He is right that she did completely restructure her face. People can look over.
She's just very territorial.
Up those before and after pictures. I mean, it's very catty of him, which, you know, he's. But I care a little bit more about the Trump stuff. That salaciousness is more interesting to me.
Well, I mean, that had been reported about his about the he doesn't like the whatever it is, the plastic surgery. Although I find it hard to believe that he hasn't gotten plastic surgery. But
I mean, we all know Trump is a hypocrite. Come on, he could still hate people for plastic surgery even if he's gotten his own, even if he's gotten it from Melania before. Never underestimate Trump's potential for hypocrisy. It is immense. All right, it is immense.
And hair plugs, yes.
I just don't like it on other people. But the really relevant parts here to me are that there's money out there for Yiannopoulos to take out Loomer.
Can he really not pronounce Milo's last name, or is he taking the piss?
Which Tim Pool does not seem to in any way be even remotely surprised by. They're the way that they all use identity as some type of shield at different times. Like, now Yiannopoulos apparently says that I think he found God. Is that why he converted his husband into a roommate?
Yeah.
Through some type of religious.
He found God? Found God in a rolled up dollar bill.
I mean, who knows? But
found God in a priest's pants. No, just oh my God. Oh my God.
I mean, this is what's going on with them, and they are unleashed now. It is a field day, and they will start to climb all over each other. This is the one upshot about this. They're all going to be scrambling for power, and they're all going to be taking each other out. And we're going to be here to document it. But really, the real question is, and I will say this, look, if you work for any of the people that we have just talked about, and I know
Majority Reporters at gmail.com.
I know that there are people who work for the people we've just talked about. I'm not going to say who watch this show. In fact, part of their job is to watch it when we talk about certain people. Send us an email. Go get a burner account if you have to, but send us an
Proton Mail.
Email and fill us in as to how much you know about who may have paid them at majorityreporters@gmail.com. Let's fire up the phone machine, shall we? Come on.
Wait, is the caller say something relevant? Why is this still?
No, this isn't blackmail stuff because there's not enough shame around any of this.
No, we're looking for operational information.
No. I'm talking like nobody's going to get blackmailed with Laura Loomer information. People are saying like, is the administration compromised? There's so much stuff like this. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the.
Here we go. All right. Well, that was a revelation of sorts. You'll Never Be My Real Mom, Laura to Ana Kasparian in the season finale? Laura Loomer's father's name is apparently... Oh, God, I'm sorry. I don't mean to dox anybody's father. I got cosmetic surgery when I was a teen. It saved my self-esteem. It's technically not all caps. But yeah, Yiannopoulos and Nicholas J. Fuentes, Mar-a-Lago. We went for a tryst in Mar-a-Lago. Her dad is Jeff? Wait, what? Anna's dad? Milo couldn't tell the truth. What, like to save his life, he couldn't tell the truth? Oh, it's Paul. No, I mean, it's public facing info. It's not illegal. I just like, I felt weird saying it. I don't know. I just said it without thinking about it. That's all. Laura Loomer's dad is Anna's neighbor. There we go. That's it. Oh my God. That would piss Laura. Maybe that's why Laura Loomer's mad. She's getting not only into the Trump family, but into the family. Milo disappeared for like 5 years. Yeah, after his strange statement about age of consent, he certainly did. You know, wait, who disappeared for longer, chat? Virgil Texas or Milo Yiannopoulos, as Sam says? Virgil Texas just reemerged recently as well. I wonder if we'll be hearing more from Virgil Texas. I wonder if Virgil's coming back to take his spot back at, what's it called? Bad Faith, yeah. Oh no, narwhal by nature. Laura's dad hit on Anna instead of her. That tracks. Virgil's coming back. They're coming back, folks. John F. Kennedy Jr., he'll be coming back. They'll all be coming back. Anyway, chat, what I hope is going to be coming back is my subs on Twitch, because if we do get that up to 100, we'll be able to turn off ads for good, and that is a good feeling. That is a feeling I want to feel. But yeah, right now we're on the other side of the sub equation on Twitch, and it's I'm kind of worried. But anyway, hopefully they will come back. Because we were pretty close to hitting that mark. Oh my God, Globbits, thank you for the Prime sub. Yo. Yeah, that's right. If you have Prime, you can support me over on Twitch for free. All you need to do is hook your Prime up to your Twitch account, and you get a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. You use it on my stream, you will no longer see any ads in your chat. And you can also get other benefits such as the weasels, such as the emotes. I want to also thank my Patreons. Patreons, you help me keep the lights on, sometimes literally getting that light bill paid. And I thank you a lot. Everybody on my Patreon gets exclusive content. When I come out with a video, the video will come to Patreon first in its uncensored and unedited format. If you want to watch the long run of the segment, you get that for free. Or you're not for free. Sorry, I'm saying this wrong. On Patreon. Also, at the $5 level and above, you get a fancy shout out. Let me go ahead and do that now. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shaxpia. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to JR. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. And a fancy shout out for Zerazerix, for Rachel K, and for Crystal Safira. Also, a fancy shout out for Omega Star. And thank you, Patreons. I appreciate you greatly. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll do a little bit of news. Hey, that's it's been a little while since we've covered the news. We'll be covering some political news tomorrow, as well as more stuff as well. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and much love. We're raiding into. Oh, we already did. Let's see what. Let's really quickly check on one topic at a time.
Even say it. Welcome in. If you don't know me yet, I'm welcome. Trying to get to know me, so we watch a little bit of random TV stuff. I'm just like, I see thumbnail, I click on thumbnail. That's just what happens. We're just watching stuff. We watched some 90 Day Fiance, some Kitchen Nightmares. We've watched some Mama's Boy, and now we're on to a Jubilee episode of Middle Ground called "Can Sex Workers and Virgins See Eye to Eye?" It's
Oh my God. Well, that's what One Topic at a Time is watching tonight on twitch.tv. If you want to check out their stream, that's
bringing your viewers over here. I'm simple. I see thumbnail. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. It's kind of like pure unmedicated ADHD vibes.
I just wanted to stay off the when One Topic said.
So it kind of makes a little sense.
When One Topic said
everybody in chat.
Jubilee, I was like a little bit like, oh, I don't want to watch this. I don't want to. Jubilee hates me. Every time I react to Jubilee, yeah, I muted it before it came on. Every time I react to Jubilee, I get in trouble, and I don't even know why. I think they hate my guts. But yes, thank you, mods. Thank you, chatters, and I'll be back at it again tomorrow, and we will see if we can. We will see what we can do then. Until then, much love, good night, and.